Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Every minute with the fever dreams, I push a mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed.
morning, and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and let's get these cameras turned on here. Oh, what a start to the morning. Everything was still a little crazy this morning. I don't know what's going on, but StreamYard is just, it's like I set up a certain way, and then they come and they change it up on me. It's like, what is going on? There's always every day they're adding new things and doing more improvements, and I just thinking they're doing too much and they're fucking up the system. But good morning. Yes, I am working very, very hard for you guys. As you can see, I went to bed pretty late last night, and I'm up early in the morning to do the Wake and Bake show. So I'm rolling up my medicine because I didn't have time to get that. But I did get my coffee, so coffee's already ready. It's on board. I just got to do the baking part, which is rolling up my medicine. Use my hemp paper. We got some news to review, a couple of stories to review. There will be more as time goes on. But it's and I got 3 videos of the paranormal, so we're going to be watching that too towards the end of the show. But with that said, let's go ahead and get the first story set up for us to watch. And here we go.
County Jail in Spanish Fork with all the breaking details on this investigation. Hi, Garrett.
Carly, good morning to you. We have learned that the suspect told at least several individuals that he was planning to assassinate Charlie Kirk. In one of those instances, it was in a note he left for his romantic partner. In another, it was a text message to a separate individual. Neither person has been charged, but they could be down the road as the investigation continues. Here's FBI Director Kash Patel describing one of those messages last night on Hannity.
We've collected information where, through witness interviews from the FBI and local law enforcement, that he essentially admitted after the shooting and assassination of Charlie Kirk, the suspect admitted to it. But I will say what was found in terms of information, a text message exchange where the suspect specifically stated that he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do that. And when he was asked why, he said some hatred cannot be negotiated with.
The alleged assassin was an avid gamer and very active on Discord, which is a popular messaging platform used by a lot of gamers. We've learned that shortly before the 22-year-old turned himself in, he confessed to assassinating Charlie Kirk in a group chat on Discord. In messages obtained by the Washington Post, he wrote, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've been all amazing. Thank you all for everything." We also know just hours before those messages in a different chat group, the alleged assassin was joking with friends who said he looked really similar to the man the FBI was searching for. Here's Kash Patel on Fox and Friends describing how those chat groups are factoring into this investigation.
People think we can just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. And there are scores of people in this Discord chat room. But we have to effectuate legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained.
The accused killer is expected to be formally charged today, and those charges are expected to include aggravated murder, which does bring the possibility of the death penalty. And in Utah, that can either be by lethal injection or by firing squad. Carly?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Garrett Tunney,
could be done by
live for
firing
us in
squad.
Spanish Fork, Utah. Garrett, we will be watching. Thank you so much. Let's bring in former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. Chris, thanks for joining us. We learned a whole lot yesterday, and almost all of it had to do with this alleged assassin's digital footprint, messages that he sent beforehand saying that he was going to commit this crime, and apparently messages that he sent afterwards admitting to it. So how are investigators going to be using these messages to build their case?
Well, it'll be a very important part of their case. I mean, this is shaping up to be a very, very strong case. You have all the forensic evidence that's been piling up. You have these statements in the gaming chat room, if you will. The FBI has been gathering all this evidence in, as well as the other investigative agencies, and it really does paint a picture. So you knit all that together for a prosecution, and there just aren't a whole lot of defenses to this type of evidence. What I think Kash Patel was correct. What people wonder, why isn't the FBI in these chat rooms monitoring things that are going on? It's just not that easy. They need a tip or a lead from a member of the chat room or a member of the public that's had access, because they can't just go willy-nilly surfing through all these social media sites and chat rooms and gaming sites. There are DOJ guidelines and FBI guidelines and constitutional guidelines that prohibit that.
But Chris, now that we have those guidelines and those requirements met, the FBI is combing through the digital footprint, not just of the alleged assassin, but those with whom he communicated. So, Chris, to me, the real question at this point is, what charges could this possible extended network face if they are found to have radicalized Tyler Robinson into killing Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, it opens up the possibility of a conspiracy type of charge. That's going to be very difficult. This type of charge is very difficult if it's encouragement or passive, just listening to the information and not reporting it to law enforcement. That's a tough one. But that's something that I'm sure they're looking at very hard. If it's after the fact and they didn't say anything, that's one thing, maybe accessory after the fact. If they were privy to pre-planning and information that would have helped help law enforcement intervene and prevent this, then it starts to get a little bit stronger. So I think it remains to be seen here. It could be a stretch, but let's see what happens. I think they have a better chance of doing that type of case in federal court.
So one of the charges he is currently facing, it could change later today, but one of the charges he was arrested on is aggravated murder. And you heard Garrett say that does meet the criteria for the death penalty in Utah. Do you see that is where this case is going?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been mentioned in press conferences. It's been, the governor made it a specific point to mention that. And I think that's one of the reasons that, the state charge is much stronger, is they want to leave that death penalty on the table. There is a federal death penalty, but it's a little bit more difficult. So, and Utah has had executions in the not too recent past. So it's up there for and I would not be surprised at all to see the death penalty enhancement in the indictment itself.
And some notes on what people can expect later today. FBI Director Kash Patel set to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's going to obviously face questions on this probe. There's also going to be an appearance by this suspect, 5 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be virtually streamed from the Utah County Jail. There's also going to be a press conference held at 2 p.m. Eastern time to talk about the charges filed in this case. So we will be watching all of it as it unfolds, as we know, Chris, that you will be as well. Chris Swecker, live for us. Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilby.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
I hope they do give him the death penalty, but what good is that? I want him to suffer. If you give him the death penalty, that's it, and he knows he's kapoots. But if you leave him life with hundreds and hundreds of years in jail, I mean, as punishment, I would make him kneel on rice like they did to me when I was little. Make him kneel on rice every day as punishment. I mean, he should be I don't believe in torture, but this one dude definitely needs to be tortured, because what the hell? It's crazy. It is crazy. Let's go ahead and check out some more news this morning. Let me set it up here real quick. Let's go ahead and watch.
Fox News Alert. We just obtained new pictures from Charlie Kirk's vigil at the University of South Carolina, where hundreds of students gathered in the streets holding American flags and shining flashlights on their phones. And here's a live shot at the University of Texas, where another vigil is about to get underway. Let's bring in Kid Rock. Kid, one of the things you said on my show a little while back really stuck with me, that you played the inauguration of Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Speak to that and where we are now as a country.
Yeah, not only that, Jesse. I actually thought about that before I came on here. I was like, I didn't even vote for Obama, but they wanted to have kind of an inclusive event. They called me as a more conservative guy to play it. I'm like, sure, I'll respect our presidency. I'll go play it. And then just recently, took Bill Maher to the White House for dinner, one of Trump's biggest adversaries. And if it wasn't for Fox News and some social media, nobody would hear about it. Trying to do something positive to bring this country together. And I've said it and I'll say it again because I think it needs to be echoed until they get it through their fat skulls. The mainstream media is freaking public enemy number one right now. Just the clips you just ran of these people from the New York Times and these other nut houses they call media establishments. It's absolutely freaking ridiculous. I mean, and then they say to, Charlie Kirk, God bless him, by the way, his wife, kids, that, he's inciting this, he's inciting that. I'm someone who understands better than anyone as being a very vocal Trump supporter from day one. They've called me a racist Nazi for years now. I mean, go look up a few facts about my life, my children, where everything. But other people start to echo this. Just people who write dumb articles who think, I'm trash and I hate my music, and they say he's just a racist Nazi. And, this starts to build and build and build. So you get these nut house kids who are doing nothing but playing video games, watching these occult movies that are all over our streaming services that won't go outside to play any sports or anything. And, then they think they're going to do something good. I'm going to go kill a Nazi. I'm going to go kill a racist. And they're literally mentally deranged. We need to bring the frickin' nut houses back.
Yeah, you're incentivizing these loner kids to take shots so they can be heroes. And then every time after it happens, kid, they say, oh, we all have to come together. We all have to come to both sides are violent, both sides, and then they just move on and start calling us fascists again.
The right is the worst.
Yeah, well, and they're exactly right. Like, you don't want to mess with people. We have the guns. We know how to use them. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants an all-out war. We understand that everyone on the left is not sick, but there are enough people in the media and enough of these crazy liberals to that just create this big echo chamber. And I'm not saying there aren't crazy right-wingers that do some of this too. There's a little bit of guilty on both sides, but these people, I mean, they're supposed to be this inclusive, this, that, and the other. And they're the ones that don't want to talk and get along with anyone, just don't even want to sit down and break bread. I mean, I'm in this business where some of my friends, people I've had big hits with, call me with this whack out stuff all the time.
Yeah, we got to start listening to each other and respect one another. Is there any message you want to get across real quickly to people that are still vandalizing vigils and celebrating this murder?
Yeah, you're going to keep it up. You're going to run into the wrong people. Yeah. Some people I know,
yeah,
and aren't going to play that mess, and it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be very ugly,
and we don't want it to get that way, and it shouldn't get that way. But it's throttling towards a very dangerous place, and we have to do something to prevent that. Click here to subscribe to the Fox
crazy
News
that we have to
YouTube
get to that
page
point.
to catch our hottest interviews.
Check out some more news.
Killing of the conservative political activist Charlie Kirk. The 22-year-old suspect in the case, Tyler Robinson, is scheduled to appear in a Utah courtroom tomorrow. The FBI revealing that the suspect wrote a note before the shooting saying he had the opportunity to take out Kirk and planned to act.
Joining us now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. So, Andrew, I want to play some of what Director Kash Patel said just this morning. Let's watch.
The suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So help us understand what that means exactly.
I'm not sure what aggressive interview posture means. It's not something I'm familiar with, but what the director is basically saying is their investigation, which has spent a good deal of time apparently focusing on the shooter's residence, which he shared with the person who I think he's referred to as his partner. We're told from Utah state officials that that person has been very cooperative, seems to be the only witness that they've identified as being continually cooperative. And that person we know has shared access to their computer and phone devices with the investigators. And I would suspect that that access led them to be able to recover messages that were exchanged between the two of them that had been deleted but not permanently removed from their devices. So that's great evidence. But it is evidence of something that we already knew, right? We know this person, Tyler Robinson, shot Charlie Kirk, and this just goes to his planning, his premeditation of that act. It's good for the prosecution, for sure.
Yeah, based on the evidence that they've provided, both.
Let me follow up on that, Andrew. The Utah governor, as you know, Spencer Cox, says the suspect in this case was radicalized in what he's describing as a fairly short amount of time. In your experience, what does that timeline look like, and how does it happen?
More than that, not a short time.
So Wolf, this is not a satisfying answer. I'm sorry, but it is different for every mass shooter, every school shooter, every terrorist, any individual who is compelled to engage in these radical acts of violence for whatever reason. They go through their own personal radicalization period. Sometimes it's quick. Sometimes it takes place over years. Sometimes it's at the encouragement and with the direction of a mentor, a religious figure, someone who is like pushing them in that direction. And other times it's entirely solitary, people who spend a lot of time on the internet consuming radical propaganda, whether that's from a terrorist organization or just really extreme violence and points of view that they find on social media. So all these things have different impacts on who are people who are pretty typically isolated, alienated. They have their own grievances that they bring to this radicalization process, and all that boils together in a very toxic mixture that leads us to a situation like we had last Wednesday.
Right, and we're learning more about the allusions to memes and video games on the bullet casings left behind. Walk us through how this sort of dark internet culture radicalizes people.
Yeah, so there's been so much talk about this in an effort to try to understand this individual's political desires, preference, what have you. I think the messages on the bullet casings are really really significant when you look at them in this context. So initially, most of us who are not spending all of our time in video games and video messaging applications and things like that, and like really trawling those areas of the very male, very violent, somewhat extreme kind of communities. We read some of the messages on the bullets, and they seem to indicate one thing to us. And then you hear, well, no, in the context of this particular video game, Helldivers, it might mean the opposite. At the end of the day, none of that is very helpful for investigators. Investigators depend on clear, persuasive, unassailable evidence. And the unassailable evidence in this case is that this young man publicly murdered Charlie Kirk, who was a widely known conservative political figure. That is really that's the only thing we need to know at this point. Mm-hmm. And trying to decipher more detail about his motives from things like the bullet casing messages, I just find it not to be particularly persuasive. We do know that the governor has said there is more information about his backgrounds and his political leanings that will be coming out tomorrow when he is charged in court. So right. We'll likely learn some more that'll add to the picture.
Right. And just to follow up, authorities are alleging he did kill Charlie Kirk. Of course, we will wait to see. The charges are set to be filed tomorrow, and then he'll appear in court. But I wanted to get your take on the roommate here, because you heard the governor of Utah, Governor Cox, say that the roommate was shocked about this. The roommate has been cooperating with authorities and didn't have any idea this was happening. What role do you see the roommate having in this investigation?
It's a really critical question. I was a bit surprised surprised when in the initial press conference, when they announced that they had this person in custody, they very quickly talked about not having a prosecutorial interest in the roommate, which I thought was a little bit odd that at that early juncture in the investigation. The fact that that person is continuing to cooperate is a good sign. The fact that they haven't been charged yet indicates that investigators haven't found a really clear kind of smoking gun piece of evidence that ties the roommate to the planning or the execution of the shooting. And so that person may very well stay in the status of cooperating witness. But as the investigation gets deeper and deeper, and they start, like we talked about earlier, recovering deleted messages off of devices, it's always possible that their view of this person could change. And so I think we have to leave that possibility out there. Right now, they seem to be on a pretty clear path helping the authorities, but you really never know where that's going to end up.
All right, Andrew McCabe, thank you so much.
Their whole slang, freaking CNN always do some crazy shit. Let's go on to this one here. Let's check this one out.
Fox News contributor and host of the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio, Guy Benson, and the Big Weekend Show co-host and Outkick host, Tommy Lauren. It's great to see you both. Tommy, I want to start with you, and also congratulations on the Big Weekend Show. So happy for you on that. But I want to get your opinion on this. I actually don't think that some of these firings go far enough. I think if you're a surgeon or you're a doctor and you celebrate the assassination and the murder of another human being, you can't be trusted to hold the oath of your position. You can't be trusted with that position. I think you should lose your medical license. What do you think?
You know, Lisa, this is a difficult one because, as we just heard from the great Charlie Kirk, free speech was so important to him. It's so important to all of us, and a lot of us count ourselves free speech absolutists in a lot of ways. But if you are celebrating the assassination of a political thought leader, or celebrating the murder or assassination of anyone for that matter, you're not a victim of cancel culture. You were advertising your own indecency for the world to see, and your employer decided that you shouldn't be in a forward-facing role, that you shouldn't interact with the public, to your earlier point. But I also have to share something that Charlie Kirk told me maybe 8 or 9 years ago. He said, free speech isn't just saying what you want to say, it's also hearing what you don't want to hear. So while I agree that some of these individuals should certainly be punished and suspended, I think it's also important to see who among us is celebrating the assassination, who's celebrating murder and celebrating evil. We deserve to know who those people are, and they are showing themselves certainly on social media.
You know, Guy, I agree with Tommy. I'm a free speech absolutist, but there's a responsibility here. And to Lisa's point, you work for someone, you represent that employer in some way, and they have a right to say that you don't represent us properly. But I reject that it's cancel culture by conservatives. After all, we're not saying you are to be canceled. Employers are making a decision based on what these people have done. It's a self-inflicted wound, but the left now wants to use cancel culture because it's a catchphrase.
Well, the left loves cancel culture, and they've called it accountability culture. And they say free speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. And the argument that a lot of us have made against cancel culture and the excesses of cancel culture, which have gotten insane over the last decade in particular, is they have taken things that are well within the mainstream that would have never gotten you fired in the past and turned them into litmus tests to get people thrown out of polite society, thrown out of their jobs, etc. The argument has never been that there should be no standards at all. It's just that, at least in my view, the bar of tolerance for speech should be set extremely high before we start punishing people for it. Not the government. That's the First Amendment. We can't do that. I'm talking about social consequences. The bar should be high. I think there are very few things that would fall into the category that we would say, if you say this publicly, you should lose your job. But one of those things, in my mind, a bright line that we should enforce, a guardrail in our society, is celebrating murder, justifying and applauding and endorsing murder of political opponents. If that is not taboo in our society, then we will lose our society. So I think this is one of the most egregious things you can say. And therefore, I agree, it does not qualify in my mind as cancel culture or run amok cancel culture to see people losing their positions of employment, especially those who have positions of public trust, teachers, medical professionals, public officials, etc.
But it's also beyond public trust. It's an issue of safety. If you were a doctor and you're tasked with potentially saving someone's life, and you think that someone deserves to die or be assassinated because of his or her political beliefs, you can no longer be trusted in that position to administer the adequate care. So I think it's beyond a speech issue. It's a safety issue. But, Tommy, I want to get you on this as well. So Congresswoman Ilhan Omar has been slammed for her response to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And now some Republicans are ramping up pressure to strip her of her committee assignments. President Trump weighed in just moments ago. I want to get your take on the other side of this.
Ilhan Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should he strip her committee assignments?
I would say, I think she's a disgraceful person. I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
Tommy, I'm going to guess you're not going to disagree with him on some of those labels and, that he just assigned her. But what about the committee assignments?
Yeah, he's not wrong. Listen, I don't know if you should go so far as to punish someone with ripping their committee assignments. A lot of this is performative, of course, when it comes to Congress, and we've seen this many times. I would say what would be more powerful would be her constituents and those who voted for her, maybe them having a say. Maybe don't elect people who speak this way. Maybe don't elect people to represent you that hold these beliefs and say these things. I think that's far more effective than any form of cancel culture or stripping assignments or punishing somebody. If you are an elected official, your constituents should decide that they don't want to be represented by this. And I think it's also fair to mention this is far from the only thing that she said that most people would find reprehensible and repugnant.
But, Guy, in order for that to happen, I agree with Tommy that it's up to her voters, which tells us something, by the way, about the people who vote for her. It's not just about what she says once in office.
They need to throw her out.
But then the opposition has to go in. And this presents an opportunity. Matter of fact, this entire disgusting situation we're in right now with Charlie Kirk presents an opportunity for conservatives to go out and make an argument in Ilhan Omar's district and in other districts like Jasmine Crockett's.
Making an argument on hostile territory is literally what Charlie Kirk specialized in and was so good at. And it was that exact setting in which he was murdered. I think Charlie, not to put words in his mouth, he said it repeatedly. He was such a believer in engaging people who disagree and bringing arguments to places where often dissenting voices are shut down or are too afraid to go. That is the essence of free speech and persuasion, which is what he did on a regular basis. So I think that point from you and from Tommy is right on point, as a matter of fact, and is honoring the legacy and the memory of Charlie Kirk.
Guy and Tommy, it's great to see you. Appreciate you. Always great to see you and hear your thoughts. We appreciate you.
Very good. Let's check on more news.
All right, joining us now with more, FBI Director Kash Patel. Kash, thanks for being with us. Is there an investigation into a wider plot?
Sean, thanks so much for having me. And because President Trump and the Attorney General have prioritized resources to this all-important investigation, we're dedicating every asset we have to run the reverse daisy chain analysis of anyone that was in contact with a suspect that's currently in custody and anyone he contacted, called, and text messaged and had chats on online social media platforms with. That's the power of the FBI. That's the resources we brought in immediately with our cell phone analytic team to use the cell phone tower data dump system to geolocate specifically where this cell phone was and who had it, and after that, who he was talking to. And Sean, let me tell you a little bit about the information we've collected. We've collected information where, through witness interviews from the FBI and local law enforcement, that he essentially admitted after the shooting and assassination of Charlie Kirk, the suspect admitted to it. Furthermore, the evidence and information will come out. I won't stylize the evidence. The Attorney General is absolutely right. We can't do that. But I will say what was found in terms of information, a text message exchange, where the suspect specifically stated that he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do that. And when he was asked why, he said some hatred cannot be negotiated with.
Wow.
Yeah, you're also running an investigation on what's called the Discord chat room, which has scores of people on it, and text between the suspect and the partner. I assume that those discussions are ongoing.
Absolutely. In order to properly adjudicate this matter and let law enforcement hand off information into evidence for a court of law for prosecution, we have to go out and get search warrants. We have to go out and get search warrants of the identifiers that were then built off of the prior search warrants. And we are doing that. And we are going to be interviewing scores of people on not just these chats on Discord, but any communications that this individual have. We've seized multiple electronic devices from the home of the suspect and his romantic partner. We've got computers, we've got laptops, we've got gaming systems, we've got cell phones. All of that is being triaged by the FBI because that's what we do. And the resources that the Attorney General has dedicated to this mission is allowing us to move at the speed we have. As you said, 33 hours. 33 hours, Sean, this individual was apprehended. And on the night...
Let me ask you. Because 33 hours, and I did mention Luigi Mangione, and I did mention the Sarnoff brothers in the Boston bombing, and I did talk about the Centennial Park bomber Eric Rudolph and Ted Kaczynski. 33 hours, 2 hours after the video footage was enhanced and released, the suspect's father turned him in, and you got criticized for doing that, and I'm criticized for going out to the crime scene, and I'm having a hard time understanding what people's expectations are.
Sean, my expectation is delivered to the mission and the resources the men and women of the FBI need and to produce. And that's what we did here. When you're talking about things like going out to a crime scene, that's how you investigate that matter properly. And when you're talking about why did it take 33 hours, well, I made the operational decision to immediately release enhanced videos and photographs of the suspect because the operational call that I made for the FBI said, we are about to smoke this guy out, and his family and friends and his internal network is going to assist it. And this is the operation I want to highlight in terms of transparency. The FBI is traditionally an organization that has not been transparent. My mission to the American public, as I said in my confirmation here, I am going to work with you to make this organization as transparent as possible, including during investigations, so that we restore trust in the FBI and the integrity of the FBI that was jettisoned away by the fools that weaponized it. And when I said that, I meant it, and you saw it in action. And no one should be criticizing anyone but me if they got a problem with it. The men and women of the FBI handled this brilliantly. And as you said, Boston and the Luigi Mangione case happened in downtown metropolises with thousands of people around, and it still took them 5 days. So if you got a criticism, make a fair criticism and bring it to my feet. And I promise you the men and women of the FBI will respond like we did in this manhunt for Charlie Kirk's assassin.
Let me, to the extent you can talk about the possibility of a wider plot or other people's involvement in this, that would be a chilling scenario to me. John Solomon, who I'm pretty sure you know, had a piece out there about a radicalized group close to the area, up in the mountains. They seem to be very radical with the same agenda. Does that concern you, what you're seeing?
All of it concerns me, Sean, but I can't divulge every investigative step we're taking because I don't want to disclose who we're going after and why we're going after them. Obviously, it's been leaked about this Discord chat, so we're going to discuss it a little bit. But what the FBI does is identify, catalog, and bring in experts. That's what we were doing. Round the clock, flying in people, evidence response teams, hostage rescue teams, special operators on our FBI planes, and transporting evidence back in real time from the crime scene in the West Coast to our labs in Quantico to address the situation of forensics immediately. And you highlighted the screwdriver that was found on top of the roof and the towel in which the firearm was found, the ravine that I walked myself along with the rooftop. I said, we cannot waste a second on this DNA analysis. And we were announced today on Fox that the DNA was a positive match for the suspect in question. That's hard forensics at work. That's your FBI moving at rocket speed to deliver transparency and information about an ongoing investigation. And we felt it appropriate for the American public to know this.
Well, you coming on this program, you are being, transparent with the American people. You're updating the American people. There is, across the country, a lot of interest in this case and getting to the bottom.
Okay, let me just stop him there because this is just ridiculous. Yesterday's show, I did a show yesterday evening. You could go back and watch it. I broke down a video from the the body language guy, and showed these two individuals that were tampering with evidence. They went in there and they started manipulating the camera, took down a camera. Very suspicious. Like very, very suspicious. Oh, I don't know when my camera came close, but I guess it wanted to come close up. Let me see if I can get that video up again, because that was from yesterday. I want to review it again. Give me 1 sec to do this. That was yesterday's video that I was breaking down. Oh boy. Let's see here. Let me hear this. Let me open it, and then I'm going to slow it down. Oh, I'm going to take the volume off of it. And then I'm going to slow it. Come on, YouTube. Fuck. It's like, it gets like YouTube gets more stupider by the day. So let me show you guys again. And this was 5 minutes. 5 minutes after the shooting, this what happened. Let me fix this here. Actually, I got a few that I gotta fix. Give you 1 second. I wish all these were like set up already once I open it. It's like I have to do like double the work. But it's okay. We do it for Charlie. Go ahead and open this all up. I'm just resizing everything. Okay. Where are we? Okay, here. This is what I wanted to show. This is what I showed yesterday. Okay. This is a video that was shown yesterday. This was 5 minutes. 5 minutes after Charlie got shot and killed. Look at what's going on and look at the suspiciousness of this video. Like super, super suspicious. Like you're going to see here, these two guys. You're going to see a lot of people that look suspicious. And I'm playing it without his voice because let me see if I can move forward. Here. You see these two right here? These two are in cahoots. I don't know what they're doing, what they're planning. Are they agents? Are these agents? Because how come Kash Patel isn't mentioning this? How come Bongino is not mentioning this? How come the media? I mean, I feel like Jesus Enrique Rosas he brought the evidence, he brought the video, and he counted. He said it was less than 5 minutes, and these two were back here in the crime scene area because this is a crime scene area, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. This is crazy. Let's go ahead and listen to Enrique. Let's listen in.
4 minutes after the fact, and he noticed, all right, there were already people had left, and you see that there was this, you can barely make out this high resolution camera in front of Charlie. I hope that we never get to see that footage, by the way.
Good morning, Albie. Good morning, Chloe.
They started the speakers, which are not that big, and that would explain that from 100 yards away, we couldn't hear what they were saying, much less from 200 yards away. I explained that on my previous video. But then you see that they are like kind of arguing. I think that they are nobodies, by the way. One of them seems really stressed, touching his head. I'm not going to say that they are complicit or anything. There's no way to know.
It looks so suspicious.
At this point, I think the FBI must have interrogated them. the same time, they were really concerned, and one of them begins pointing at the camera. Maybe they were, they had concerns about the content of it. They were sure that maybe the camera could have recorded something.
Still looks so suspicious.
They began, but at that moment, they are walking right in the middle of where Charlie was sitting. I'm gonna play this in mute. We don't need the sound. They were right there. So I don't know. Couldn't they have been more careful?
And the FBI isn't talking about this.
See that he's about to grab the chair, the only chair that was there. In fact, for the longest part of the video shot, that was the only chair in there. He keeps looking at the camera. He gets the chair.
Charlie was
puts
sitting
it
on.
upright. Yeah, the chair, Charlie's chair.
He's taking down the camera.
Dismounts the camera. Why are you? I need to see the camera. Okay, wait a second until the camera is tilted on the other way. So apologize. And he gets the camera. Some people say that he made sure to get the SD card from the camera, the memory of the camera.
But how come the white is rushing him?
I don't know what he's doing right now.
You can see he raised his arm up like
he opens something in the camera, or he's doing something to the camera.
You see, like there.
He looks at the other guy.
And you see how he put his arm up? Like
he looks around.
See, he's like the white is like looking around, making sure.
We don't know what he's doing.
He got this. He got the card.
He's got something in his hands, and he goes away. Well, I didn't see him getting anything in his pocket. Let's see if he walks.
And then he takes off.
Wait, he's got. Is this the same guy? I don't know if that's the same guy.
No, that's the same too. But that was the guy that was rushing.
No, it's
the other guy.
Two different. This enters, the other gets out. The other guy
goes back. He grabs the card,
saves
puts the hat,
memory card,
and
or whatever he got from that camera. And then, the one who is filming is asked to leave the scene because, it's a crime scene. This happened 5 minutes ago. And why would you be dismantling all the stuff?
Let me go heat up my coffee.
Again, so many things. Many things that we don't understand. Oh, by the way, I want to make it clear. You know that we have like confirmed information as we go along. I said on one of my videos, on a couple of my videos, that Charlie had this bulletproof vest. It has already been confirmed by authorities. No, he was not wearing any bulletproof vest. He had just his shirt. That's it. So basically, the bullet did not ricochet off any vest because there was no vest. So literally, he was leaning back and the bullet entered his neck. Now, my question was, I don't want to be like gruesome, but at the same time, I was wondering, why is there no blood spatter on the back? If it's all white, we should see something, anything, because, it's a bullet from a rifle. And my neck is mostly soft tissue, and there must be some kind of exit wound. My theory is that the bullet entered and hit some vertebrae or even severed the spinal cord, and by hitting the bone, it lost a lot of velocity. I don't know if I could see that there was some kind of blood. It's very, very hard to see on the footage that everybody has saw by this point. Blood at the back of Charlie's head, but it's not been confirmed. We are waiting for tomorrow's FBI press conference. I think that they're gonna give some more details about this.
Okay, we're gonna stop it there, because I did review this yesterday. So if you want to watch my breakdown in it, you're more than welcome to. Um, Charlie was set up, and you have a lot of bad actors doing suspicious things. Especially, why would they be going after the camera and taking the SD card, right? Like, it's so suspicious, and this is the reason why. And I'm gonna call it out for what it is. Um, they grab the camera, right? You think maybe if they steal the camera, then they'll take the camera, but they didn't take the camera. They went, put the camera down, opened it up, and took the SD card out of it. And those two were working together in cahoots. I can see the one with the white shirt. He was like telling him to hurry the fuck up. And as soon as he got the chip, the other guy he kind of like walked off, and then he walked back, grabbed the disc from the guy, put it in his pocket real quick, and put on a hat and walked off. I believe was a big time setup. If the FBI does not come and start mentioning these two individuals, and I want to hear them that they're under investigation or they're under arrest for tampering with evidence, like I lose total faith in the FBI. Okay, like complete total faith. My camera wants to zoom in on certain points of me expressing myself. Drink your coffee. And this is a wake and bake. So we got the medicine right here. Got it all set up. Smell it. And it smells good. Let's go ahead and light it up because wake and bake for sure. Here on My Mind Over Your Matter. Still talking about Charlie Kirk and his untimely death. I mean, such an early death. Like, so despicable. Like, I'm so... it just creeps me out just thinking about it. I do have another thing to watch, so let's go ahead and close out a couple of windows here. Who is this one? Okay, let's watch this one. Give me one sec. I gotta set this up here. Okay, let's watch.
Here with more is the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Madam Attorney General, great to have you.
Thanks, Sean.
I know that you have done this for a long time as the AG of Florida, now the AG of the United States. You knew Charlie Kirk. You were friendly with Charlie Kirk. I'm sure you never imagined you would be investigating and then likely prosecuting the person responsible for this political assassination. That's got to be hard.
I think it's hard on all of us, on so many Americans. And Sean, you go into prosecutor mode, you go into law enforcement mode, and you just start doing your job. But then you get home at night and you look up on the TV and you see Charlie's face and know that he was assassinated. It's truly hard to believe that this happened and that there could be such hate and evil in our country to a young father, a young husband who lost, he lost everything. His family's lost everything. Two beautiful young kids who will not have a father. And I think when people do this, I guess they do know the extreme hate that they must have for him and for his family to commit such an act. But justice will be served.
But obviously the DOJ coordination with the FBI and your office is acute right now. And what about the report about this roommate? What about the report that this suspect is not cooperating? I know it's hard for you to talk about investigations. Any details that you can give us?
Yeah, I can't talk about details at all. What I can talk about that's public is that the FBI worked long and hard from day one, got this case solved. It was great police work. They worked hand in hand with the local agencies, and then they gave the gun to ATF. ATF got the DNA off the firearm, and the DNA matched the defendant in this case. That's all public. Everyone worked so hard. This was solved so fast thanks to the work of Kash Patel, the FBI, and all of our local
Yeah,
partners
but
working
it's a question.
together. And the state
There's a lot
government
of
is
questions.
prosecuting it now. They will
Don't
indict most likely
celebrate.
tomorrow or
Don't
this
spike
week.
the
They will
ball
indict him for
without
first-degree
getting
murder.
first the
And it's too
review.
soon right now legally to say, but I think the governor has said that they want to seek the death penalty, which is very real in Utah. And they still have the firing squad in Utah. And then we, as federal prosecutors, will look to see if we have federal charges as well. And of course, if we do, we will also indict and work hand in hand with the state to ensure that this horrible human being faces the maximum extent of the law.
Is there anything you can tell us about the would-be assassin's transgender roommate, not charged, whose name has not been released? According to accounts, was in a romantic relationship, transitioning. Anything that we know, is that cooperation ongoing?
Yeah, as a prosecutor, I can't talk about motives or witnesses or cooperating witnesses or people who are talking at all, but I can tell you that there is a strong case against the defendant who is charged. And as Deputy Director Bongino said, it's ongoing as well.
I know, look, I make my living with the First Amendment, Madam Attorney General. You passionately believe in and support the First Amendment. There are certain things you cannot do. You cannot cry fire or scream fire in a crowded theater. You cannot make terroristic threats against individuals. I believe that law was broken with doxing of Supreme Court justices and people that work ICE agents, for example. I think we are right there on that line. And I think some of those people have crossed it and probably should be prosecuted. But you also are watching and reading and hearing, this never ending, celebration of the left. We saw it with the United Healthcare CEO and the praise of Luigi Mangione. And you're seeing it in this case. It is evil. It is dark. It is sick. It is incomprehensible. Are there any, where does it become a legal issue from your vantage point as Attorney General?
Well, sure, we all believe in the First Amendment, and these people speak horrible things. I think yesterday or today, Sean, a school board member right here in Virginia had to resign because she said horrible things about Charlie Kirk and that he deserved to die. That's horrific. Wow. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean, they thought they could silence Charlie. All of this chatter, all of this hate, they couldn't silence Charlie. What they've done is they have created an army of people. I think millions of young people are coming out of the woodwork now. And I think we're going to see a lot of young women as well being very vocal in their conservative values. And Charlie was deeply, deeply religious. We all knew that. And he wore his faith on his sleeve. And I think you're going to be seeing a lot more young people not be afraid to show their religion and to come out publicly. And I think Erica Kirk has done a great job encouraging young people to do just that in Charlie's memory. They thought they silenced him, and it was the opposite.
I totally agree. I think this movement will be bigger than anyone ever imagined.
Yep.
I only got about 30 seconds left. Any update on the narco terror boat? This is the second boat now bringing drugs into our country that has been stopped. And I understand the Guard, like DC, is going into Memphis, Tennessee. Any updates on those two?
Yeah. Well, if you're a narco terrorist and you are bringing drugs into our country, you're a military threat to our country. You're a narco terrorist. Maduro, Venezuela, what they're doing, they're trying to kill our kids. They're trying to bring drugs into our country. It's not going to happen. We're going to come after you. And if I were a drug boat, I would not get in the waters anymore, because I think Pete Hegseth and the Department of War with President Trump have made it very clear what's going to happen to you. If you try to bring drugs into our country, that's exactly what's going to happen to you. No longer in the United States of America. Memphis, we're thrilled to go into Memphis next week. The president signed the executive order today. We're working hand in hand with our U.S. senators, with the governor there. And we're just so excited about making Memphis safe again, just like we've done in D.C., Sean. Over 2,000 arrests, 200 guns off the streets. It's a safe place now. here in DC. You need to come visit us sometime because it's safe here. And Memphis is going to be safe too, thanks to Donald Trump.
I do go to D.C. New York might be a stretch, but Pam Bondi, thank you. We appreciate the update. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
I mean, they're projecting it being safe and so forth. I never let my guard down on anywhere I go. It doesn't matter if it's safe or not. You always got to stay alert and always watch your back. They're still not talking about those two individuals that went in after the shooting and took this camera and took the SD card and pretty much walked off with it. Very suspiciously. Like, I know Charlie was set up. I keep hearing it in my head that he was set up. And there's more to it, and I hope the FBI is doing their due diligence, and I hope they're following every lead, and I hope they're interviewing these individuals that walked off with an SD card, and you know, there's so much. There's just so much, and I just feel like the FBI is just not doing they're not doing their job. I believe those individuals that took that SD card, they look like agents to me. They look like agents, and this is, like I said, it reminds me of JFK. It just reminds me of JFK. The more I dig deep into it, the more it comes out in my head saying, listen, this is like a replay of JFK. All right, let's go ahead and check out this one next.
And now it's time for Lefties Losing It. Hundreds of violence apologists have now faced the professional consequences of celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. US teachers, doctors, and pilots have all been sacked, suspended, or had their employment placed under review. But that hasn't stopped dim-witted lefties from pursuing the same self-destructive path.
Your homie dead! Your homie dead! He got shot in the head! Your homie dead!
But it's a case of, as the kids say, F around and find out. Texan Governor Greg Abbott later tweeting the woman had been expelled from her college. Meanwhile, best-selling author Jodi Picoult went off on an unhinged rant in a ridiculous attempt to gloss over the alleged shooter's leftist radicalization.
Shocker, the shooter was a cis white man from a Trump-supporting family who was raised to love guns.
Seriously, Jodi, maybe stick to the fiction in your airport novels. Meantime, ex-CNN host Don Lemon was trying his best to get the answers he wanted for his Man on the Street podcast, except this woman was having no bar of it.
What do you think would happen to Charlie Kirk?
It's just messed up, totally messed up. You know, that was messed up. Like, nobody deserved that. He definitely didn't deserve that. He was a good guy.
You think he was a good guy?
I think he was.
Even though he says things that are anti-women, black, all that?
I can't judge him.
He's trying to project hate.
And lefties.
You saw how you try to project hate?
Posted this bizarre video in which she appears to be drinking while staring into her laptop camera, listening to an anti-Kirk ballad.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Fire in America and a fascist on Air Force Two.
But honestly, what hope is there for young people when even little kids are being indoctrinated with such hatred?
I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
Second best news.
Vice President died?
Okay, third best news.
That Elon Musk died?
Okay, no. Nobody died. My best friend's getting married.
Which one is it?
Taylor Swift.
Sick, and the mum just laughs. We blurred those kids' faces
That's
because
crazy.
I hope those girls grow up to regret being taught to say things like that. But here's what they risk becoming if they don't.
I've opened X to a bunch of little
crying and whinging about how political violence is never the answer. I'm sick of this idea that you can't meet violence.
Yeah, we could
with
watch
violence.
the
If
press
somebody was
conference.
smacking you in the face in the
Do you
corner
know
of
what
the room
time
over and
press
over, you're
conference
going to hit
starts?
them back. You have to. You're not getting out of that unless you do.
The lunacy shows no signs of abating.
I gotta look up
Now
see
to
what
the
time
latest
press
on the
conference
investigation
starts.
into Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. The FBI has revealed it's found the suspect's DNA on the roof where the fatal shot was allegedly fired from. And they've also discovered what appears to be a confession made by the accused in an online group chat where he wrote, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Sorry for all of this." Joining me now for more on this is Sky News contributor Kosha Garda. Kosha, great to see you in Sydney.
Okay, I see. It starts in 15 minutes.
Compiling some pretty compelling evidence against Tyler Robinson here. What do you make of these
9 a.m.
latest
Okay.
developments?
Definitely, they're building a case.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut,
clearly a
so
criminal case.
you
Many
know
people
that.
want
We got the same
death
time.
penalty sought, which is on
8:44.
the books in Utah as well as federally, if they're able to
I'm
bring a
gonna
federal charge, which is still
look for
unclear.
it. Give
I
me
think
one
what's more
sec.
interesting from these chats is who else was maybe an accomplice
Because
or an
I'm gonna watch
accessory
it
or
from
fomenting this kind of
Fox.
attitude. And the reason for that is now the president, the vice president, multiple people have signaled that this is actually an organized domestic terror type group, possibly, where there's people, agitators out there funding it, potentially grooming people or getting
Like
them
Robert
motivated in these
Redford has
chat
passed
servers and
away.
other places. And is there a case to try and break that down the way you would a criminal enterprise, like the mafia back in the day? So I think that's another thread that they're looking at, that who are these other people he's confessing to? What did they know? When did they know it?
Oh yeah, you know
What
I'm
role
gonna
did they
stream
play
it.
in addition
I've
to
been
him,
up
the
on
person
this
actually pulling the
case.
trigger? So I think a lot more to come on this.
I've
And if
been
it
trying to get
spans
all the
wider and
information
farther
that
than
I
just the
could
one person
grab.
who pulled the trigger, that I think is a pretty
But I
consequential
know
outcome.
Charlie
Yeah,
told
frightening
me
to
that he
consider
was set
that
up,
there could have been others who were supporting him and helping to
and
fund
I hope
this.
they
We're also
expose
learning
it.
more about his transgender roommate
I wish
and
I could talk to
boyfriend,
Cash
Tyler
Patel
Robinson's roommate and boyfriend, that
and
is, a
tell
man
him.
who was transitioning to become a
You know, I could
woman.
reach out to my
One
congressman.
of his family members
You know
told
what?
Fox News
Where's his
that
card?
he hates conservatives and Christians and that he hated his
It's right here.
family. He was not raised that way,
I'm
but
gonna
he, over
reach
the
out
years, has become
to
really
my
detached,
well,
been radicalized. He has
yeah.
obviously gotten progressively worse the last year or two, said the relative, adding he's always very angry. Now, all these comments are about the boyfriend who we've seen in reports has been cooperating with the FBI, unlike Tyler Robinson. What are your thoughts on these comments from a family member?
It's so interesting. I feel like we're only
I
scratching the
just
surface
feel,
with this.
yeah,
There's so
I'm
many
disappointed
sensational
actually.
details
So
emerging.
I
The
don't
fact
know
that,
how to feel about
first
it
of all, Tyler
all.
Robinson came
Of
from
this now, yeah,
basically a
it's
normal
I'm bummed out
middle-class,
about it,
pretty conservative religious
but
family, and then went off to college and
I'm
completely went off the
still
deep
astro
end.
projecting
Then it
the
emerges he's in a
area,
romantic
and there's
relationship with his
just
roommate who's
I just
trans,
find a
sexually
lot of
like
people
boy
that were
trying to
in that
transition to
audience
female,
were
and also
very
furry, which is a whole other
suspicious.
I heard
subculture.
you talk about that yesterday on air.
I
A
was
lot of
down
things
a
that happened
rabbit hole.
a
is
rabbit
very
hole I never wanted to
suspicious,
go down, and unfortunately, so I did. So you don't have
and
to.
Thank you.
So
I don't
that's
know
a
what
whole
the
other thing.
FBI is
And
doing,
Yeah,
but
don't Google
they're not
furry
doing a
if,
good job
if
and
at
you're
all.
watching.
it just shows, how weird this whole thing is, and sad and dangerous, obviously. And then the fact that the roommate is cooperating.
You know, I started
To
watching
me,
the
I don't know, but I
Candace.
would posit that
The
it's for
hold on,
self-preservation
let me put
purposes.
these
Because if,
people on.
again, he knew
All right, because this is like another 10 more minutes, and I'd rather talk to you guys and then go to the conference because they're just blabbing there and fuck around and find out type of situation that's going on worldwide. But so like those two that were tampering with the camera took out the SD card, walked off very suspiciously. And then when Charlie was about to answer too, when he was sitting down and he picked up, like, you had one doing the this is signs, like it's like the go ahead, and then got by the ear. These are like baseball signs, like go for it. And then the other one was doing like this, and that's like take the shot, pretty much. That's what that means. And all he had to do is he's looking at the scope, he's down low, he's looking, and then he's seen these signs go like this with the little ear, and then the other guy is like take the shot. So all he has to do is just move a little, and boom, take the shot. Those two, I think, are they're conspired in it. I think this is a whole plan. This is a hit. I believe the dark forces, the one percenters, the one that are trying to control the narrative, sent these people in there to set up Charlie to get killed. Just the way the tent was, exactly where it was set up, and how everything, how it played out, and how like it's just something just doesn't seem right. Something screams out, and I keep hearing it in my head, like someone screaming really fucking loud in my head, saying it was set up. Like I was set up. Like it's like so fucking loud. Like he's like screaming to the top of his lungs, like I was set up. Like that's what I'm hearing in my head. Like my head hurts. Just like I'm hearing these. But it's like, how can you get in touch with the authorities to, have them properly, like, go through the evidence and vet these people, and those two that took down the camera, and one of them ran off with the SD card. Like, there's so many witnesses and so forth, and I don't think the FBI is doing their due diligence and doing their job, to be honest with you. You could have to prove me wrong. You would have to prove me wrong on that one, because the FBI, they are not trustworthy. The CIA, how come we haven't heard anything about the CIA? We haven't heard shit from them. Did we hear anything from Homeland Security? I haven't heard shit from them. Like, how comes it's just only FBI? I don't know. Like, red flags. When you see red flags and you see red, all red everywhere, that's where you gotta keep, like, digging, because there's more to the story. And there's, like, but it's okay. They're going through the metadata. They're going through all the information. There's a lot of information, especially on the internet. But I hope they. I don't just want the death penalty just to give the guy the death penalty to say, oh yeah, he's getting the death penalty. Like, I'm more like, how about it's okay to give him the death penalty, but let him suffer. You know what I mean? I want him to suffer for like decades. I want him to kneel on rice. I want him to eat shit. I want him to struggle. I don't want him to be glammed. I don't want him to be watching television. I don't want him to even see the light of day. I want him to be stuck in the hole, and to serve out his days in the hole. And then when it's time for him to be executed, I want him to be old and gray. And then I want him to then suffer from the firing squad. Like, I'm not with this quick kill. Like yeah, if some cases I do. Like, I'm like, okay, it's 9:00, 12:00, we're gonna have a public execution. We're gonna take out, so and so. And I believe eye for an eye. So if you killed this person by gunshot, well, you're going to be seeing the firing squad. If you chop someone's head off, well, you're going to have a visit at the guillotine. Just eye for an eye. If you electrocuted someone to death, well, guess what, motherfucker? Put the water on the floor. Here's a live wire. Throw that bitch on the floor and watch him watch him explode. Watch him get electrocuted. So that's how I believe, eye for an eye. Like, I just, like, if you killed someone using a certain thing, that same thing, how that person dies should be the way you die too. Shit, I can't see let me open up the chat here, because I didn't have it on my phone, so I apologize. Yeah, we got 7 minutes to that press conference to start. I don't. If it's the FBI press conference, I expect them to be late. I was watching Candace. I was watching it. I actually started watching it this morning, and yeah, she's she has to watch her back too. I hope she has good security because there's a lot of people that are trying to get to Candace also. So um this is how the new war is going to be, and it's just a secret army going against our influencers and our pretty much like good people. I mean, Candace Owens is, I disagree with her a lot on a lot of things, but then I agree with her too on a lot of things, and I agree to disagree with her. Doesn't mean that I don't like her. I mean, I could debate her and I could like listen to her, but sometimes she goes, a little bit too wild, and it's just off-putting. You know, but other than that, I don't have any problems with Candace, and she's hurt because her friend was Charlie Kirk. Like Charlie was friends with a lot of people. He was a very open, friendly to everyone. He had no hate. That man, what did he hate? The policies that the Democrats had put against us, and all the crazy shit that's been happening. Um, Charlie did not deserve to die. Charlie was set up. Charlie was taken out. I would look into the Soros, into that organization, the LBTQ, whatever, LMLPQRXYZ group with unlimited pronouns that they use. I would mark that group as a terrorist group. I would mark Al Qaeda, like not Al Qaeda, the Antifa. Al Qaeda. Yeah, they're kind of like Al Qaeda. Fucking Antifa as a terrorist group. Like, there's so many groups out there that need to be put on the terrorist watch list, and they need to be like really investigated deeply, because I feel like there's a underlining of these people that are doing really bad things, and these are the same people that makes cooks like Obama's disappear. These are the people in the shadows that do the dirty work and kill off politicians, kill off certain influencers. It's just it's like a separate unit within the alphabet gang that are conducting these operations. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, because they still haven't released all the JFK files, and I gotta tell you, the CIA had a lot to motherfucking do with it, but we don't hear nothing, right? I believe we need to restructure our intelligence here in our country. I think we need to revamp the intelligence in this country. Um, let me make sure I get the video up for the Cash Patel. Okay, I got it. It's supposed to start in 3 minutes. So let's go ahead and let me set this up. Let's make it nice and big. Let's come over here. And then let's go ahead and take it live. Take a moment to. There we go. Now we're live. Let me go back to my channel. Yeah, I gotta go through the Discord. I have to. I just started watching the Candace before I came on. I do my wake and bake, so I saw like 20 minutes of it. It was like an hour and something, so I still got like about 50 minutes of watching. Yeah, she needs to keep exposing the text. I haven't watched it all yet, but I'm gonna. I will be watching it today. Yeah, she should keep talking. Like Candace shouldn't stop talking. Candace should continue. Actually, I want Candace to speak louder. You know, I want her to be more vocal. I want her to take the baton and run with it. You know, I'm like, bitch, run, take it, go, let's go. You know, they're taking pictures of Cash Patel. Everybody's taking little pictures. It's 9 a.m. right now. So is this going to start late because we need pictures? Yes, it is going to start. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it all. I'll watch it. I'll watch it like after I finish the show. I'll watch the Candace. Yeah, because I got into it. I did, but I had to start my show and be on here for the wake and bake. I've been watching a lot of people. Here we go.
Welcome, Mr. Patel.
1 minute late.
And all the people that are here to observe. This is our annual FBI oversight hearing. We meet today in the aftermath of the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, a school shooting, and the senseless murder of Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah, make sure you drink water.
And also to remember.
Well, they were 1
several
minute
weeks
late.
ago,
I
the
wish they were on
killings in
time. They're
Minnesota.
never on time.
Charlie
They said 9
Kirk
o'clock.
was a man of God, faith, family, and country.
It was like 50 seconds
Pray
late.
for his wife Erica, children, the whole family. God bless you, Charlie Kirk. I've
Oh,
asked
Lord.
Director Patel for an update today on this matter. As we proceed with the hearing, Director Patel, I'd like to note that you've agreed to 1 10-minute round of questioning. That's more time than your predecessor agreed to.
Wow.
When Director Ray appeared before this committee, he left early to go
Wow.
on a family vacation.
Wow.
And he wanted me to think it was business he had to conduct.
Wow.
Since your confirmation, you've been acquainted with the bureaucracy that you must reform and hold accountable. And that's no simple task.
No, it's
You've
not.
begun the important work of returning the FBI to its law enforcement mission. According to the FBI, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has been involved in the arrest of more than 23,000 violent criminals. This year, the FBI assisted in the arrest of more than 1,500 child predators and 300 human traffickers. And this year, the FBI helped rescue more than 4,000 children from predators. FBI teams nationwide are working alongside immigration and custom enforcement This teamwork has resulted in the arrest and removal of a historic number of violent criminal aliens, gang members, and child sex offenders. Those are overwhelming better records than at least two of your past predecessors. During the Ray era at the FBI,
That's just still working
Bureau
while listening.
reallocated resources from child
This guy
crimes
multitasks. I
to
like that.
January 6 work.
I really like that.
Director Patel, you've also
You see
moved
how he
agents
knows? He
from
listens. He
headquarters
heard his
to
name. He
field
looked up.
offices to better assign,
But he's organizing himself.
align with their law enforcement mission. Under your leadership, the FBI has apprehended several most wanted fugitives and secured the extradition of senior
But a lot of
leaders
this
of the
should have been
Central
done before he
American
got
gangs
there.
like
So
MS-13.
it's like when you're running late,
Well, it's
doing your
well
homework,
understood that your
and your teacher's
predecessor left
talking,
you an FBI
and you're trying to get like all your
infected
answers in quick
with
and turn in
politics.
your work.
I'm going to provide examples of that today, including making public new whistleblower records. At your nomination hearing, I made public
Yes,
records
I know.
that whistleblowers provide me about Arctic frost. Arctic frost was the FBI case opened and approved by antitrust Trump FBI agent Tebow. Arctic frost then became Jack Smith's elector case against then citizen Trump and now President Trump. These new records show that Arctic frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. The case was expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the group that Ray FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorney General's Association, and various Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican
Wow.
groups and Republican linked individuals, were placed under investigative scope of Arctic frost. On that political list was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. So today, Senator Johnson and I are making these records public for the entire country to see, and I hope a lot of people are
Nice.
interested in seeing what government can do when various agencies have a political agenda. My investigative work has also exposed the political way in which Peter Navarro was investigated and prosecuted. When FBI agent Tebow found out that Biden's DOJ would prosecute Navarro, he said, "Wow, great." That's a quote, unquote. Through whistleblowers, I've obtained a audio recording of Special Agent Giordina and Special Agent Sebastian Gardner's delivery of a subpoena to Navarro. I'm making that audio public today. In a court document filed by the Department of Justice, Navarro's interaction with the FBI was unfairly described as, quote unquote, the word combative. That intervention with Navarro was just as the justification to later aggressively arrest him. Then we get to the Clinton Annex and the Durham Annex. The Clinton Annex showed that the Comey FBI had evidence necessary to complete the Clinton investigation, the one about her mishandling of emails and classified information, but the FBI never did its job because it never reviewed the evidence at that time. The Durbin Annex showed that the Clinton campaign had a plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia, yet the Comey FBI failed to investigate that information. Instead, the Comey FBI used the discredited Clinton campaign-funded Steele dossier to advance Crossfire Hurricane against Trump. Director Patel, thanks in a large part to you, both annexes were finally declassified. That may be history, but it's history to make sure we don't repeat the history of the past. And the people ought to be concerned when the weaponization of government is used in this way, whether it's done by Republicans or Democrats. Last Congress, I made public an FBI document called 1023 form that alleged a bribery scheme with the Biden family. To date, the FBI has never answered Congress whether they investigated the text messages, the audio files, and the financial records referenced in that 1023. Whistleblowers have provided my office with 2 additional FBI 1023 documents. These documents memorialize statements from FBI sources. These 2 new 1023 documents are from separate FBI confidential human sources during different years. So in total, we now have 3 different FBI confidential human sources providing information about the Biden family and potential criminal conduct. Today, Senator Johnson and I are releasing these records. Let me say this for the partisan media, the people that are supposed to be policemen of our Republican form of government. We aren't saying the allegations are true. We want to know what the FBI did to fully investigate their veracity or lack thereof and what they concluded. Let's put this matter to rest one way or the other. Starting with my chairmanship, I've given one example after another of disgraceful partisan weaponization by federal law enforcement. Since the Trump administration took power, many FBI agents have been removed. The removal included agents and prosecutors who became partisan weapons that lost their way, and I've made records public to prove it. And many of my whistleblowers were aggressively retaliated against by some FBI agents who were subsequently fired. One FBI whistleblower publicly said of these terminations, quote, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership, end of quote. Which brings me to my final and favorite topic, whistleblowers. In August, 10 of my FBI whistleblowers secured compensation agreement because of your leadership, Director Patel. It included a mix of reinstatement to the FBI, reinstatement of security clearances, and monetary compensation. At the beginning of this month, another of my FBI whistleblowers got their job back. All told, across government agencies, almost 20 whistleblowers have received fixes to their retaliation. Today, you'll get a lot of grief from some members of this committee, but in the short amount of time you've been director, You've corrected whistleblower retaliation, increased transparency more than any other FBI director I've seen, whether that FBI director was appointed by Republicans or Democrats. And I've been around here more than anybody else on this committee. I yield to Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this oversight hearing during a critical period in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During my 4 years as chair, I held 4 hearings with then FBI Director Wray. As a reminder to Republicans who claim the Biden administration weaponized the FBI, President Biden retained Director Wray, a lifelong Republican who was President Trump's nominee for the office. After his second election in an unprecedented move, President Trump forced out Director Wray and nominated Kash Patel, arguably the most partisan FBI director ever. Director Patel came to the FBI with a political mission, and he spelled it out in writing in detail. He wrote, "Government gangsters, quote, the rot at the core of the FBI is not just scandalous, it's an existential threat to our Republican form of government," end quote. And with the power of his office and the blessings of the president, he attacked the FBI with a vengeance. Mr. Patel had falsely claimed the FBI, quote, was planning January 6th for a year, end quote. He even went so far as to produce a song by the January 6 rioters who violently assaulted police officers in the Capitol. He compiled an enemies list of public servants he called government gangsters, like former FBI Director Mueller, whom Patel called, quote, an utter swamp creature. Former Trump officials who served with Mr. Patel warned us he would weaponize the FBI to protect the president's allies and target his critics. And indeed, Director Patel has already inflicted untold damage on the FBI, putting our national security and public safety at risk. Since January 20th, the Trump administration has engaged in an unprecedented purge of FBI officials. As we heard from highly credible whistleblowers, Mr. Patel was involved in directing this purge even before he was confirmed, despite his sworn testimony to this committee. It began with terminations and forced retirements of all 6 nonpartisan career officials who run all 6 branches of the FBI, the executive assistant directors. Since then, at least 18 of the 53 special agents in charge of FBI field offices have been removed, along with many other senior officials. Individual agents have been targeted for termination simply due to the work that they were assigned, such as January 6th investigation. In fact, according to former acting FBI Director Brian Driscoll, in a lawsuit filed last week, Director Patel made this very plain, telling Driscoll personally, quote, that his own job depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, end quote. And even though he knew, quote, the nature of summary findings were likely illegal. At the same time, Director Patel has installed MAGA loyalists as political appointees in key career positions, including conspiracy theorist Dan Bongino as FBI Deputy Director, the first time in the history of the FBI that this position has not been held by a career FBI agent. Director Patel has also reportedly initiated loyalty test, requiring dozens of officials to sit for polygraph exams and answer inappropriate questions about whether they've made negative comments about him personally. Of course, as is often the case in the Trump administration, the rules apply to thee, but not to me. As we understand it from highly credible sources, key members of Director Patel's senior executive team and others on the 7th floor had disqualifying alerts on their initial polygraph exam. Well, how did they survive? They survived because of a personal waiver by either the director or the attorney general to remain employed by the Bureau. Understand the context here. Political operatives in key positions, given the routine FBI polygraph exam, failed and had to receive waivers to continue their positions. They were lucky to keep their political appointments. They were. But the 5,000 career civil servants the director has so far forced out of the Bureau's ranks were not offering.
Yeah, I
the same
agree,
information.
Stephanie.
5,000. This mass exodus has created a disastrous brain drain, particularly in the fields of cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and counterintelligence. For example, my office has received information indicating that cuts to the Bureau's cyber division will cut personnel by half, despite the ever-increasing threats posed by adverse foreign actors. The brain drain is exacerbated by Director Patel's misuse of remaining FBI personnel and resources to focus on other priorities of this administration. According to reports, the 25 largest FBI field offices have been ordered to divert 45% of their agents from their primary missions to work on the mass deportation of immigrants. Just as concerning is Director Patel's plan to hire fewer qualified agents by removing the college degree requirement and reducing new agent training at Quantico from 18 weeks to just 8. So we have a brain drain and a significant watering down of training. Quite a record, Mr. Patel. Has recently fired special agents and others have warned fast-tracking inexperienced and improperly trained people into critical national security jeopardizes the Bureau's ability to effectively protect America. Director Patel himself had no training or life experience for this position. The result of that incompetence is staggering. For example, after Attorney General Bondi publicly stated in February that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, that's what she said on Fox, Director Patel diverted more than 1,000 FBI personnel from their critical missions to work on 24-hour shifts reviewing over 100,000 pages of Epstein-related records. These personnel were instructed to flag any records in which President Trump was named. But that review ended in an unsigned memorandum from DOJ and FBI stating simply, there is no incriminating client list, close quote. Director Patel still has not responded to my letter from 2 months ago asking about his role in this cover-up. On the day of the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Director Patel again sparked mass confusion by incorrectly claiming on social media that the shooter was in custody, which he then had to walk back with another social media post. Mr. Patel was so anxious to take credit for finding Mr. Kirk's assassin that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. At critical stages of an investigation, shut up and let the professionals do their job. Notably, Director Patel recently forced out Special Agent in charge of Salt Lake City, Mayim Saeed, a counterterrorism expert with 20 years experience, who would have led this high-profile investigation. The men and women who serve at the FBI and the American.
I feel like this is like a show, right? Because it's like they're judging what he did.
As the preeminent
He's
law
being
enforcement
judged
agency.
right
I
now.
want to close on a personal note. I came of age in the 1960s. We experienced a number of horrific assassinations, including President John Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King. We are going through a
It's good
similar
theater,
period of
though.
division and political violence.
But I want people
All
to
of us
watch
in
and
public life,
pay
on
attention.
both sides of the aisle have a responsibility to bring down
Like,
the temperature.
the more
in
you
order to
know,
unite
the
American
better it
people.
is. And
Let's be
knowing is half the
clear.
battle.
Republicans are
G.I.
not
Joe.
Nazis, and Democrats are not evil, as Mr. Patel has claimed. Democrats are not responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk, and Republicans were not responsible for the murder of Melissa Hordman. Our political opponents are not our enemies. We are all Americans, and we should be working together to keep the American people safe and protect their constitutional rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you please stand so I could swear? Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please be seated. And
I know, right, Stephanie? I'm waiting for the RAF now.
Thank
Here
you.
he goes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member
This is
Durbin.
he brings
members
the
of committee.
fire.
It's an honor to be here with you today as the 9th Director of the FBI. I want to provide a briefing into the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's important that this FBI is transparent as possible without jeopardizing investigations. Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. on September 10th. I think this timeline is critically important. Less than a day later, the FBI at my direction released the first set of images of the suspect that we captured based on our analysis on the ground. Later that evening, while conducting extensive interviews and cell phone analysis, and also
It's up
flying out
all the
evidence
way.
response teams and hostage rescue teams and evidence tacticians,
Yeah, it's
were
up all the
collecting
way.
evidence in live time and flying them
See?
back to Washington, D.C. in our laboratories for immediate analyses.
It's up all the way.
We were able to extract video from the campus feed, and at my direction at 8 p.m., in partnership and promise to working with the public to bring this fugitive to justice, we released a newly, never before seen video of the suspect. We also released new enhanced photos of the suspect. A few hours later, that suspect was in custody, pursuant to the interrogation of the suspect's own father, who stated, "When I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities." That is the FBI working with the public, as I promised, being transparent and providing critical information along the way in the manhunt for the suspect or suspects involved in Charlie's assassination. We received over 11,000 tips in the first 24 hours alone. We received 16,000 submissions to our digital media enterprise and tip lines. That is a large number of material to go through. I want to thank President Trump and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, for their unwavering support and commitment resources to this and all investigations. I also want to especially thank our colleagues in Utah, Governor's Office, DPS, and the sheriffs out there. State and local law enforcement partnership has been a cornerstone since I took over at the FBI, and it was no different here. And our teams in Salt Lake City, our SACs out there across the country, our lab technicians in Quantico who raced to complete the evidence analysis so the public could have the answers they need. These people worked through the night without sleep for days on end. They are to be commended. They are not to be attacked. And many, many, many more people I don't have time to thank here today. But I do want to thank the American people especially. The mission of the FBI is for them and with them and by, with, and through them. And it's that mission and that ethos that I brought to this investigation and so many others, and that's why that suspect is in custody. We cannot do our job without the American public and credible reporting in the media, and that's why Tyler Robinson is in custody today, about to face charges. The last time I appeared before this committee was in January for my confirmation hearing. I told you then that if I were confirmed, I would provide and do everything I can to provide a safe and secure America. I promise to provide the courageous men and women of the FBI the tools and resources they need to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. I pledge myself to commit to full transparency, oversight, and accountability so we could restore the public's trust in the FBI. That's exactly what I've done. Under this administration, the FBI has arrested more than 23,000 violent criminals. That's more than twice for the same time period from last year alone. 23,000, more than twice from the same time period last year. We've taken over 6,000 illegal firearms off the streets. That number is an exponential increase. We've identified and located more than 4,700 child victims. More than 4,700 child victims have been found by this FBI. That is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. 1,500 child predators have been arrested. That's a 5% increase from the same time last year. 300 human traffickers have been arrested. That's a 10% increase from the same time last year. Over 350 members of Tren de Aragua, foreign terrorist organization, have been arrested, and we have 42 ongoing cases. That is a 250% increase from the same time last year. Those are just some of the things the FBI is doing differently and better because we are leading the mission to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. We have also arrested captured four top 10 fugitives from the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. To put that in perspective, that's the same amount I've captured in 7 months than my predecessor did during the entirety of the Biden administration. Those are real results, and the credit is to the men and women at the FBI. We've been able to achieve these results because the FBI recognizes violent crime doesn't just happen in Washington, D.C. That's why one of my first decisions as a director was to get the people, the Bureau's professional staff, out to the field. And we've done that with great speed. And every single one of your districts and states has received a plus up of FBI personnel, agents, and special operators to the tune of almost 1,000. We did that because crime had unexpectedly and unacceptably exploded across the country. In fact, one of the stats that the American people should thank the FBI the most for is we are on track to have the lowest murder rate in modern American history. The lowest murder rate by double-digit percentages. A major factor in the drop of this violent crime is the FBI's flagship Operation Summer Heat. We use this initiative at the direction of the President and the Attorney General, surging resources to our major and mid-major cities across America, conducting intelligence-based operations to target the worst of the worst, to target the gangs, to target the transnational organizations, to target the TCOs, and to target the drug trafficking cartels. And we have taken them out city by city. There's a lot of work left to be done, but we're off to a great start. Just ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, and so many more places. Specifically in New Orleans and Nashville alone, there has been an increase in the number of violent crime arrests by an average of 250% for each of those cities.
That's
There
wild.
has been a drastic reduction in crime across.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to Hartford or New Haven in Connecticut.
How are we doing that? We are attacking the drug epidemic. We've seized nearly 1,000 kilograms of meth and cocaine off the streets of America. We've taken over 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets.
Woof.
Maybe one of the greatest achievements we have this year, 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl. That's a 25% increase from the same time last year. To put things in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill a third of the American populace, 115 million Americans.
Woof.
We're also going after the companies that manufacture these precursors overseas in places like mainland China and their cutting agents. In fact, this month in Cincinnati, we announced groundbreaking charges aimed at the individuals and businesses responsible for flooding these opioids and their precursors and cutting agents into the streets of America. And for the first time that I can remember, we are charging these businesses and enterprises, not just in America, but in mainland China, and seizing their operational necessity to have money by seizing their cryptocurrency wallets. We're also equally important to protecting the homeland. We know we have a no-fail mission. We're committed to keeping our nation safe from terrorism, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries. Whether stopping threats inspired by foreign terrorist organizations or lone wolf actors or sponsored by hostile nation states. This year, we've already made nearly 60 counterintelligence arrests. 60 counterintelligence arrests this year alone is a 30% increase from the same time period last year for the CI work at the FBI. I'm proud when we can share our successes, such as when an espionage charge was brought against an active duty U.S. Navy sailor caught spying for the People's Republic of China.
Wow.
I want the American people to know the FBI is protecting the homeland from foreign adversaries in a way that will never make the news. And a lot of the good work that they do will never be able to discuss in this setting. We're working on cyber threats. We're attacking malware infrastructure, going after ransomware attackers, delivering a new partnership with the private public sector engagements we've taken with the companies who are attacked by these foreign adversaries and nation state actors and individual enterprise rings from around the world. We are combating Salt Typhoon, Vault Typhoon, Flax Typhoon, and so many other ransomware and cyber threats this nation faces. We're also arresting people such as Tajik National in Brooklyn, who is suspected of sending tens of thousands of dollars to support ISIS. We're going after the new form of what I refer to as modern day terrorism in America, 764 crimes that involve harming our children by going after them online, causing self-mutilation, suicide, sexual abuse, and steering them in the wrong direction. Currently, we have 3,500 international terrorism investigations. Specifically, we have in this country 1,700 domestic terrorism investigations, a large chunk of which are nihilistic violent extremism, NVE. Those who engage in violent acts motivated by a deep hatred of society, whatever that justification they seem is. The FBI has seen a 300% increase in cases opened this year alone versus the same time last year.
Wow.
In the last couple of months, the FBI secured a guilty plea for a man in Tennessee who attacked an energy facility with drones and explosives. We secured the indictment of a violent Sinaloa cartel faction leader in Chicago on narco-terrorism charges. Our folks in Sacramento collaborated with domestic and international partners to secure a guilty plea for a leader of a transnational terrorist organization who solicited the murder of federal officials. But the Bureau's job is not done. I'm committed to this transparency. Mr. Chairman, you alluded to our work with Congress. To date, in the 7 months that I've been FBI director, we have produced 33,000 pages to the United States Congress, 33,000 pages. Just to put that in perspective, my predecessor in his 7-year term issued 13,000 pages to Congress, and his predecessor in his 4-year term issued 3,000 pages to Congress. I've issued 33,000 pages in 7 months, and we're going to keep going. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust that the public has and needs in the integrity at the FBI, and it's being done every day by the men and women of the FBI. Now, I know that there's a lot of talk about Epstein, and I'm here to testify that the original sin in the Epstein case was the way it was initially brought by Mr. Acosta back in 2006. The original case involved a very limited search warrant or set of search warrants and didn't take as much investigatory material it should have seized. If I were the FBI director then, it wouldn't have happened. The search warrants were limited to small time periods to include 2002 to 2005 and 1997 to 2001. Mr. Acosta allowed Epstein to enter in 2008 to a plea and non-prosecution agreement, which then the courts issued mandates and protective orders legally prohibiting anyone from ever seeing that material ever again without the permission of the court. The non-prosecution agreements also barred future prosecutions for those involved at that time of those individuals. Still, this administration at the direction of President Trump has done more to turn over all the credible information we are legally able to do so, and we will continue to work with Congress to achieve that end. Under the direction of the president, thank you for your support for our mission to working to jointly deliver transparency and congressional oversight to the United States. Lastly, I want to close with the president's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the country. And I think our next city is Memphis. 21,000 arrests in D.C. with our federal partners, a huge decrease in violent crime, 60% decrease in gun crimes in Washington, D.C. in the last month, 74% decrease in carjackings in Washington, D.C. in the last month, 53% decrease in homicides in Washington, D.C. in the last month. The drugs are disappearing, people are freely walking around the states, and we're restoring the nation's capital to its glory. That work is through the interagency process that the FBI is proud to be a part of, and the initiative spearheaded by President Trump and the Attorney General. And perhaps most notably for investigations in Washington itself, it was the intelligence that the FBI gathered through our source network here in DC that helped us identify the suspects in the horrific murder of the DC intern, Eric Tarpinian. We're proud to be a part of that investigation. We're proud to put the resources to bear of the FBI. And in closing, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and Ranking Member Durbin, I'm honored to be the 9th director of the FBI. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to criticize my 16 years of service, please bring it on. Over to you.
I've observed when, whether it's Republican or Democrats, want a yes or no answer, that the witness and the senators talking over each other. So I thought what I'd do this time, rather than have that happen, if there's something you don't get a chance to answer because of the demeanor of a Republican or Democrat senator, before we, when we get done with that questioner, I'd give you a chance to fill in if there's something you didn't get a chance to say. Since 2019, I've sought greater transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and the government handling of the matter. I've continued to investigate during this Congress. Director Patel, was Jeffrey Epstein an intelligence asset for the United States government or the foreign government? And if so, which agencies or governments?
Mr. Chairman, I can only speak to the FBI as the director of the FBI, and Mr. Epstein was not a source for the FBI.
Okay. Would you commit to providing my office with all classified, non-classified records relating to the Epstein matter?
I will commit to providing all records I'm legally permitted to do so under the court orders.
It seems to me that I accept your answer to my question, but the broader intelligence community ought to answer these questions as well. Victims deserve an answer. Regarding the initial FBI 1023 document that I made public last Congress, that document mentioned 1, text messages, 2, audio recordings, and 3, financial records that allegedly proved a bribery scheme with the Biden family and foreign interests. Regarding those records, did the Ray FBI make any effort to determine whether they existed? Did the Ray FBI make any effort to obtain those records?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
Since this matter hasn't been fully investigated, the FBI has an obligation to the public to do exactly that and figure out why it wasn't investigated. Next question. I've done a lot of oversight relating to sexual misconduct by the FBI agents. In fact, I believe this is something I discussed with Ray, one of his appearances before this committee. According to the FBI Inspection Division, it opened nearly 300 investigations based on sexual misconduct referrals between 2017 and 2024. According to whistleblowers, the Biden-Ray FBI totally dropped the ball on this question. One credible accusation of sexual misconduct is too many, of course. Are you committed to reviewing the Bureau's policies to ensure responsible responses to credible allegations of misconduct, that they're swift and adequately protect victims?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Relating to a similar subject, during child crimes and sexual misconduct related investigations, are any private sector companies less than cooperative with you? What improvements in information sharing need to be made to catch those criminals?
Mr. Chairman, we can always do better with their private sector companies. I've reached out to the leaders of most of them, asking them to provide more material so that we can be responsive and take legal action and protect the youth of this country. I'm happy to discuss, possible legislation that we can do to allow for these companies to continue.
Yeah. Say maybe 1 inch up on the microphone.
Sorry.
I think you're close enough, but I think it's just a little bit lower. When you raise your head, it's difficult to hear. Director Patel, since 2021, I've raised concerns about the Biden administration failure to properly vet Afghan evacuees. Director Gabbard informed my office that as of August 2022, approximately 1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to terrorism and other derogatory information. That's why I and many others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps your predecessor took to investigate these evacuees? And what steps have you taken to investigate them? And what, if any, national security concerns still exist?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to the steps my predecessor took, but I will make sure we do a sweeping review and get back to you on that. As far as the Afghan refugees and evacuees, as during my tenure, we are going through the databases to make sure that no known or suspected terrorists enter this country to harm our nation.
So
And
they can't
also,
go to the border.
Resolve as FBI director, one of the first acts we undertook was a manhunt of one of the Abbey Gate bombers and leaders in that crime spree that killed 13 brave Americans. And within 2 weeks, we caught one of the leaders of the Abbey Gate bomber and brought him to justice here in 2 weeks from Pakistan. And so my commitment to you on Afghanistan in all matters is complete and without border.
Through my and other investigations, we found that the Biden administration lost thousands of undocumented children. We never heard a peep from senators wanting to help find them, even after I invited them to do so. In September 2025, The Trump Health and Human Services announced the creation of an interagency crime coordinator cell to find these and other missing children. That interagency group reportedly includes your agency. What resources and personnel have the FBI assigned to this new interagency effort, and what steps have the FBI taken to assist in locating missing children that the incompetent Biden administration lost?
Protecting our youth is maybe the top priority for the FBI. As specifically relates to your question, Mr. Chairman, as I stated, we've searched resources not just to this cell, but across the nation to our FBI's field office to locate children who have been trafficked, who have been victims of sexual abuse. And we have located 4,700 children in the 7 months since I've been FBI director. And that is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. And we're not stopping, and we're committed to doing that work on our tribal lands as well. And we are finding victims of child trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
Okay. As I mentioned during my opening, I'm releasing documents with Senator Johnson about Arctic frost. Specifically, the documents show its scope expanded to include 92 Republican organizations. From evidence that I've seen, it looks to me like another political hit job against Republicans. What steps has the FBI taken to make sure improperly predicated investigations and weaponizations like this don't happen again?
The simple answer, Mr. Chairman, is the FBI will only bring cases that are based in fact and law and have a legal basis to do so. And anyone that does otherwise will not be employed at the FBI. We are doing a prospective and retrospective analyses of individuals who may have weaponized the department and the agency. And as I've committed to you during my confirmation hearing and my conversations with you, this FBI will not be weaponized anymore in either side of the aisle.
In June of this year, I raised concerns about the FBI's use of restricted access and prohibited access systems. According to the FBI, quote, when search teams that exist in a prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel search response, end of quote. Clearly, this is not only affects FBI agents, it impacts congressional requests and court cases, and the Biden administration used it to thwart oversight. How are you ensuring that restricted access and prohibited access files are produced to Congress during court cases? And have you identified any Biden family records in restricted and prohibited status?
As I've committed to you with my transparency initiative, whether it's restrictive or prohibited, every single thing we can legally provide to Congress, we will. We've also restructured how these restrictive and prohibited cases are labeled and provided access to more people in the chain of command so that more people have knowledge of what these restricted and prohibited cases are, including myself and the deputy.
Do you commit to providing any records that are available?
I do, sir.
You publicly said that your team, quote, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover building full of documents and computer hard drives no one had ever seen or heard of. That's a quote from you. I've received a whistleblower disclosure that the room contained some information kept outside the FBI record keeping. I also have been informed via a whistleblower disclosure that the room included materials related to Special Counsel Mueller, former Director James Comey, and other documents maintained outside of the FBI. Has the FBI now reviewed and analyzed those records? Has the FBI properly recorded the documents? And these records are clearly responsive to my, as well as my colleagues' congressional requests. What steps have you taken to ensure all responsive records are produced to Congress? That's what has to be my last question.
What's supposed to happen is leadership at the FBI is supposed to, pursuant to the Records Act, correctly store these records at our Information Management Division, IMD. In this room, we found a plethora of hard drives, computers, hard documents, soft documents that were not so recorded, a voluminous amount of information. So we are continuously processing that information. So A, we subscribe to the Records Act and commit that those records will be kept permanently at the FBI. Two, we are reviewing those materials. A lot of those materials are related to ongoing investigations. And three, we are on a rolling basis providing Congress the documents that we can, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, in addition to the extensive purge of nonpartisan career FBI official reports indicate that dozens of remaining officials have been subjected to polygraph exams to test their loyalty. My understanding is that approximately 40 officials have been asked to sit for a polygraph during your administration, and several have been asked whether they have ever made negative comments about you. Director Patel, FBI agents pledge their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, not you personally. What is the basis for requiring polygraph exams of your workforce and asking them if they've made negative comments about you?
I don't know what reports you're referring to, Ranking Member, and I reject any reporting that has false information in it, so I'm not going to respond to that. As far as polygraphs go, generally they are always and always have been utilized at the FBI to track down those that leak sensitive information and have unauthorized disclosures to the media, and we will continue to use them to ensure the integrity of the FBI.
Did any individual on your senior executive team, the director's advisory team, or who serve in the positions on the 7th floor receive disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the personnel discussions that were had on a polygraph. Those are private discussions, and many of them relate to ongoing investigations.
Did you or Attorney General Bondi provide any individual with a waiver so they could remain employed after they received disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
I'll have to get back to you.
You don't remember that?
No, sir. My priority is protecting the American public, not getting into the weeds of polygraphs.
And to have a decent memory when you come before a committee.
I'm happy to talk about all the good work the men and women of the FBI are doing, including provided the lowest crime rate in American history. If you want to talk about how to protect the citizens, Chicago has seen a 30% reduction in its murder rate because of the men and women of the FBI.
You take credit for that?
I'll happily do that.
You
The
take credit?
interagency partners and the men and women of the Chicago PD have never been more
Include
powerful.
local law enforcement, please.
Have you ever seen my testimony across this country where I always lead with our interagency partnerships with state and local law enforcement? It is the pillar of what I am doing. And on the 7th floor, for the first time in FBI history, I have installed police officers and sheriffs right on my 7th floor to report to us every day what's going around the country on the street level, because that is a priority of the FBI and is the only way we are going to work. I don't take credit for anything, but I will defend the men and women of the FBI and the cops that help us get it done.
You should.
Wow.
Director Patel, to your knowledge, did a whistleblower ever make a disclosure to
That was-
Attorney
that
General
was
Bondi indicating
good
that the
answer.
New York field office was withholding Epstein-related records?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
You know that there was such a whistleblower?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
In response to the blowback she received, Attorney General Bondi also pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that
Why
mentioned President
Epstein
Trump.
so
Nothing
much?
came of that review until
Epstein
July,
is
when
such
the
a
FBI
distraction.
released an unsigned memorandum.
It's such a big
stating there is
distraction.
no
It's just like
incriminating
January
documents.
6th.
Why was this July 7th memorandum unsigned?
It's
Would
crazy.
you prefer I've used AutoPen?
Well, why was it
The
unsigned?
memorandum had the insignia of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And in our effort to secure transparency for the American people, because the 3 prior administrations had not done so, we conducted an exhaustive search of everything related to the Epstein cases. And we produced what was legally and permissibly able to be produced to Congress and the American public.
So
And
did
there's
you
a congressional
did you-
subpoena, and we're continuing to do
You
so.
personally direct that investigation so that you would sign such a,
Did I personally direct what investigation?
of the Epstein records for any reference to President Trump?
Again, you are citing reporting that I think is baseless. We conducted an investigation of the Epstein case files pursuant to the direction of the president of the administration to provide all credible information. And we are working with Congress pursuant to a congressional subpoena to turn over all the documents we can.
Who
All
at-
individuals.
Who
were
at
sent.
DOJ and FBI was responsible for its drafting and conclusions?
Many individuals at the Department of Justice and the FBI are
There was
responsible.
no lead person.
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice and I lead the FBI.
So the Attorney General was responsible for that.
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice.
Director Patel, much like you, Deputy Director Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist who built a lucrative career making inflammatory and unsubstantiated statements about the FBI that would be disqualifying in any administration that cared about nonpartisan law enforcement. For instance, Mr. Bongino called the placement of pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters on January 6, quote, an inside job, and went on to say this was a setup. I have zero doubt, and whoever goes into the FBI, you better get an answer about why. Director Patel, you and Deputy Director Bongino are now leading the FBI. What is the evidence to suggest the pipe bombs placed outside of the DNC and RNC on January 6 were an inside job?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record. So many on this committee and the media jettison our 31 years of public service.
Can
prior
you
to
answer the question, sir?
I'm answering the question. You're questioning the integrity of the Deputy Director of the
Asking
FBI
you
and mine.
if you found
And
any
I'm going to
evidence.
answer the question.
I'm
The pipe
asking-
bomb investigation is ongoing, and I'm not going to discuss the
Ongoing?
details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years. We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do is set aside our personal beliefs to deliver the mission of justice for this country. And we're doing it day in and day out. And I find it disgusting that everyone and anyone would jettison our 31 years of combined experience that is now at the helm of the FBI, delivering historic results at historic speeds for the American people.
So you have no evidence?
I got a lot of evidence, and I'll give it to you when I can.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a New York Times story this morning about Chris
What
Marr.
was that
As I understand
about?
it, he was your personal pilot, at least for
I'm
some
looking
period of
forward
time.
to it.
Mr. Marr has quite a record himself. Flew over 350 hours as an Air Force pilot on 3 aircraft types in Afghanistan. Mr. Jardina, another former FBI agent, a 1999 graduate of U.S. Naval Academy, commanded 100 Marines in combat during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, participated in several firefights, followed up with 2011 deployment as reservist to Afghanistan, where he interrogated senior Taliban officials. It appears that you terminated these 2 agents. Why?
I'm not going to get into personnel decisions that we made.
So you're not accountable for your decisions to take people who served our country so admirably and terminate them without any cause?
That's a
I'll tell you-
one-sided story. Anyone that has
Well,
been
then
terminated from
so
the
tell
FBI,
your-
generally
tell your
speaking,
side of the story.
failed to meet the needs of the FBI and uphold their constitutional duties. And you providing a one-sided story from your perch is absolutely disgraceful, because the men and women of the FBI deserve better. And your attack on the current leadership of the men and women of the FBI is equally disgraceful, because now you're attacking the leaders that are our brave SACs in
Let me
the
tell you
field
what's
who are
disgraceful.
doing the job that this
Disgraceful.
country needs.
It's
And we will
disgraceful.
continue to do it.
Excuse me, it's disgraceful when Mr. Marr and Mr. Jardina, who served our country so well, are terminated apparently because of the rants of a broadcaster.
That is your
all?
opinion. It is not a fact.
Well, it's certainly my opinion. I can back up with fact. Let me ask you to explain the situation in Baltimore, if you will. Did you read the story about the termination of the project in Baltimore?
It seems like it's all opinionated.
764 group.
Sorry. Which story?
764 group. The Baltimore agents were investigating. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Well, I'm not going to go into detail. It would take too long to do it. But apparently that this group, 764, a nihilistic, violent extremist group, seeks to blackmail children to perform vile acts on a camera, under investigation by Baltimore, which was terminated by you. I'd like you to respond in writing, if you will, as to the circumstances of that termination.
Sure. Our operations against NVEs, as you're referring to, has been historically high, and we've taken down multiple NVE rings, including 764 rings, who are harming children and causing them to be mutilated. And
Last
commit
question.
suicide.
Can you explain why you are eliminating the requirements for a college degree for your agents?
I appreciate the opportunity to address that. You said in your opening statement, we are reducing the training requirements at Quantico. We are not, we are expanding them. You're referring to an 1811 crossover program because I believe the men and women of places like the DEA, the ATF, and the Marshal Service and the Secret Service who want to work at the FBI should deserve that opportunity in a shortened bridge program, which we provided. We are also keeping the 18-week BFTC as is traditionally been held at the FBI. So we're not reducing any requirements. We are increasing those that we bring into the FBI.
Did you change any of the requirements on college degrees?
We are allowing police officers who have served for a number of years to come into the FBI who did not obtain the requisite college degree to apply to be federal agents because we feel they have the street level experience we need to conduct this mission.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I have to respond to this business about you not treating employees properly because I served under the previous administration when Democrats willingly turned a blind eye to Biden administration retaliation against my whistleblowers. They didn't get due process when their careers and lives were upended. I'm talking about people like Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Veltri, Timothy were removed from their positions. Several whistleblowers were reported.
We're gonna move from this channel. We're gonna go to a better channel. So bear with me for one moment as I set up for us to watch. Let me go ahead and set this up. I think this is a better view because we can see the person who's talking. I hate just not knowing who's talking. So let's go ahead and put up the volume here. Okay.
That they targeted
This is the better,
FBI
yeah.
employees for their political beliefs by suspending and revoking security clearances.
That way we
One
see
FBI
both of them,
whistleblower
you know,
said that
the person
Perkins,
who's
Vetri,
talking
Dunn,
and
other FBI
Patel answering.
leaderships were, quote,
I
responsible
got tired
for
of
what
just seeing
happened to me
Patel.
and my family, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership. Another whistleblower that is a registered Democrat said they spoke out against abuses in security clearances processes committed by FBI senior leaders, particularly Veltri and Perkins. Then Perkins and Dunn suspended their security clearances and put them in unpaid leave. I'm going to put some more examples like this in the record so I don't take up a lot of time for my colleagues. Senator Graham.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Welcome to the committee. The numbers sort of speak for themselves. You've done a lot in a small period of time. So all those folks out there making this happen, thank them for me. As to how to be an FBI agent, you've made a decision that local law enforcement folks, people who've served in law enforcement without a college degree are able to apply now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense to me.
Yep.
So experience out in the field might be
the experience
as valuable as a college degree.
Exactly. Exactly, Graham.
Venezuela. We're blowing boats out of the water in the Caribbean.
Yep.
Because they're connected to international narco-terrorist groups. Is that correct?
Yes, that mission is being led by the Department of Defense, sir.
Okay. What legal authority do we have to do that?
He said Department of Defense. He should have
Sir,
said
I would
Department of
defer the
War.
questions on legal authority to the Attorney General and the department.
Fair enough. Do you believe that
Should have said Department of War, not the Department
Maduro
of Defense.
runs a narco-terrorism state
Come
in
on,
Venezuela
Cash.
based on?
I believe based on the intelligence and prosecutions and investigations, we are currently running a large portion of the cocaine that exits out of South America. Its origination point is in Venezuela, and using transshipment points through Haiti, they're using the navigable waterways in the Caribbean to the end state delivery, which is the United States of America. And we will hunt down every single one of those narco traffickers with the authorities.
There's some actual indictments of Maduro as an individual for being involved in that. Is that correct?
Senator, I think you're referring to the DEA indictment on that one.
Right. So I guess the point is, would it be fair to say that Venezuela is a good candidate to be labeled as a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law?
Yes.
Senator, from my perch, we will provide the intelligence necessary for anyone who meets the threshold to be a state sponsor of terrorism, and this administration has
I
expanded
think they are. So we'll be going down that road.
Mhm.
China, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing, 10 being great, how is China helping with the fentanyl problem here in the United States?
0.
Under this administration, we have taken, as I highlighted the Cincinnati case, the precursors are the problem. The fentanyl is the end state that kills American
Well,
citizens.
the precursors are made in China, right?
They're made in China. And so for the first time in a decade, I had a call with my counterpart in the MPS, the Ministry of Public Services, to attack the precursor chemical companies and have those chemicals
Is it
labeled.
too early to rate the success?
We have indicted multiple businesses in China. We've also cut off the transshipment points of those precursors. They switched. Once we got on their track about their delivery routes to the Mexican drug cartels directly, they started going to India. We called the Indian authorities and they shut down those transshipment points. So we're continuing to work with our
So
partners
China
overseas.
is helping, would you say?
They are starting to help. And we are hoping under this administration's leadership, we can get more of
Let
their
me
help.
know, in the coming months if that continues, because if they are helping, that's a good thing.
Yes,
I think
sir.
we need to celebrate the breakthrough. If they're not, that would be a bad thing. So after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there seems to be one refrain from everybody, and that's about the effect of social media. Do you believe that social media is one of the instruments radicalizing America and inciting violence?
Well, it's not. My belief is based on the data, and the data shows that social media is wildly out of control when it comes to
You're
radicalizing.
dead right. So what did you just say? This guy's the FBI director. He says that social media is wildly out of control.
It
Now,
is.
free speech, we all agree with that, but you can't
I
yell
agree.
fire in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
Free speech doesn't allow you to go online and groom a child for sexual.
Exactly.
No, it does not.
Okay. Free speech doesn't allow you to go on the internet and basically incite somebody to kill another person, right?
Absolutely not.
So if
That's
it's
wild.
illegal offline, it should be illegal online. Agreed? Whatever the law is.
Yes, sir.
Just because you're online doesn't give you a get out of jail free card.
No, sir.
So if a parent is worried about a child being bullied on a website, what rights do they have under U.S. law?
We have to balance the rights, as you said, Senator, of free speech versus those that encroach
Is there
upon
any
violence.
law that can shut down one of these sites for bullying children or allowing sexual predators on the site?
We are able to attack certain sites on the dark web. When it comes to the open internet infrastructure system, we have to reach a threshold to attack a company's position that only subscribes to violence.
Can the parents sue that company?
They can.
They can?
They can sue not the social media companies.
That's what I'm talking
They
about.
can sue the companies.
No, I'm talking about the social media company that gives lives to this behavior.
No, you're referring to Section 230, sir.
Yeah. Would you advocate a sunsetting of Section 230 to bring more liability to the companies who send this stuff out?
I've advocated for that for years.
All right. We need to do this, folks. These companies are taking content that it makes you sick, that could get you killed, get you poisoned,
Yep.
and there's nothing we can do about it under our law. A person can do about it because of Section 230. So if your child is being sexually groomed online or bullied online, and you go to the social media company and ask them to take it down, they refuse, you have like zero rights. How many images of sexually exploited children are purveyed every year on social media sites?
The number is astronomical. And Senator, if I can just add one step to that analysis.
Please.
It's not just what's on social media that is quote unquote real. It's the introduction of artificial intelligence and
Right.
generative AI that is creating even more child sexually abused material and even more sexually violent acts online and mimicking people.
Would you say that the way social media is structured today, really no accountability, 36 million images in 2023 of sexually exploited children, that this is a public health hazard?
It is.
Would you say that it's a mental health problem, particularly for younger people?
It absolutely is.
Do you agree that some of these sites are designed to be addictive?
I think not only are some of these sites designed to be addictive, unfortunately, the reality is some of these sites are designed to generate income. And many
Yep.
people are generating income based on this illegal trade.
Do you think it's
Wow.
now time for America to deal with this problem?
I'm all in. I have been all in, and I'm happy to work with Congress to do so.
Well, I tell you what, having the FBI director all in is great news for me. And I hope the committee will respond and that we'll be all in trying to fix a problem that I think is doing a lot of damage to our country. When it comes to John Bolton, was there new evidence involved in the raid on his home?
Sir, that investigation is very much ongoing. As you know, there was a raid of his house pursuant to a legal
Was there a
search
warrant obtained to go in?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. All right.
We're looking to have that search warrant unsealed. At the
Yeah,
appropriate
I think that would be good, quite frankly. In December 2023, Director Wray said he sees blinking lights everywhere regarding to foreign terrorist threats against our homeland. How would you characterize the state of threats to our homeland by foreign terrorist groups?
Foreign terrorist organizations have adapted and started utilizing online platforms, and so is the FBI. And so while they are adapting, expanding how they harm our country, we have as well. They have not stopped. There's been a resurgence in places like West Africa and elsewhere of foreign terrorist organizations, and also the newly emboldened drug trafficking organizations in Mexico. It's going to take a whole of government approach to get.
Does Hezbollah fall within that group?
Yes, sir.
So Hezbollah is involved in not only terrorism, but narco-terrorism?
Yes, sir.
So do you consider Hezbollah a threat to the United States?
Absolutely.
All right. Finally, do you have enough people to do all this? Do you need more people? You're involved in a lot of things, and the numbers speak for themselves. You have FBI agents helping here in Washington, D.C. You have FBI agents helping in illegal immigration. That's good. You've got a chance here to tell us if you need more people. Seems to me that threat level of this country is pretty high right now. You got thousands of domestic terrorism cases. How many are being investigated?
I think 3,500 off the top of my head.
3,500, okay. Anyway, it seems your plate's pretty full. I would urge you to get with your people. And if you think you need more people, now's the time to do it. It would be a shame to miss an opportunity to plus up the FBI if the threats justified it. Will you look?
I will look, sir.
Okay, but are you comfortable you have enough people right now?
Right now, I'm comfortable with the reallocation of agents and personnel outside of Washington, D.C. and plussing up states like South Carolina in double-digit numbers. Okay. And I'll get back with my team on this one.
Thank you for your service.
Senator Whitehouse.
Boy, is my timing good.
It is very good.
Director Patel, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
When you were here for your confirmation, we talked about your so-called enemies list. It appears to me that there have been adverse actions of various kinds taken against about 20 of the 60 people on your enemies list. You've been in office for 7 months. At that rate, you've got 14 months until you've hit all 60. Can you explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can continue to characterize it as you wish. The only actions we take, generally speaking, for personnel at the FBI are ones based on merit and qualification and your ability to uphold your constitutional duty. You fall short, you don't work there anymore.
Well, there was a list. You don't like it to be called an enemies list, and it had about 60 names, and about 20 have had an adverse action. So those are, I think, pretty clear facts. Let me move on to your grand jury testimony, which we also talked about when you were here. I think you indicated that you understood that a witness in the grand jury is free to discuss afterwards whatever they told the grand jury. And you then went on to suggest, saying, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge, and you want me to violate a court order in those remarks, you fairly plainly suggested that there was a court order of some kind that somehow restricted or limited your ability to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury. Since then, that chief judge that you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, has written, and I'm quoting him here, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. Can we confirm here today that there is no court order of any kind that limits your ability as a witness before the grand jury to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action, that grand jury testimony has been released, the transcript.
Let's, in what forum was it released, may I ask?
Publicly.
Okay, we'll check on that. The FBI does background investigations. In the case of a U.S. attorney, Janine Pirro, it has come to light that in a civil proceeding, that Fox News executives, prior to her confirmation, called her, I'm quoting here, a reckless maniac who makes, quote, insane comments, and said, I don't trust her to be responsible, and noted her penchant for what they called random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. My question to you is, did that turn up in her background investigation?
For any background investigation, Senator, we do not discuss those publicly. And for every background investigation, when there's an adjudication, it is not made by me. It is made by the career professionals who run the inspection division and background check system.
Do you know if that information was found? You see, we're an oversight body here, and there are really three possibilities here. One is that the FBI background investigation didn't find that stuff. That's worth noting because these investigations, full field background investigations, are supposed to find that stuff. That's possibility one. Possibility two is that the FBI did in fact find that information and then did not report it to the administration or to the committee. And the third is that you found it, you reported it to the administration, and they went ahead with her nomination, knowing that she had been described as a reckless maniac who made insane comments, who wasn't trusted by colleagues to be responsible, and who had a penchant for random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. Are you saying that this committee does not have any authority or reason to look into which of those things is true?
This committee can look into anything it wishes. I'm telling you that the background investigations that are done by the HRD division are done by career individuals. They do not report the details of those to me. They adjudicate those independently and individually. That's how it's always been done.
What happened to during the pause of FBI background investigations that was alleged in the complaint against you and the FBI by the FBI agents who were terminated? On February 12th, Emil Bovee directed the FBI, quote, to pause any FBI background investigations of Trump nominees until Patel was confirmed, which happened on February 20th, is the general description of what they alleged. Why, do you know, were background investigations paused? Was it so material like this could be scrubbed out of them? And have they been resumed without that pause fully and normally after your arrival on February 20th?
I can speak to the time period since I got there. Background investigations have been ongoing across the board at the FBI.
Why was the pause, do you know?
I was not there.
Wasn't explained to you when you got there? Oh, by the way, boss, they've had an 8-day pause on background investigations. You think that would be something that would be explained to you at some point?
Again, I leave it to the men and women at the HRD division to run background investigations. I do not interfere with them.
I get that. But what I don't get is whether you were told about that pause, and why would you not be told about that pause?
I don't recall that, sir.
All right. The allegation also relates that part of the employee review of senior staff was whether or not they voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Since when is who you voted for a proper question for agents to be asked?
I don't know what allegation you're referring to, Senator. If it's from an ongoing matter in litigation, I can't discuss that. But what I can discuss is I can only speak to the FBI's background investigations. There are other background investigations conducted across the government. I can only speak to
So
mine.
just to clarify, I'm not talking about the FBI full field background investigations. I'm talking about internal employee reviews for promotion, for termination, for job actions of various kinds. And my question to you is it now the policy of the FBI to ask agents who they voted for, and since when is who agents voted for a proper question for the FBI to ask?
Taking those in reverse order, it's not a proper question, and it's improper to allege that I'm doing that. And also at the FBI specifically, under my leadership, we do not ask who you voted for. And just one correction for the record, if I may, Senator, it's Security Division that runs background investigations, not HRD.
Okay, I'll accept that correction. And in the event that we cannot locate your grand jury transcript, just expect a question for the record that will give you the chance to either provide that transcript again if it had been previously provided, or to make the statement that Grand Jury Rule 6E allows you, to the best of your recollection, truthfully, about what it is that you told that grand jury. Do you understand that?
That's why I wanted the transcript released, and we'll get it to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
I think I want to take an opportunity when we hear about your political weaponization to remind my Democratic colleagues that what's happened the last decade, federal law enforcement, intelligence community, even when Trump was president, has thrown everything at him. They've even gone after his associates and Republican Party organizations. One investigation after another, one prosecution after another. I use examples you've heard me already say today: Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. These were all built on defective foundations of political bias. And then we released the Clinton Index and the Durham Index and the FBI's failures to investigate. So I've been acquainted with this because I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and we had to get a new FBI director to get all this information. Senator Cornyn.
Director Patel, welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this very challenging position. How many people work for the FBI today?
Approximately 36,500, give or take.
I've always wondered whether an organization that big and that diffused all across the nation was actually capable of being managed. Have you experienced any surprises in terms of the, as the director, in terms of your management of the organization?
In my experience, Senator, the leaders in the field are supposed to lead. So we have empowered, and we've changed the structural operation of the FBI to empower SACs in the 56 field office, 55, 56 come 1 October, to lead the mission. We've also empowered the respective assistant directors and operational directors to lead the mission. That is how you manage 36,500, 37,000 people. No one or two people can do it. And that's been the transition, is the power structure is being pushed out to the field operations.
Which sounds like a very practical way to approach it. And how is morale?
Morale, when I travel around the country, in my experience, has never been higher. The FBI and the police officers that we worked hand in glove with across this country are excited to do the work. And the stats that I'm citing are no achievement of mine. The stats that I'm citing in the 7 months that I've been there, such as a 42% increase in cyber arrests alone this year, is because the men and women at the FBI have been empowered in the field. They want to do the work. They're getting the opportunity to do the work. And with our great partners in the respective states like Texas, and where we just returned a top 10 most wanted fugitive in Cindy Singh, are getting the ability to make those prosecutions a reality.
By the way, Senator Durbin was asking about polygraphs. Aren't polygraphs a standard part of the standard test given to people with security clearances across the intelligence community?
They are.
As a condition to maintaining your security clearance?
I believe they are.
Speaking of intelligence, one of the things that I've wondered about over time is, the FBI is a premier law enforcement agency in the nation, but you also have other important responsibilities in counterintelligence. And there's been different debates or people wondering whether, including me, whether that's an appropriate role for the FBI to play. And I guess the most challenging part of that is if it's not at the FBI, where would it go? But can you, given your background, I know as working on the HIPSI and your intelligence background, can you talk a little bit about what you think about the counterintelligence role of the FBI agents and how that's working, whether you think it's performing the way it should, or whether there are other changes or reforms need to be made in order to improve its functioning? As you know, the threats from our adversary nations are just proliferating every day. So what do you think?
The espionage activities of our adversaries have never been so high. And I think the counterintelligence mission is properly housed within the FBI because we've been vested with those authorities for Congress. And I believe that mission set is working. And if I can, sir, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has made 55 arrests on the counterintelligence mission alone. That's a 30% increase in CI arrests from the same time year to date last year. We've arrested 33% increase in PRC counterintelligence arrests, an 83% increase in Russia counterintelligence arrests from the same time last year, then a 60% increase on Iran counterintelligence arrests from the same time period last year. So we are already on total exceeding the entirety of the number of arrests from the previous year on counterintelligence matters across the board. And in my opinion, the FBI is the only agency that can do it. Now, we work with the interagency to do it, and we need them, but we have the mission set.
Thank you. You know, sometimes I wonder whether we sort of repeat the way we do things because we've always done it that way. And I'm getting up to building up to this issue of the narco trafficking and what President Trump has ordered the Defense Department to do in terms of to take out some of these transnational criminal organizations that are importing poison into the United States and responsible for killing tens of thousands of Americans, maybe hundreds of thousands of Americans over time. Do you think a law enforcement model for dealing with these narco traffickers is adequate to deal with the threat? Or do you think we need to start thinking about this in maybe new and different ways? Obviously, we're not engaged in a war per se, although it is a war metaphorically. And the law enforcement model seems to be not working from the standpoint of dealing with the volume of the threat and the magnitude of the threat. Do you think we need to start thinking about how do we deal within constitutional legal parameters to deal with this problem in a different way to be more effective in protecting the American people?
Absolutely. And the way to analogize this and why I've advocated for the designation, and I'm thankful that the Trump administration has designated these cartels and narco traffickers as foreign terrorist organizations, is because we must treat them like the foreign terrorist organizations post 9/11. We must treat them like the Al-Qaedas of the world because that's how we're operating. And just treating them with law enforcement capabilities alone was wholly insufficient to wipe out the targets in their entirety. They always had the next man up philosophy. If you take out the leader, they got 10 guys behind him. But in order to eliminate, and that's the key, eliminate the drug trade and eliminate the pouring into this country of narcotics, we have to use our authorities at the Department of War and the intelligence community to go after the threat like we did terrorists when we were manhunting them. And now we have that ability, and we're seeing that in live time, whether it's on the strike on the boat or going down into Mexico and working with our Mexican authorities with these intelligence assets to say we've located not just the person in charge, the cadre in charge, but the entire network. And we are now able to dismantle that entire network. It's going to take time. The manhunt after 9/11 took some years, and this is going to be a years-long mission.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the counterterrorism mission because we've had a lot of experience, the U.S. government dealing with terrorism in the Middle East and elsewhere. And obviously some of our friends and allies like Mexico, for example, are very sensitive about sovereignty and being able to control what happens on their territory, but yet we're beginning to see more and more cooperation, as you point out, in that regard. And so, in your opinion, has the counterterrorism model, have the lessons learned by the U.S. government writ large, are they being aggressively applied? Are there other things we need to do to make sure that those skills, those lessons learned are applied more broadly to the threat of narco trafficking?
I can only speak to the FBI. We are applying all of them to our the CT mission set to the CN mission set. And we're using the new authorities given to our intelligence community partners in the Department of War to combine these collective efforts and in a new way, meeting together and creating an interagency process that gets after this threat dynamic. And whether that's in a kill operation, a capture operation, a surrender operation, or a host nation takedown, like we did with the counterterrorism mission sets in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and Pakistan, and elsewhere, we are applying that to the drug traffickers in Mexico and Venezuela and Colombia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have seen too much political violence in this country. We all know that. Just last week, Director, your friend Charlie Kirk was gunned down on a college campus. I'm sorry for your loss. In Minnesota, only 2 months ago, a madman took the life of my friends, Melissa and Mark Hortman, shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette a combined 17 times. And evidence indicates that he would have killed a lot more if law enforcement hadn't intervened. Just last month in my state, we were again shook to the core when little kids were shot down through stained glass windows in Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. And while the victims weren't politicians in this case, they were 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds, the manifesto that the shooter left behind was political. But in the words of your own federal law enforcement, this person was an all-purpose hater. Went after Blacks, Hispanics, the president, Muslims, Jews, nearly everyone. And this happened during the first Mass of the year for these kids. They were excited to see their friends, meet their new teachers, and 2 children, 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, 10-year-old Harper Moisky were murdered, 21 other people injured, some of the kids, 18 kids, severely. Fletcher was just starting 3rd grade. He loved his family, his friends. He loved fishing and cooking, in his dad's words, any sport he was allowed to play. Harper, the other child, we celebrated her life this Sunday, thousands of people. Her parents described her as bright, joyful, and a deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit touched everyone that she knew. We've heard the words of young children who were saved because 12-year-olds laid on top of them, or a kid with disabilities who was paralyzed, whose teacher pulled him out of the wheelchair, threw him under the pew, and laid on top of him. We do thank the local FBI Director and the local U.S. Attorney's Office for their work in both of these cases, the Hortman case and this. But I did want to focus on one local law enforcement moment. When the first 911 call, and you've heard about other places where this waited and waited. The first 911 call was made at 8:27 a.m. The first officer was on the scene just 4 minutes later, local Minneapolis police, at 8:31 a.m. The Chief O'Hara, shared with me the actual numbers. Listen to this. Over 20 people were in ambulances just 14 minutes, all of them, after the police got on this scene. 14 minutes after the first call, tourniquets, stretchers, and they got them all to Hennepin County Medical Center or Minneapolis Children's Hospital. And I think it is worth looking at what happened there, because one of the dads whose daughter was severely injured, still in the hospital, that I met on Sunday, told me that there is absolutely no way his beautiful daughter would have survived if police hadn't been there. So it is worth looking at for all of us. So my focus on behalf of these parents, because I promised I would do this on Sunday, was just to figure out how we can do anything to stop this from happening again. So expanded background checks, ghost gun bans, every shooting is different. Raising the minimum age to purchase an assault weapon, even if we're not going to ban them, I favor banning them. But that's one idea that's out there. When so many of these shootings are people who are 18, 19, 20, 21. The one at Annunciation Church was 23. Both shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo had just turned 18 when they purchased the assault weapon bans. I'm not saying any one of these things would prevent every single shooting, but I really ask everyone to look at these. We also need to tackle social media, and I really did appreciate Senator Graham's questions. I think we have to protect free speech and not engage in censorship. But for years, I have supported repealing Section 230, which was made when these companies were little companies starting up in garages. And I think it is one way to get at making this better environment online and preventing violence. So my first question is on the assault weapon ban. Do you think that would be helpful in reducing gun deaths, Director?
Senator, if I may, I want to answer the question, but thank you for your remarks. Especially it relates to my friend Charlie, and I share and relay my remarks, my sentiments to you. Minnesota has suffered untold tragedy in these last few months, and whatever creativity we can use to eliminate even just one shooting, one horrific death, I am in favor of engaging with Congress fully to do. I don't have the answers. I don't know what will eliminate it in its entirety, but I'm willing to engage and explore new ways with you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And so assault weapon ban, what do you think?
Senator, I think there are instances on this legislation that could prevent future attacks, but I'm not going to weigh into the creation of legislation.
Could you also look at, and I favor just assault weapon ban, not getting these guns in the hands of people that shouldn't have them. But could you look at the numbers on the ages?
Yes.
Because from 18, even going from 18 to 21, which wouldn't have prevented the shooter in Annunciation Church from purchasing that gun. He purchased several the same day. Over 100 rounds were fired from the assault weapon through the stained glass windows. So if you went up to 25, it would have stopped that immediate purchase and probably saved the lives of these kids. But if you go to 21, that is the same age that already applies to purchasing handguns from federally licensed dealers. So I prefer another approach, but I was hoping that our Republican colleagues would at least look at that, given Uvalde, Buffalo, and some of these other mass shootings, trying to be practical, but thinking that it could make a major difference. Strengthening background checks, could you also look at that? And then banning ghost guns and bump stocks. What do you think?
Yeah,
of
but
that?
how can you ban them?
Senator, you're talking to my heart here on one of the core missions at the FBI, which is our CGIS
They
facility
make them every
in
day.
Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state and local community law enforcement come to us for these background checks. We're trying to make that processing as fast as we can so we can get them real-time information. I think we have a 93% clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to ghost guns, but we can do better.
All right, well, just if you could get back to me on all those and talk to the White House. Threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year, up from 1,600 in 2016. There's been a lot of talk about the rhetoric and the like. And if we want to move forward on things like Section 230, or even look if we can do anything on guns, I do think we're going to have to be honest about this all-purpose hater issue, and it has bothered me, this thing, we're going to go after this group, we're going to have to go after this group. I just want to, for the record, show that the murder of Speaker Hortman and her husband, he was Democratic lawmakers
go.
on his
Make
list.
it
He
political.
went to the ones whose addresses he had, by the way.
Making it political.
Planned Parenthood was on the list, as were businesses and law firms. Doctors. I already mentioned the ones with the Catholic Church shooting. So it is not just as the radicals on the left, what's a quote?
They always make
from
it
the president,
political.
are the problems or destructive movement of left-wing extremism that Vice
Why
President
did she have to
Dan
read
said.
this off of a paper?
According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the
That's all she's
murders
doing
were
is reading
committed,
off a script.
and I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can
see?
imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute, conservative think tank, published a study just last week that found terrorists from the right were responsible for 6 times more deaths than people from the left.
See, political.
I actually
Political.
don't want to go tit for tat on this,
See,
but
tick
what
for
I am
tat.
asking for is
But
that
you
this
are.
rhetoric of
I
blaming
don't want
one
to go
side or
tick
the
for
other
tat, but you
stop. If
are.
you could convey that to the president, and that
sounds
we actually
stupid.
work on things that are solutions. So
She
could
sounds
you
stupid.
commit to me, Mr. Patel, Director Patel, that you will do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
She's a clown.
Okay, thank you. Last, you
Wow.
were asked about social media, and I will put some more questions on the record about that. I think we could make major movement on that. The local FBI helped when the city of St. Paul was a victim of a cyber attack. And I'm concerned about some of the cyber attack cuts. I'll ask you that on the record. AI, I'm glad you raised that. I think we have to do more, but also including election interference because they're using AI videos. I just had one happen in this very committee on me, and I just think they're going to start using it in democracy, election. They could be foreign. Do you think some of this is foreign entities, Mr. Patel?
Generally speaking, we have traced a lot of this to loose groups overseas that don't have any sort of central cluster.
There's going to be a lot on you then. And then last, I'll put on the record just my concern about protecting journalists. The new guidance that came out of the department. Have you deployed any FBI resources to investigate members of the media for activities related to news gathering, reporting, or reporting on government whistleblowers, something near and dear to the chairman's heart?
The only time we would involve an investigation of a journalist if they've conducted or committed an allegation of separate criminal activity, most prominently leaks of classified information.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You're leading the FBI at a very critical time for that agency and also a critical time for our country. And I want to start by talking to you about the tide of violence that we have seen, ideological violence against people of faith, particularly Christians. You just think here, take a rough catalog. Just in the last couple of years, we've seen shooting at the Covenant School, Christian school in Nashville. We've seen school shooting at the Annunciation School. We've seen church shootings multiply. We've seen acts of crime and violence, vandalism, arson against churches and parishes all across the country. And then, of course, last week, Charlie Kirk, who said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." was shot on a college campus. Let me just start with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Is the FBI, and I appreciate the tremendous work the FBI has done in this investigation, is the FBI investigating the Kirk assassination as part of this broader pattern of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
We are investigating Charlie's assassination fully and completely, and running out every lead related to any allegation of broader violence. And we're producing results on that we'll disclose when appropriate.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me just ask you a few questions about that, if I could.
Sure.
Reports have suggested that the FBI is investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some knowledge of the shooter's plans. Can you give us any details on that, following up what you've already said in public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans, folks who may have encouraged him? Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement. And we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat. And for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online.
It's not really
the
for
suspect
gaming.
participated in.
We
So
don't
what we're
use-
doing,
I don't use
we've
it for
already done is
gaming.
sort of legal process, not just on Discord.
I use
so
it
that
for
the information
communicating,
gathered
not for
is
gaming.
sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate, who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that to ground,
Every
you said?
single one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me just turn to the broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. Every person of faith in America certainly is. Major report this past year found that there have been over 400 instances of hostility against churches in the United States in the year 2024. Those included arsons, bomb threats, shootings, and firearm incidents. Another organizational report found that there were 500 attacks on Catholic parishes alone. So that number 415, that's all Christian churches in 2024. Another organization found 500 separate attacks on just Catholic parishes since May of 2020. Of course, we have the Covenant school shooting, the Annunciation school shooting in Minnesota, where 2 children were shot dead as they were praying in a pew. Here's my question. What is the FBI doing to take on this rising tide of violence that seems to be motivated by anti-religious hatred?
Specifically, sir, we've have 60 anti-Catholic hate crime incidences reported to us that are being investigated. Publicly, I can tell you we have 5 hate crime investigations with anti-Catholic bias ongoing currently in the states, in the cities of Kansas City, Louisville, Houston, Nashville, and Richmond. That's what I can say publicly, but any ideologically based attack against any faith, as a man of faith myself, will not be tolerated, and the full resources of the FBI are committed to all of it.
Are you investigating any domestic cells that instigate or encourage or fund or in any way support attacks on churches or other houses of worship?
Senator, you raise an incredibly important point that most people don't look at. I've always said we follow the money, and whether it's terrorism or attacks based on ideology or attacks on institutions of faith or people of faith, someone's paying for it, and we are reverse tracing those steps. We are not stopping at the perpetrator themselves. We are reverse engineering to hold those accountable in our investigations to who funded them and knowingly funded them, and we will bring the appropriate steps against them with our partners at DOJ.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. We look forward to hearing reports on that progress. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Let me just ask you this in the same vein, Director. Since the Dobbs decision, the FBI has advertised $25,000 rewards for information on attacks on abortion clinics. Will the FBI similarly offer rewards for information on attacks of houses of worship?
Yes, when it is appropriate, the rewards are any reward, whether it's an attack on a house of faith or on a homicide or whatever, is determined by a group within the FBI. But we will work with them to make sure that rewards of monetary value are put out for all ideologically based attacks.
Good.
Wow.
You just rattled off some statistics, which I was glad to hear about the number of investigations you have open, the incidents you're tracking against Christians, against houses of worship. Let me just ask you if you consider designating a senior official as a liaison to houses of worship, to Christian other religious organizations, to publish metrics on investigations and arrests related to church attacks, church threats, vandalism, arson, etc. Will you set up a system for liaising and then reporting so that everybody can see, this committee and the public can see just how many attacks we're talking about, just what the level of threat and violence is and what the FBI is doing to combat it?
Senator, you're speaking my language. The private-public sector partnership on this specific issue, just like the other ones we've talked about, is equally transformative to finding those involved in these criminal activities. And with your assistance, I would ask you if you're able to identify someone who's an expert in that area, we will work with them. We will take their information because as great as the FBI is, we're only as good as the information we can get, and we don't have the reach that the private sector does in some of these areas.
Very good. Happy to help on that. Let me ask you about something specific to the FBI, because sadly, as you know, the FBI, when it comes to anti-religious animus, has been part of the problem before you got to this agency. And I know that you remember the infamous memo generated by the FBI that attempted to recruit informants in houses of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower. It was not turned over to this committee. It was not disclosed to this committee. In fact, we were told it didn't exist, and then a whistleblower published it, showing that indeed the FBI had recruited informants, attempted to, into Catholic parishes. Your predecessor then testified, sitting right where you are today, he testified that this, I'm going to quote, was a single product by a single field office, end quote. That was a lie. Because we then had additional whistleblowers come forward and say, no, actually, multiple field offices contributed to the drafting of the report.
Wow.
And indeed, there was a second anti-Catholic memo that the FBI generated. And indeed, those memos were distributed to over 1,000 FBI agents across the country. You know all of this.
Wow.
You and I talked about it when you were here for your confirmation hearing back in January. I just want to follow up and see, have you been able to determine how this memo got written and distributed? How is it that the Federal Bureau of Investigation came to be recruiting informants in Christian churches in this country?
Senator, we did dig in, and we are doing our investigation simultaneously with Congress. And just to put it in perspective, we've provided 700 documents on the Richmond Catholic memo specifically to this committee, whereas my predecessor provided 19 pages. And not only that, but we looked into how the source recruitment structure at the FBI was conducted during this time. And we made adjustments and permanent fixes to ensure that sources are not put into houses of worship unless there is an actual ongoing criminal or international terrorism threat. We will not use sources at this FBI to investigate and cull information just for the sake of culling information in houses of worship.
Has anybody been fired for this?
There have been terminations related to this and resignations.
Good. There need to be, because if this is going to be standard at the FBI, nobody can trust the FBI. You want to talk about violating the First Amendment? This has got First Amendment violation written all over it. It's one of the most revolting chapters in the FBI's history. And considering what we're seeing more broadly in terms of the acts of violence against people of faith, this has absolutely got to end. The FBI has to lead the way. So I count on you to do that, Director. Let me just, in the minute or so that I have remaining, let me just shift gears and ask you about something else you said earlier. You said that protecting our youth is maybe the FBI's top priority. It's great to hear. Let me ask you about the role of AI chatbots in that, which you've talked about a little bit already today. Are you investigating any cases of AI-generated child sex abuse material? You issued a PSA earlier this year warning that synthetic child sex abuse material, it's where the AI generates it using maybe a real kid's image, but then generates sex material, sex abuse material. You warned that that was illegal under federal law. Is the FBI investigating any instances of this synthetic CSAM material generated by AI that you could speak to?
We are investigating dozens of those matters because let me just say this. As far as the FBI is concerned, generative AI that produces CSAM, child sexual abuse material, under our investigative authorities is treated as equally as if it were actual child sexual abuse material. There's no difference for me and the FBI on this.
Let me just ask you one other thing in this vein. I'm sure you've seen the reporting that Meta's AI rules, their own internal guidelines, allowed their chatbots to have sensual, that's their word, sensual conversations with children. We've had instances, multiple instances of children, minors, taking their own lives at the behest of chatbots that instructed them with specificity on how to do it. What's the FBI's role here in investigating what is going on with these chatbots, with these AI companies encouraging? I mean, listen, if an actual person did that, we would say that's grooming. We would say that's child abuse.
Exactly.
These companies are doing it. Their own guidelines allow it. What can we do about that?
You're referring to NVE, nihilistic violent extremism, and the 764. It has been made a priority of the FBI because they are targeting children, and these chatbots and these generative AI are getting coupled with actual humans who are using them and releasing them because they can do the work faster and quicker than humans can and get into spaces like social media where humans have a difficulty in engaging. And what we're doing is treating any extension of generative AI as the criminal themselves. And we have, I think, I've got to get the number back to you, but over 1,000 investigations related to NVE. We've had numerous takedowns and arrests of 764 individuals, and we are educating. This may be the most important part. I'm directly engaging with the social media and media companies, the internet service providers, to find a way to shut down. There's nothing I can do at the FBI to force them to shut it down, but work with you in Congress to find a way to work with our partners to get that shut down permanently.
Senator Combs.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Thank you, Chairman, for calling this hearing. I'm grateful we're continuing this committee's long tradition of oversight, and in particularly today, oversight of the FBI. Director Patel, thank you for being here. There's a number of issues I hope that we can speak to. I want to start by reading something you said to me during your confirmation hearing under oath. I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. Then you looked me in the eyes and said there will be no retribution actions taken by the FBI should I be confirmed as director. I told you that in your office. I tell you that again today. I'm concerned that that's not what's happened, that since you took over as director, you've cleaned house or forced out senior leaders across the Bureau, in particular targeting those that worked on investigations of President Trump. The former acting director
Oh,
has
Lord,
just
here
sued
goes
you
political
for
attack.
firing him for political reasons. So did a
Political
leader in the
attack.
DC field office. And the well-respected leader of the Salt Lake City office was pushed out last month, leaving that office shorthanded.
That's all the
at a
Democrats know how to do
particularly
is bitch
difficult
and whine.
I'm worried that these actions compromise the Bureau's ability to keep Americans safe. Hundreds of agents have resigned. You are lowering application standards to fill vacancies. You've
They need to
reassigned
resign.
large
They need
numbers
to
of
get the fuck
agents to
out.
work on immigration and street crime, issues other law enforcement agencies can handle, perhaps more effectively with the FBI. But I'm concerned that this compromises the
He
Bureau's
doesn't
ability to
dictate
address
what
national
Patel.
security risks.
He's running the
uniquely
FBI.
its
He's the
capability.
boss.
In fact, you've
This
shut
guy's
down the
the
Office
boss.
of Integrity and
Who
Compliance,
cares he
which
fires
makes
all
sure
these
that
people?
agents
He did it
act
for
in
a
a
reason.
lawful and ethical way, and reassign staff away from domestic terrorism investigations exactly at a moment I think we are all concerned about it. I also have to ask, you came before the Appropriations Committee in May and told us you wanted a $500 million budget cut for the FBI, literally an effort to defund the police. I am grateful for the work of the men and women of the FBI. They've done great work this year in Delaware, partnering with the Dover Police Department to support human trafficking victims, partnering with the Middletown Police Department on armed robbery and carjacking. And it's urgent, I think, that we fix the direction and the prioritization within the FBI. And I wish we could focus on those efforts today. But I'm seeing an FBI leadership more focused on social media clout and on political revenge than on fighting crime. Director, have you ever ordered that an FBI employee be terminated because he or she worked on an investigation into President Trump?
Senator, thank you. One quick correction for the record. There's 280 NV investigations. I gave the incorrect number to Senator Hawley. Thank you.
Understood.
As far as a lot of your statement, I disagree with it. I'm happy to address it. But the only way, generally speaking, an individual is terminated at the FBI is if they have violated their oath of office, violated the law, or failed to uphold the standards that we need them to have at the FBI.
So those who say that they've been fired because of working on investigations into President Trump are lying or misrepresenting?
Well, those matters are alleged in litigation, which is ongoing, so I can't comment on those specifically.
Could you comment on why you fired former acting FBI Director Driscoll?
I can't because it's ongoing litigation.
Could you say now definitively under oath that the rank and file agents who were assigned to work January 6 cases will not be terminated because that's what they were assigned to do?
I've said it before and I've said it again. Your case assignment, as I was given case assignments when I was a young prosecutor, does not dictate your career or your termination.
Thank you. Then let me go to the appropriations question. In May, you testified before the subcommittee on which I serve, defending the president's request that we slash the FBI's budget by about $500 million. The day before, you testified the opposite in front of the House. Where are we in terms of the budget request? Senator Graham earlier said if you're requesting more funding for more agents, let us know. We're nearing the end of the fiscal year. In front of the committee on which I serve here in the Senate, your request was for a reduction of hundreds of millions of dollars. Where are we?
Where we are in the budget cycle is we at the FBI are in support of the president's budget, and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've already identified tens of millions of dollars of duplicative contracts that the FBI was spending on software and private sector engagements. We've also identified duplicative workloads. So we are transitioning those folks out of doing the same thing twice over and into the field. And that's my focus right now. And the move of the FBI headquarters is also going to save the FBI $3.5 billion in the American taxpayers. So we're focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. And as I told Senator Graham, if we're, I'll go back and talk to my team, and if we need more, we'll let you know.
Are you planning any additional reductions in force, Director?
No.
How many vacancies are you currently trying to fill within the agency?
In terms of the 1811 ranks, there's a few hundred open vacancies that we have funded. And so we're filling all of those with our hybrid 1811 program and our new recruitment program. And I think a lesser amount of IAs and SOS.
So if hundreds of agents have retired or taken the fork in the road offer, and you have vacancies, but you're requesting $500 million less, how does having fewer FBI agents help you tackle violent crime and address our national security issues?
Just to put it in perspective, Senator, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we had this 500 million, we've done the math. It would take us 14 years to onboard every vacancy that's on the books currently at the FBI, because we can't hire these folks and train them overnight. It's a years-long process. So we are currently focused on recruiting the best and filling the positions to the best of our needs. And we, even if we had this extra money, wouldn't be able to hire them overnight. We're looking for where the need is greatest, where in the country we need to send them, and how we can change the training requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to have police officers. They might not have a college degree, but they got the street smarts and the cop smarts to become FBI agents, and that's what we want.
Let me turn to Section 702.
Yes,
when you testified in front of the CJS subcommittee, we talked about this issue. You told me you were in favor of reauthorizing FISA Section 702 when it expires next year,
right,
so long as the reforms implemented last year, reforms like better training for agents and real consequences for inappropriate searches of Americans' communications, were maintained. You also said that you had some ideas about how to make Section 702 better going forward. Can you give me an update on the FBI's implementation of these reforms and the direction you think it should go?
Absolutely. I think you're referring to the query process, and if you're not, let me know. But any instance of abuse or mistakes that were made in the query process have now been changed. It used to be you can make multiple mistakes and continue to access the query database system. I've changed that. If you make a mistake, you're immediately sidelined, a review is conducted. And if it was an actual mistake, i.e., there should have been S on the end of that name and there wasn't, then we put you back in. But we have to review those matters. So that's happening. And if there was an intentional mistake, you have no more access to the 702 query system and its database. So we've also done an audit of the entire 702 system and the query databases. And now we are nearly 100% of the audit. And I think we found one or two, I'll have to get back to you, quote unquote, mistakes within that system, which are currently being reviewed.
Thank you. You had told me in May that you'd send me updated statistics about the Section 702 searches of Americans data. I haven't received it. When will I get that?
I'll work with my team to get that to you, Senator.
And frankly, in May, when you were testifying that you were implementing these reforms, you were also closing down the Office of Internal Auditing at the FBI. Now, that was the office created in the first Trump administration to improve the Bureau's compliance with Section 702. How is that working out? How can you continue to advocate for robust civil liberty protections, but shut down the office that was created to enforce those safeguards? Help me understand this.
Absolutely, Senator. This is a great example of sort of duplicative work. Both, there was 2 divisions in the FBI working on this, and all we did was the inspection division, which is the leader in this query system and this audit system, has now been given the single source mandate to conduct these. So the OIA, its elimination is just taking folks who are working there and were experts in it and folded in under the inspection division, and then taking other folks that we didn't need because we had enough manpower and pushing them elsewhere in the FBI.
I'm concerned about the rise in threats against members of our judiciary. What are you
Yes, sir.
doing with the U.S. Marshal Service to help protect our federal judges and with state and local judicial systems to help provide some of the expertise of the FBI in protecting them as well?
I share your concern, Senator. We have 35 open investigations, 17 against federal judges, and the remainder against state court judges and threats that they have received. And as you know, federally, there's a specific statute which prohibits that. So we are working up those cases and referring them to prosecution where we can meet the threshold for evidence.
In your written testimony, you referenced how counter-UAS legislation expires and we need to resolve the conflict in jurisdiction and authority. I agree, this is an urgent concern. I have heard from state and local law enforcement about it, from the folks responsible for major events, whether it's sports or concerts or public events. Given the tragic increase in political violence, I'm very concerned about the misuse of drones and the potential of there being a catastrophic event. What could we do to address this challenge?
Well, obviously reauthorizing the capabilities that we have under the counter-UAS program. But just to highlight what the FBI is specifically doing, we've been given the mandate to work with DHS to secure not just the Club World Cup that we had, by the way, which occurred in 32 matches across the country without any significant incident, which we're proud of. And we're taking that model for the next World Cup and also the Olympics. But the reason I bring that up is because we pushed out our counter-UAS programs to address the security needs. And that's where our focus is, on events like that.
Mr. Director, thank you for your testimony. I look forward to working on actually solving criminal problems and reducing the extent to which what we're going back and forth about is more political and partisan point scoring and more actually solving crimes for the American people.
Yes, sir.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Director, you and the FBI working with state and local law enforcement officials in Utah have caught the assassin of Mr. Charlie Kirk. Is that right?
We have a suspect, yes, sir.
And you did that within 48 hours, did you not?
33 hours.
33 hours. Congratulations. We've had other political assassinations. Back in June, an assassin assassinated Representative Melissa Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, Senator John Hoffman, and Mrs. Hoffman in Minnesota. You and the FBI and Minnesota state and local law enforcement officials caught the assassin within 48 hours, did you not?
I believe that timeline's correct, Senator.
Congratulations. Sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. Good work. Did Mr. Kirk's assassin act alone?
As I've said since the beginning, Senator, it is very much an ongoing investigation. And I can't speak to the state charges. That's for the state to address on their own. But we are providing them with the same investigatory findings reporting the department. And as I noted to Senator, I believe it was Cornyn or Hawley, that there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
So others could have been involved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I asked you this last time you were here. Cash, you remember Mr. Peter Struck and Ms. Lisa Page?
Yes, sir.
They were both very aggressive anti-Trump political activists who allowed their political opinions to affect their work at the FBI. Is that a fair statement?
I believe their text messages and their testimony that was secured by the OIG and DOJ speak for themselves.
In fact, Mr. Struck and Ms. Page were having an extramarital affair, and at one point, Ms. Page texted Mr. Struck, quote, "Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right?" And Mr. Struck replied, "No, he won't. We will stop it," end quote. Ms. Page resigned from the FBI. Mr. Struck was fired. They promptly sued the federal government and the FBI and Justice Department for releasing their emails, which revealed all of this. The FBI settled that lawsuit for $1.2 million, gave Mr. Struck $1.2 million cash, gave Ms. Page, who resigned. She wasn't fired, she resigned, she quit. Gave her $800,000. Who, if the FBI made that decision to give them money?
That settlement was reached in the Biden administration when my predecessor was a director.
Who? Are you saying that Chris Wray did?
The only people that can decide that settlement are the Attorney General in conjunction with the director and the administration.
Okay, so you're telling me Attorney General Garland and Director Wray decided to give them the money. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where under the Biden administration, the FBI had weaponized the agency to push the political beliefs of President Biden?
Sorry, the last part.
When you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where the Biden administration had politicized the FBI to prosecute its political agenda?
Well, I won't speak for other people. Haven't been a target of that weaponization. Haven't been a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee. Having had the Justice Department weaponized against me for making the findings and leading the investigation of Russiagate, I know what that feels like. And that's why, as the FBI director, I'm committing to not ever have that ever happen again. But I'm also committed to fully investigating what was done. And that matter is still ongoing.
So I assume, I take it your answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're firing those people, is that right?
Anyone that politicizes their job at the FBI will not work at the FBI.
Okay. You've heard some of my colleagues either implicitly or otherwise suggest that you have politicized the FBI to prosecute the political beliefs of President Trump. Is that true?
I don't know how that can be true when the stats that I cited, to include the 23,000 arrests, 6,000 weapons seized, 1,600 gang and criminal enterprise organizations, 4,700 children found and rescued, more enough fentanyl seized to kill a third of America. The men and women of the FBI are now on an apolitical mission, and this is why the numbers are historic.
Have you fired people because they voted for Vice President Harris?
I don't ask people who they vote for, and neither does the FBI.
Okay. But you've given people polygraphs, have you not?
Many people in the FBI take polys.
The FBI does that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Does it not?
Yes,
For
sir.
a long time, is that correct?
Decades.
All right. I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including in some instances minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders. And the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue is not going to go away. And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the 2 prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And they didn't release anything. And there was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information. And the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible.
And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the information, that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get out of jail free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
And you are taking a live look there at the United States Capitol there in Washington, D.C., as we were just listening into FBI Director Kash Patel as he's being questioned by Senate Democrats and Republicans at a congressional hearing today, as you heard, focusing on questions about the investigation into Charlie Kirk's killing, as well as the recent firings of senior officials who have accused the FBI director of illegal political retribution. And if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, we did put up this QR code here for you. If you'd like to watch this uninterrupted, you can head to our YouTube stream. If you just open up the camera app on your smartphone and tap, it should take you to that dedicated stream. Once again, that is without commercial interruption. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. We'll head back to this after a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Wow. This is wild. It's been a busy day, man. This is a long day. Man, gotta stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit. Get your body all stretched out. Woo! How's your morning been? I'll tell you right now, mine's been pretty busy here. Non-stop with this. And it's a long day. We got a lot of things going on. We got Kash Patel, over there giving out his statements and his update on what's going on with the FBI. I think the FBI, they need to do more internal work. They need to evaluate more people. I think there's a lot of corruption within the FBI, especially after witnessing a lot of the things that's been going on in that organization. It's I don't know, it's like sleeping with the devil, something kind of like that, right? It's sleeping with a demon, and I don't trust the FBI at all. I just don't. It's just when something's just off, like not right. It's just not right. You call it out how it is. It's just not right. And I just hope that everything turns out for the better. All right, let's go back over here, see what they say.
Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. And if you are just joining us, I did want to take us back out live right now to Washington, D.C. We've been listening in here to FBI Director Kash Patel as he is testifying. Let's continue to listen in here.
And this administration's
Listening in.
priorities. The only way people get terminated at the FBI is if they fail to meet the muster of the job and their duties. And that is where I will leave it. And you accusing me of lying is something I don't take lightly, but I'm not going to get into a tit for tat with you.
Well, let me just ask you to answer my question. Has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Generally speaking, we always discuss with the White House, OMB, during the budget process, how many personnel we need, who we need where.
Answer is yes.
For
Have
budgetary
you been
purposes
directed
and
to fire people, agents, because they
Oh
participated
Lord,
in
this guy
investigations
again.
of the president?
I don't receive directions
And
to
this
do that.
guy.
Has anyone
I make the
suggested it?
decisions.
Has anyone asked you to do it? The best information is yes, you've taken suggestions and direction from the White House in firing qualified agents.
Any termination at the FBI.
I love how they
is a
just
decision
say
that
the way
I
they
make
say it.
based on the evidence that I have as a director of the FBI, and it's my job, and I'm not going to shy away from it. And as you stated, those are allegations, and that is an ongoing litigation. So they'll
Yep.
have their day in court, and so will we.
The allegations are not just in that lawsuit, Director Patel. And I think your testimony confirms that, in fact, you've taken direction from the White House
I don't.
in
It
those
does not.
retaliatory firings.
It literally
Because
does
you've
not.
acknowledged that, in fact, they have been in contact with you about personnel decisions.
The
Let me
White House
move
has
on.
been, do not put words in my mouth. We're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities
Yep.
are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating their responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in
Just
modern
ask
U.S.
you,
history. That is a working FBI. That is not a failing FBI.
Let's move on to
No.
a related area. In White House discussions, have you been asked or directed by the White House or others to engage in a crackdown on political groups or organizations, nonprofits, after
Oh, he's so
the
scared about that. Why he's asking that question?
To
That's
direct at
stupid.
political organizations? No. I've been asked by my chain of command to properly root out criminal activity wherever it is in whatever investigation we are conducting. And that's what we're doing.
Have those distinctions about whom you're going to target been based on
Why he's so scared?
direction from the White House?
Nobody gives me a list on who to
Why-
target.
why is
My
he
targeting list
so
is from the
concerned
men at
about
the
that?
FBI.
Have you talked about investigating certain groups, nonprofits, or
What is going on
foundations or
here?
institutions?
Whatever those investigations are, they're ongoing, and I'm not going to get into those.
Why is
Have
he
you
asking those
used
questions?
polygraphs to determine loyalty of agents?
No.
Have you
Oh, they sound the same.
committed
Democrats.
that you will respect the First Amendment rights?
Listen
of
to this.
agents?
I
Oh
have
my
wildly
God.
committed to
I need a
respecting the
joint.
First Amendment rights of agents, but at the
I need a
FBI,
joint.
you have to balance your First Amendment rights with your mission.
Got one rolled up here.
Have you imposed
There
any
you
sort
go,
of
another
loyalty
one.
test in the
Let's
course of
look it
using
up.
polygraphs or in any
Oh,
of the other
good.
personnel decisions?
Polygraphs have been utilized at the FBI for decades. They will continue to be utilized in the fashion by the
They keep
professionals. that
asking the same thing, the Democrats.
Have you asked
You see?
under the polygraph test?
They always ask the
about
same fucking
individuals'
shit.
loyalty or about their voting records
Look.
or any kind of past statement?
Just to make it abundantly clear, I don't tell the professionals how to conduct polygraphs or what questions to ask. They make those decisions. And I, as the director of the FBI, never ask anyone who they voted for.
Damn.
Have you investigated donors to a political party simply because they are donors?
Simply based on that fact alone? No.
Have you investigated donors for another reason?
Many donors may be involved in criminal enterprises and criminal activities, and those individuals will be investigated.
Can you commit to make public
This guy's just
the
stupid.
Epstein files?
Oh
that
my
so far have
God.
Not been
Here
released?
comes the Epstein
If
files.
this
Here comes
committee
all the dog
is
and
able to
whistles.
review them
This
on
is
a
all
classified
Democratic
basis.
propaganda here.
I think this is an important distinction.
This is
The
so
Epstein
stupid.
case file is not classified to my understanding.
So he sat there for
we
all
are
this
providing what
time
we
to ask
legally
the same
can,
questions he
and
was
we are
already
going to
asked.
give Congress
This
what we
is
are
stupid.
legally permitted to do so to the
What a waste
maximum
of time
extent
and
of the law.
money.
Will you enable the chairman and the ranking member to review them on a classified basis?
That doesn't make any sense. If the material in the Epstein file is not classified, there is no basis for a
Well, it would
classified review.
protect the confidentiality of them if they were able to review them on a classified basis.
If anyone in this room can get the multiple district court judges to lift their court protective orders in the ceilings, we will happily provide you with more information.
Are you in favor of merging the DEA and the ATF?
That's not something for me to comment on.
Well, those agencies work with you, don't they?
With me, not for me.
Are you in favor of
Stupid.
orienting FBI toward a national police function as opposed to the enforcement of federal law?
The FBI does enforce federal law across the country. That's what we do.
But isn't it a fact that you have told the leadership of the FBI that you view it as moving toward a local and state police function?
What?
No, we are prioritizing working with our local and state partners, and they will tell you that that has never happened with this much engagement in the history that they have been serving as local law enforcement officers. I believe local cops are the best intelligence source and the best understanding of their communities, and I folded in my FBI agents under that direction to work with them to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the
Wow,
fourth
what a waste of time.
today, I want to remind people that my oversight has made clear that Director Ray's FBI was politicized. I've released a trove of records to prove it, not only today, but in past days. I've also said some FBI personnel who have been fired, retaliated against my whistleblowers. And I don't remember my Democratic colleagues defending my whistleblowers when their careers were ruined. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into the thrust of my comments and questions, Director, I want to thank you in our meetings prior to your confirmation, during your confirmation. We talked about your desire to get more agents out into the field, out of Washington, and take on violent crime. And you've fulfilled that. St. Louis received the largest permanent per capita infusion of FBI agents anywhere in the country. And I know it's not only an isolated event, but we certainly appreciate your honoring your commitment to do that. And I know there's a lot of great opportunities ahead to take on violent crime, which you've highlighted many of the successes in your introductory comments. It's obviously no secret that this hearing takes place in the wake of a horrific American tragedy, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. For those of us who knew him, I know you did too. It's still sort of difficult to put into words what a tragic loss that is, not just for his family, but for our country, for free speech, for a belief that we can have a free exchange of ideas. And he was quite literally shot in the throat in an attempt to silence him and take his life. And so you have this task now of this investigation. There's been an arrest. But I think that we face an even larger crisis that law enforcement alone can't tackle alone. It's a crisis that has culminated in the assassination of Charlie. But it doesn't end there. It's I think every bit present right now. And the challenge is greater than quite frankly, I would have imagined. Seeing some of the comments that have taken place after the assassination, and something that I think as a country we have to reckon with. And it's something deeper, much deeper than a rejection of law and order or the norms of civil society. We've entered a very dangerous time, I think, in our country. And that should be clear to everyone. Political violence is a sign of a deep and corrosive sickness in any society. But in America today, the problem is just not political violence in the abstract. It is the specific kind of political violence which is overwhelmingly driven by a specific set of actors and groups. None of this emerged out of thin air. Over the past week, leaders from across the political spectrum have come out and forcefully condemned Charlie's murder and political violence more broadly. For that, we're all very grateful. We should be grateful. There have been calls to unite and come together in the wake of Charlie's murder, and I want to do that. I do. Someday I pray that we can be united as a country again and go forward together as a one people and under one flag, but we are not united.
No, we're not.
Upstream from the dehumanization and demonizing political violence and rhetoric tearing apart our country is a divide on how we view America and Americans. Is America good? Is America evil? Is there something inherently special about Western civilization, or is this 2,000-year project rotten to the core? And if it is something worth fighting for, which I believe, how do we do it? With words, and ideas like Charlie did, or with firebombs and assassins' bullets?
All right. So once again, if you
Damn.
are just tuning in on live now from Fox, we have been bringing you this coverage here. FBI Director Kash Patel, as he is testifying here today, and this appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee, this is the first oversight hearing of Patel's tenure there. What we're going to do is step away for another break on live now from Fox, but I did want to direct you once again to this QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. If you scan that on your smartphone, you can actually head to our YouTube stream where you can watch this without commercial interruption, but we are going to be resuming breaks here this hour on live now.
How can I
from
get that?
Fox. Your time is 11:31 on the East Coast.
I'm on my
8:31
computer.
on the West Coast. We'll be right back.
Let me see if I could get it without the damn commercial stuff. Because it's like we're missing a lot with the commercials. So give me a second and let me see if I could find a better link. But I hope your day's going good. I mean, I'm here trying to figure this thing out here. Let me see if I can find a link. I will have to go in there live. Maybe let's see what Forbes has. Okay, we can watch this here, I guess. So let's come over here. Let me just resize it. And while that's opening up, it's acting crazy. There we go. Let's go ahead and put the volume up so we can listen.
Less than 3% of very conservative Americans say the same. That's too many. That is 3% too many. We are lying if we think that this is a both sides thing. It's not. We have to confront it. And you're going to have an important job of rooting out these terrorists. This is an ideology that runs very deep. The numbers are virtually identical to the ones I just noted when it comes to whether or not it's okay to celebrate the deaths of people whom we disagree with. And while large majorities in both parties were opposed to celebrating political violence, Democrats overall were nearly twice as likely as Republicans to believe that it is usually or always acceptable to celebrate the death of a public figure they oppose. What in the hell is going on? Earlier this year, a poll found that more than 55% of people on the left believed that it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Donald Trump. These are not just some abstractions on a page. These are our fellow citizens. How can we come together with people who believe these things? We've all seen the flood of posts on social media over the past week, not just a fringe few, but thousands upon thousands of people gleefully celebrating a father of two young children getting gunned down in broad daylight. I wish I wouldn't have seen that video. I wish my kids would not have seen that video. Blue Sky, the left-wing alternative to X, was so overwhelmed with these posts that the platform was forced to issue a statement warning its users to stop glorifying the murder.
Wow.
And it wasn't just random social media trolls. It was journalists, elite college professors, and even politicians, all but saying Charlie's assassination was justified because of what he thought, because of what he said. We saw the flood of hit pieces, the most powerful media outlets in the nation dishonestly attacking and villainizing Charlie for the most vicious possible terms. How can you ask us to unite under that? There can be no unity between good and evil. Somebody has to win this thing. And as a country, we have to absolutely reject it. And don't tell me it's both sides. It didn't happen in a vacuum. Over the past decade, we've seen an explosion of political violence, not just one-off lone wolf attacks, but organized, systemic political violence at a mass scale. It is not organic. It is the offspring of a dark and clandestine system funded in part with our own tax dollars, winning with a large network of foundations, NGOs, activist organizations, and front groups. This system lurks behind every radical leftist movement in our nation today. The George Soros empire has financed a vast ecosystem of radicals, all working together, dropping off bricks at riots to unleash a tidal wave of violently anarchists on our streets and to prop it up in an army of researchers and experts and journalists and propagandists who downplay the political violence. I'm going to ask you, because I don't have a ton of time, and I would point out, we've heard years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremist MAGA Republicans, fascists, Nazis, an existential threat to democracy. Check yourself. And don't give me this both sides bullshit. Mr. Director, I want to ask you. Perpetrators were acting from a left-wing or right-wing political violence. The man who tried to kill Republican congressman at the congressional baseball practice, nearly killing House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, left-wing or right-wing violence?
Sir, I believe it was a left-wing ideology.
Okay. Burned down cities during the Summer of Love in the George Floyd riots, left-wing violence or right-wing violence?
Sir, I'll rely on you on these. I don't have off the top of my head.
Okay. Left-wing. The Waukesha Christmas Parade massacre, left-wing or right-wing violence? Left-wing. The Lee Zeldin stabbing attempt, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Covenant school shooting in Nashville, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on President Trump, left-wing or right-wing? Left-wing. The Trump International West Palm Beach assassination attempt, left-wing. The Abundant Life Christian school shooting, left-wing. The United Care CEO's murder, left-wing. Tesla's burned, keyed, damaged, firebomb, left-wing. The murders at the Israeli embassy, left-wing. The ICE facilities, firebomb, left-wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left-wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing, left-wing. The attempted Utah News State firebombing, left-wing. And now, of course, the culmination of this vile trend, a left-wing assassination of Charlie Kirk. So don't give me this both sides. If we want to get to unity, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Free speech, yes. Political violence, no. But let's be honest.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, just like the rest of the federal government, there have been significant personnel changes at the FBI since President Trump took office. I want to better understand the scope of the turnover and the changes occurring at the FBI. Since January 2025, how many FBI employees have retired, resigned, been fired, or otherwise separated from employment? I need a number.
We'll get you a number.
What is the number? You don't have it?
Not off the top of my head, and I want to get you the right number.
Would it surprise you to know that it's probably in the thousands, like 5,000?
I don't think that number's
Well,
accurate.
You don't know. Next question. How many special
You
agents
said they
or
get
analysts
numbers.
have left
5,000?
or been fired?
I don't
from
know.
the FBI
I gotta
since
make
January
sure.
2025.
I'm not going to just say whatever number
We
you
will
want.
get you the numbers, and anyone that retires is of their own volition, and anyone that is terminated at the FBI, as I've said
Because of
before, is done
Democrat
so
bullshit.
because they have failed to meet the standards and uphold their loyalty and oath to the Constitution.
Yeah, so you say. Next question. How
So
many
you say,
executive
you hear this
assistant
crazy
directors,
lady?
assistant directors, or special
These
agents
people
in
need to be
charge
ousted.
have left
We
or
don't need
been
this
fired from
energy
the FBI since January
in
20th,
Washington.
2025?
We don't need this.
Again,
we don't need
people
this.
leaving on their own accord or terminations were done by the standards set at the FBI that have been carried
With
out
this question, I'm getting
consistently.
to the leadership of the FBI, and you don't have that answer. Next question. Which field office, division, or directorate has lost the most personnel since January 2025? And
What the hell? She's
was
questioning
it-
him about this.
Do you have the answer to that question?
Who cares?
Yeah, actually, every single field office in the country, including Hawaii, has received a plus up of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Wow.
Okay, so you're telling me that no field office, division, or
crazy.
directorate has lost any personnel since January 20th, 2025? That's your answer?
In Hawaii, there's been a plus up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continuing the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months. When you're talking about firings, you're looking for a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
It doesn't matter under what basis they left. I just want to know
He's a
how many have
clown.
left. And I think your testimony is
He's a
nobody has
clown.
left. Next question.
Nope,
Which
that's
field-
not my testimony. You asked it one time. I answered it one time. You didn't get the answer you wanted for your clips. So you keep
question.
asking it, and I told you I'd get you the numbers, but you can keep asking it.
Which field office, division,
You
or
see?
directorate has gained the most?
Same
personnel since January
questions.
2025. You
Same
noted that there have been
questions.
plus ups. So which offices have received these plus ups?
The greatest allocation that I believe was given to California and then Florida.
Where were those offices?
Oh my
California
god.
and Florida.
This lady. That's
Director
why she's
Patel,
in
you
the
often
town.
refer to FBI agents as cops. All of us, Democrats and Republicans, support the police officers
Oh,
who keep our
Lord.
communities safe. But while our states, cities, counties, and
A real
towns
winner.
all
How did she
employ
get
police
here?
officers to protect
Right?
our communities, Congress has
Like,
empowered
why
and
do we
equipped the
entertain
FBI to
these
take on
questions?
missions that local police cannot, especially taking on terrorists,
Listen to this
hackers,
shit.
and spies. I'd like to assess how well the FBI is able to handle its specialized missions under your leadership.
She's so
The FBI
stupid.
is the nation's lead federal law enforcement agency for investigating and preventing acts of domestic and international terrorism. And yet the executive assistant directors in charge of the FBI's national security and intelligence branches were both forced out at the beginning of the year. Who replaced them in those positions?
Excellent qualified personnel to lead the mission of arresting 23,000 violent criminals this year alone.
The
That's twice
names
as many.
Oh, she's
as
cutting him
before.
off.
Took the places of
I'm
the
not going to give you any names so you can attack them.
Why not?
So you can attack them. I'm not doing that.
Nah.
The
You're not
people
gonna
sitting
give
in
me the
those
names
seats are
of-
extremely qualified to handle the job.
You're
We
not
would
going
not
to give
have
me
the
the
results.
names of
We would,
personnel who
we
should
would not
be
have the
on your
reduction
right,
of
fine,
violence in the
moving
state
on.
of Hawaii if we did not allocate the
Earlier
resources we
this
did.
year,
There she goes. She keeps talking over him.
FBI counterterrorist special agents and investigators
That's how
were
what Democrats do.
reassigned
This is
to
what
assist
Democrats
with
right here. Look at
immigration
her.
enforcement. Reportedly, these counterterrorism experts were returned to the jobs they trained for in late
Horrible.
January after Iran threatened to retaliate for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. Have those experts remained in the jobs they trained for since that time? Yes or no?
Such a
FBI
clown.
agents' primary responsibility is exactly what they are assigned to do. We always work with our
So since they
interagency part.
returned to their positions,
If you're not
are
going to
they
let me
still in
answer,
those
why don't you just do your soliloquy in the 4.5?
not asking for a soliloquy. It's just a yes or no. Are those people who were returned to their jobs still on those jobs? Yes or
They
no?
never left.
What was that?
They
They never
never
left.
left their primary job. It is a surge of resources in law enforcement working with the interagency to combat violent crime and reduce
They were
violent
never
crime in
okay, they were never
historic
reassigned to do immigration.
proportions.
That's your testimony. Okay, Director
She's
Patel, the
not
FBI
stupid.
is also the lead
Why do
federal
we have?
agency for
Why do we
investigating
entertain these
cyber
stupid
attacks
questions?
and
Yes.
cyber intrusions, both by foreign nation states and by non-state hacker groups. Since President Trump's inauguration, the executive assistant director in charge of the criminal and cyber branch and the head of the FBI's cyber division have both left the FBI. What are the names of the people who replace them in those positions?
The cyber branch is one of the most impressive at the FBI. 409 arrests this year, 169 convictions. That's a 42% increase from the same time last year.
It's that
So
branch,
any
Mr.
suggestion
Why is
that
she
the FBI
cutting him
cyber
off?
division is not operating at full capacity and better than ever before, the leadership at the branch is implementing these changes necessary to attack the cyber and ransomware infrastructure operators
You know
from Iran,
why
China,
they're
and Russia.
important? I
She
want to
keeps
know
cutting him
who
off.
has those positions, since the people who originally were there
Stop cutting him
Supremely
off.
are no longer
qualified
there.
individuals have those
Who are
positions.
they?
Supremely qualified
Who
individuals.
are they? What are the names?
You're not
You
getting
don't
them.
know.
You're not getting them.
Special agents to investigate
Stupid.
cybercrime were also reassigned
She's
for
laughing.
immigration enforcement.
How are you
Have
going to take
those
her serious?
expert
She's
investigators
laughing.
returned to their duties? Yes or no?
All agents remained on their primary duties while surging to allocate resources for interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you?
Am I what?
See, I'm not getting the yes or no answers. I get all this explanation. So there you go.
No, you get the work that
Are
the men
you
and women of the
planning
FBI are doing. You
any
don't want that.
additional personnel cuts to the cyber division
lady's
in the
a
future?
joke.
The only people that will be terminated at the FBI will be those that violate their oath of office, fail to meet the high standards at the FBI.
Yep.
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United
Sounds so
States from both
stupid.
foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in
She's
fighting
reading
the
a
hackers who
script.
target our businesses and
She's
critical
reading a
infrastructure.
script.
But instead of a specialized role fighting these kinds of
She's reading a
terrorists,
script.
hackers, and spies, you have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with immigration enforcement. I'm going to move on to my,
What a clown. She's
you've been asked some questions about the changes to your hiring standard, and including college degrees.
Listen to this.
And
Oh my God. How many times are we going to answer the
but
same fucking
one question I
question?
had is,
Here we go. Come on.
that you are now
Spit it out.
requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences.
Well, then
Are
they
you
shouldn't be working
requiring,
for them.
these kinds of pull-ups?
We are
Hello?
requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If
Yep.
you want to chase down a bad
Pull-ups,
guy
excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs,
ask-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being
She
able to
can't do a
these kinds
pull-up.
of harsh pull-ups is required of FBI
Hello.
agents.
Then they
Doing
shouldn't be
hand
out in the
pull-ups
field.
is not
So
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
gravely
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I am gravely concerned by the state of the FBI under your control. And in fact,
so
you are willing to
stupid.
take a cut
I'm
in your
concerned
agency of almost
concerned
$500
about
million.
you in that
So the
green
FBI
jacket.
is losing
You look like the
dedicated
Riddler,
employees, decades of expertise and specialization,
especially with that hair.
leading to
Oh no.
loss to early retirement,
She
firings,
needs to
and
retire.
reassignments
Why is she
to
speaking?
immigration enforcement
Like
or
this is a
conducting local
joke.
police work. Thousands have already left. For as long as you remain as the head of the FBI, I feel the number of
I
departures
can't
by
understand
some requires
Democrats.
will
I'm
continue to
sorry.
grow. Mr. Patel,
This is like
before the vote
filibuster
on your
question.
nomination of this committee, I noted
Those
that
questions, but she's
your
giving
most significant
statements.
qualification. This is not just something that I
She's giving a
noted, but
statement.
others. Your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that that continues to be the motivating factor in your position.
What is the other statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Director Patel, did you have
Yes.
anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You can delete my 16 years of government service to multiple administrations all you want. The fact is that I was a public defender. I was a national security prosecutor. I was a House intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence. I was a chief of staff to the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. I led the counterterrorism missions for the White House. Those are just some of the jobs I held in my 16-year career. There was no loyalty then. There's no loyalty now to anything but the Constitution.
Senator Brett.
Yes. Well, before I begin, I want to thank Senator Hirono for what she said, acknowledging that there are physical differences between men and women.
But they
Talking
got to do a
about that
pull-up.
women wouldn't be able to do as many pull-ups, and I think that she was making a case here that there should be different standards. There's a thing called
No, a
Title
pull-up
IX,
is
and
a
this is
pull-up.
why we continue to say we should
You
have
need to be
biological
in
men
physical
in
shape.
men's sports and biological women in women's sports. And so I look forward to utilizing that to talk to all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Maybe they will stand with us in helping us protect women's sports. I think she made a great argument there for it. Moving on to today, Director Patel, thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to making sure that America is safe again. Thank you for doing that coast to coast and within our cities. I certainly look forward to talking about that and talking about your historic gains in these areas. But I would be remiss if I didn't begin my questioning with you about the horrific events that we have seen over the last week. Obviously, our heart breaks. Not only for Erica and Charlie's two children and for parents and families, but for America and for those of us who knew him, you being chief among those. So just my sincere condolences and thank you for the steps that you and the FBI have taken to make sure that we have someone and we're going to be able to move forward with that. But if you look over the last, since last summer alone, we had 2 assassination attempts on the president. We've had an arson attack on the governor Shapiro there in Pennsylvania. You have the murder of the state representatives, Melissa Hortman and her husband in Minnesota, along with the shooting of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Several anti-Semitic attacks, several attacks on Christians that were noted by Senator Hawley. We had the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers here in DC, the June firebombing in Colorado. We could go on, and we saw a culmination, as Senator Schmidt said, with the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk last week. I appreciate you committing to both Senator Hawley and Senator Kennedy, talking about making sure that all that are involved are held accountable. I think that is critically important. And I think that America needs that transparency. I want to read you some words of Vice President J.D. Vance. He said, if we want to stop political violence like what happened to Charlie Kirk, we have to be honest about the people who are celebrating it and the people who are financing it. My question to you is, in light of Charlie's murder and all of the things that we have just referenced and have been talking about today, what steps is the FBI taking to more aggressively crack down on those who promote, encourage, finance, fund these types of engagements and this type of political violence?
Thank you, Senator, for your kind words. So in terms of how we crack down on the root cause of this violence, for now putting aside the ideological motivations and how they got there, the monetary issue is a real issue. And as I've said before, we follow the money. So we work with our partners at the Treasury Department to trace where the money came from, how these individuals paid for the training they received or the platforms they were using, and also how these individuals collectively got together in whatever groups they were on whatever social media sites they were on, to utilize clickbait to make money
Bingo.
for their ideology. And so to trace all of those, we are using, not just in in Charlie's investigation, but others, lawful process and serving 2703D orders on any entity that is related in any way financially to any of these criminal acts of violence. And we are going to hold them accountable with our partners at the Department of Justice.
Excellent. I would love to stay abreast of that, and just we must get to the bottom of it. We must follow the money. Someone is funding this discourse. Do you believe, obviously there are people here, unfortunately American citizens, that may be engaged in that, but do you also believe that some of this may be coming from overseas?
Yes.
Okay, let's get to the bottom of it and let's make it stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you about the Dobbs decision. So we know that it was leaked in May of 22, and then we had the Marshal Service say we found nothing in January of 23. I find that absolutely mind-boggling, that we can't figure out who leaked that opinion. We know it was done in attempts to undermine the process, and then the intimidation of the justices occurred after that. Tell me what you can do as FBI director to help us get to the bottom of what happened and actually hold someone accountable for their actions.
So I can't speak to what the marshals did and how they conducted their investigation. I can tell you, generally speaking, the FBI has taken over the investigation on the leak because it was such a detrimental leak.
So you commit to getting to the bottom of it.
We are utilizing the full resource of the FBI as we usually do on leak investigations, and we will make sure our results are public at the appropriate time.
We need answers. I want to talk about child sexual exploitation. Thank you for making protecting our youth your top priority. We know that that is the greatest gift that we have. That is our greatest treasure here in the United States is the next generation. And finally, we have an FBI director that is putting that at the top of his list. Can you tell me the steps and the different initiatives? I've heard you talk about a couple of them. You've mentioned 764 amongst other things. Tell me what you're doing. And specifically, I want to know about when it comes to sextortion. So as a parent who is raising children right now, teenagers, and you're looking at what's happening, whether people are snapping photos and then what's happening online. I have had a number of parents sit in front of me telling me terrible, heartbreaking stories about their children ultimately taking their own life because of being blackmailed. I want to know, what steps are you taking to get to the bottom of that and to absolutely end this? If this were happening in a storefront, Mr. Director, that store would be shut down, no matter where it was, coast to coast. And yet we continue to allow these things to happen. And we've got to have a more targeted approach when we're looking at this. And so what are you doing to protect children and specifically sextortion?
So in our VCAC initiative, our Violent Crimes Against Children is our umbrella enterprise operations hub for things like Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Not Forgotten and Operation Justice. And in things like that, those are producing the results that I told you about. 1,500 child predators arrested, 300 human traffickers arrested, 4,700 children identified and saved, a 35% increase from year to date last year alone. But specifically on your sextortion question, Senator, that is a problem that we are seeing explode on generative AI and private sector and social media companies. And what we're doing is engaging with NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children, because this one stat alone should probably cause great pause. They have seen a 1,325% increase in generative AI leading to sextortion and child sexual abuse. That cannot be countermanded by the FBI alone. We have embedded people at NCMEC and have a great partnership with them. But what we need to do is what we did in the month of May, and we're doing it over and over again. We arrested 400 individuals in 1 month in 1 month search.
Wow,
These
thank you.
individuals have prioritized. The agents and intel analysts have never left that mission. They're doing multiple missions at the same time. That's what the FBI is called upon to do day in and day out, and we won't stop doing two things at once. But we need help from social media companies. We need help from the private sector and the internet service providers that allow this generative AI to be hosted on their platforms. We have got to get a resolution on that with our partners in Congress and the private sector.
Well, we are definitely committed to working on that. I know the people up here. So you let us know what tools you need. And I know we've got several ideas that we look forward to pushing forward. In my remaining 2 minutes, I want to talk to you about your historic results when it comes to crime. In particular, we've seen here in DC just a total transformation. You mentioned earlier 60% down in gun crime, 70% down in carjackings. You said 50% down in homicides, to name a few. We have a success story, and we appreciate President Trump's leadership on all of this. We have a success story in Alabama, where the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, so ALEA, they just marked their 1-year anniversary of the Metro Area Crime Suppression Unit. There in Montgomery, it is a coordinated effort with ALEA, with our Attorney General, with Montgomery PD, and our sheriff, Montgomery County sheriffs. They've seen a 30% drop in violent crime and a 19% drop in overall crime. So it is actually producing results. It's this type of interagency connectivity that I think ultimately is going to lead us to safer cities and safer streets. I know that you are committed to that, committed to working with your partners. You said earlier you've elevated sheriffs and police officers there to the 7th floor. Thank you for doing that. I am grateful for the men and women of Alabama in uniform that have made this happen, and want to know, how is the FBI working to collaborate in these types of ways across our country to make sure that we have even greater success stories to tell?
Well, the collaboration's happening at our Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. We bring 4,000 students through our Redstone Arsenal for training every year. In terms of our future plans, in the next few years, we will bring 13,000 students a year through Alabama's Redstone Arsenal. And by students, I mean FBI employees, I mean sheriffs, I mean police chiefs, I mean cops, I mean intel analysts, because that is their future gem of how we're going to train local law enforcement. And we're so thankful for the dedication of resources to that facility. And I encourage everyone to go down there and take a look, because if you want to see where the FBI is going and how we're going to train the future, it's happening at Quantico and Redstone.
We are very proud of it, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to start off where we left off last time. I asked you whether you had any knowledge or discussions about removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the intentions to do so?
Before I was confirmed,
Yes, sir.
did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So you're saying that you had no discussions with the White House before you were in the position about the removal of any personnel from the agency?
As I was preparing for my confirmation hearing, I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be employed if I were
And I'm assuming
confirmed.
that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. Did you testify, excuse me, you did testify before the grand jury that President Trump had declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Is that correct?
I don't have the grand jury transcript. That's why I released it. Whatever it says is the best evidence.
You know, that's what you said to Senator Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript. But the court said quite clearly that you are free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again, did you testify before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case?
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said then.
So you're saying right now, this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury?
To whatever was released. Under my understanding, Senator,
So
that the
hold
Department of
on, hold on.
Justice
You and I both
released.
understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity and credibility. You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate. And
There is no premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you how do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Patel, this is a mockery you're making of this hearing and simple questions.
It's a
So let
simple
me move on.
question. If you have a
Mr. Patel,
transcript, you
during
can
your
read the question,
nomination
but you don't have
hearing,
it.
you promised that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with the Trump administration, you explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times, filed by 3 FBI officials, alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been discussed today, Brian Driscoll. Now, we know 20 years of distinguished service to the FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner, Shield of Bravery awards. He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025, And in that letter, you said that you were firing him pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States. And so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate him.
That matter is under litigation, and I'm not able to discuss it.
Okay, well, discuss this. Did you have discussions with Stephen Miller about firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Frequently on our Homeland Security task forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security task force issues, correct?
I frequently talk to Mr. Miller about Homeland Security task forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you his opinions on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to the FBI. That's what we talk about.
So you frequently discuss your job and your responsibilities with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I imagine, as well.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood. Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us all safer. You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, this is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of mass law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
The premise of what you say is entirely
Have there been
false.
any FBI agents
No,
who investigate
no.
foreign domestic terrorism?
You don't get to say the America is not safer under this
I am
leadership.
not saying
America
that.
is
You're
safer because of the work of the
presumption-
FBI.
You're making
are
a presumption
doing.
of premise.
4,700 children.
Sir,
We have
you
seized 6,000 weapons and
you are not
23,000 violent
denying
felons have
that
been
FBI
arrested.
agents who investigate human trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Corrections Squad reassigned. People who defend us, defend children reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen you
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe. I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the Bureau of Institutional Knowledge and Expertise. You fired or pushed out seasoned FBI officials, many with more than 20 years of experience, and were working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe, only to lower hiring standards in order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces that stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it. Vladimir Putin benefits from it. And it really makes me wonder who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader. and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to head the Bureau. But here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes,
at this
sir.
point?
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If
you're
you
gonna
want to
lecture
talk
me
about
dividing this country,
it is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tears
my
this country
time
apart.
to
There
address
should be a
your
unifying-
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this
to
country.
not
Senator,
take
it is
my
responsibility
time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making a
time is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what
you
my
tell-
time is.
Senator-
You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my time's over.
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you, sir.
Chairman,
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator Booker, I announced at the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said, if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
go-
one point of
Go
order.
ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never once criticized him for us not even being able to get our questions out.
Well,
He has been rude and disrespectful to senator after
and-
senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the FBI, under my 7-month leadership, were failing this administration in this country, why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A 200, a double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrest them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found and identified 4,700 children? Why have we seized 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl in enough to kill a third of the American public, a 25% increase alone from last year, 88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, 7,000 kilograms of meth seized, and that's just on our criminal operations in summer heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership? How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran. And we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
Before Senator Cruz, I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination, yet my colleagues showed no intent or interest in when my whistleblowers suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the past 4 years. Indeed, one whistleblower has alleged that Brian Driscoll's insubordination, whether an agent is on a hot button case or not, they ought to be held accountable for misconduct and weaponization. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I have to say, it used to be that to see theater, you had to go to the Kennedy Center. Now, apparently, you need only go to the Senate Judiciary Committee and see our Senate Democrats berating the director of the FBI, which, okay, it's not, partisan politics is not new in the United States Congress. But what is remarkable is what Senator Booker was berating Director Patel about. He wasn't berating him for failing to do his job, but rather he was furious for Director Patel for successfully doing his job. For 4 years, the Democrats under Joe Biden had an open border that undermined the safety of every single American. They allowed 12 million illegal aliens to come into this country, to invade this country, and every single day Americans were murdered, women were raped, children were assaulted by violent criminals that Democrats released. Now, Director Patel, I found Senator Booker's questioning really bizarre. He asked you, have you reassigned FBI agents from human trafficking to immigration issues? Director Patel, are the Mexican cartels that are bringing people illegally into this country engaged in human trafficking?
Yes, sir.
What the hell does it mean to reassign someone from human trafficking to immigration? The greatest human trafficking in the world has been over the last 4 years at our southern border. It is modern day slavery that the Democrats still defend. They still defend those open borders. Mr. Patel, he also said, did you reassign FBI agents from protecting children to immigration? How many children have you found that were victimized by the open borders of the previous administration?
4,700.
4,700. And yet, oddly, I don't hear a Democrat here saying, gosh, thanks for protecting those kids.
35% increase year to date last year.
All right, I want to shift topics. And I want to shift topics to what happened last week. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was assassinated because of his political views. We're living in a time of enormous division and tragically hatred, and hatred that manifested in evil that we saw last week. Now, the FBI, working in concert with state and local law enforcement, apprehended what appears to be, in all likelihood, the murderer. And you did so in just 33 hours. So I want to start by just congratulating you and the FBI agents and state and local law enforcement for successfully apprehending the murderer in less than a day and a half. In the wake of that assassination, we have seen far too many people on the left celebrating the assassination. We've seen Democrats, we've seen activists cheering it on. We've seen tragically teachers in high schools, teachers in elementary schools, university professors cheering on the murder of Charlie Kirk. You and I both knew Charlie well. He was a good friend. He was an extraordinary man. And I will say there's a great deal of discussion about what to do about it. Under our Constitution, under the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, speech is protected. And that's true even for vile speech. Someone can stand up and say the most hateful thing, and it's protected by the First Amendment. Nazis and Klansmen can march in the streets, and even though their speech is bigoted and horrible and racist, the First Amendment protects it. Conduct, however, is not protected by the First Amendment, particularly conduct that is violent. Violent conduct that is threatening others, that is harassing others, that is injuring, or in this case, murdering others, is most assuredly not protected by the First Amendment. And so I would encourage you and the FBI to focus on conduct. Now, speech can guide you to those engaged in conduct. And I will say one question that I have and many have, and I recognize this is an ongoing investigation, so I don't want you to say anything that would compromise the investigation. But what can you tell us at this point about what evidence there exists of other individuals who may have had prior knowledge of this assassin's plans to murder Charlie Kirk on September 10th?
Generally speaking, we've interviewed numerous people, family members and friends, including the partner, to provide us with a detailed history of the knowledge he may have had, the suspect may have had prior to. We're still mapping out who, if anyone, was involved as an accomplice. As I said, the investigation is ongoing. We're also speaking to and going to interview numerous individuals online who were part of a chat group that was involved in this heinous assassination. And we're also going to work with our state and local partners out in Utah to find out what community organizations, if any, participated or had any foreknowledge of this information. But it's very much ongoing. I remind everybody that it's not even been a week since Charlie's tragic death.
Is it accurate? It's been widely reported that the assassin's roommate was a transgender man who was transitioning to be female, and it's also been reported that they may have been romantic partners. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator.
And I assume the FBI is investigating. It has also been reported that there were transgender chat rooms that may have had some awareness of the plan to commit this murder. Is that accurate as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
It's been reported that there were chat rooms of transgender activists that indicated some degree of potentially of foreknowledge of this murder.
We're still developing that.
Do you have any information the bullet casings had on them both Antifa and LGBT wording on them? Do you have any indication of the source of those engravings and what inspired them?
As to the actual source, we're still developing that.
I want to encourage you in the course of this investigation, absolutely go after anyone who aided and abetted. But I want to more broadly encourage you, follow the money. The violence we are seeing is not purely organic. There is, I believe, significant money that is spreading dissension, that is spreading violence. Antifa. Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization?
I believe Antifa is associated with a lot of violence in this country. As to its designation, I'll leave that to the appropriate authorities.
So I would encourage the administration to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, to go systematically after Antifa. They've committed acts of violence all over the country. And the shell casings have multiple references to slogans that Antifa has popularized. I believe there is considerable money funding it. I would note that I've introduced legislation called the Stop Funders Act. Stop Funders Act would add rioting to the list of predicate offenses under RICO. I believe the money should be tracked and prosecuted under RICO. And both the Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots of a couple of years ago and the pro-open border riots in Los Angeles and other cities of this past year, I believe there was significant money behind those riots. I'm not the only person who noticed at the anti-Semitic protest and violent protests on college campuses that many of the tents all matched. And so I would ask, would it aid your ability to prosecute these matters if Congress passed into law the Stop Funders Act and if rioting was added to the list of predicate offenses for RICO?
Yes.
Talk to me about the efforts of the FBI to go after the funders of the anti-Semitic protests on college campuses, the pro-open border protests in cities, and potential LGBT violence. Talk to me about the efforts to go after the money.
I was
of
listening
those
to
who
the
are
show
funding
from
and
my phone.
promoting
I was
violence.
actually
As I've always
seasoning
said,
some
Senator,
meat
money doesn't lie, and we've been following
for
the money,
dinner.
so that's what we're doing, issuing lawful process to organizations involved with criminal activity, because the money's got to come from somewhere and it has to be funded somehow. So we have extensive investigations ongoing.
I just
into
believe
numerous
the FBI has
organizations
very
that are
crooked
related to
individuals
violent
within
criminal
it.
activity.
Cutting off the money will make America much safer, and that is the core job of the FBI. And I thank you for doing your job.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, glad to be on this committee and take our responsibility
How's your day going, Rob?
seriously to conduct oversight of the FBI, obviously one of the most critical law enforcement agencies in the country.
Seems like it's a
As,
long show for me.
Senator Klobuchar and others on this committee have
Well, this
reminded
guy's
us the last
crazy
several
too.
months have provided far too many
Here we go.
reminders of
Here goes the dog whistles.
the political violence crisis in America today,
The dog
and the
whistles.
gun violence crisis in America today, including the tragic killing just last week. Director Patel, this committee takes seriously its not just oversight role, but recognizing the FBI's important role in protecting the public from gun violence
Oh, that's good, Rob.
while
Man, that's good.
respecting constitutional rights. If you recall, this was a significant subject area of my questioning during your confirmation hearing. The Bureau plays a central role in enforcing federal firearm laws, ensuring the accuracy of background checks, and monitoring trends like machine gun conversion devices and lost or stolen firearms. Now, during your confirmation
I've been
hearing,
here for
you pledged
almost
that the
5
FBI
hours.
would enforce firearm laws fully and fairly, consistent with the Second Amendment.
Been here for a while.
Yet we continue to see a
Candles are
sharp
starting to
rise
turn
in
off.
lost and stolen
And the candles usually
firearms
last up to like
reported by
5
federal
hours.
licensees. Can you point
So
to any
it's been almost 5
measurable
hours.
enforcement results like arrests, not just arrests, but also prosecutions or task force expansions since you became director?
I'll get those to you, Senator.
Nothing you can share here today?
No, I'll get the full list to you.
You came unprepared today to
Hey,
respond
listen
to
to him. You
questions
came
which
up prepared
you
for
were
my
informed
question
from
that you didn't know I was going to
confirmation.
ask.
The Bureau has warned about the
Sounds
public
stupid.
safety threat posed by machine gun conversion devices, which convert semi-automatic weapons to automatic ones. Can you at least reference what resources you're dedicating to this threat?
Absolutely, Senator. Part of tracking ghost guns, as you alluded to, is having a sustainable database, which is hubbed out of our CGIS division in West Virginia. We've allocated more resources so that FFLs can track and trace firearms that are stolen and make sure they don't get into the population. That's one of my primary concerns, that we don't want stolen.
But they
weapons
keep
anywhere
making
near
them.
anything.
The numbers continue to go up as reported by federal licensees. Let me get to
No,
my
because they're
next
making
portion of this
them.
topic. You previously stated
The 3D
that you hadn't
printers.
reviewed
They print out
6 months
guns.
federal law that improves reporting to the National Criminal Background Check System.
How
8
can you
months into
track
your
that
job,
if you have a
what
3D
concrete
printer
steps have you
that
taken
could
to
print
ensure that NICS
the whole
records
day
are
and night?
complete,
You
accurate,
can
and
print so
timely?
many guns.
That's actually a great question that we have
Makes no
dedicated a lot
sense.
of resources to. Again, at CGIS, the NICS system has been trying to get to 100%
Yeah, he is a total
within
ass
15
clown.
minutes. We are currently at 93%.
Don't worry, he's gonna get
with
worse.
87% of those being responsive in less than 60 seconds. So we got more
Do you
work to do.
think additional resources would be helpful in getting to 100%, or do you still argue that less resources are
I would say
necessary
mental
to
health, and we
managing
need to
100%?
open
No, I
mental
just think we have
institutions.
to work on how fast our actual infrastructure processes these things.
On to a question about resources. The FBI's core mission is to counter terrorism, espionage, and major criminal threats. Now, recent large-scale reassignments to immigration enforcement or politically motivated investigations cause me concerns that other critical missions are being neglected. One example, in March of this year, you created a Tesla-related task force and diverted personnel from the domestic terrorism operations section to work on that task force. What risk analysis justified that decision, and do you still consider domestic violent terrorism to be a lower priority?
Any form of terrorism, domestic or international, is the highest priority at the FBI.
So
And when
why
you say,
divert resources away from those missions?
I don't believe that's accurate. We did not divert resources away. When cars were exploding and people were being set on fire, I directed resources to address it.
And I'll suggest in your follow-up, and we can make this more explicit in our questions for the record, that you provide the accurate information about the diversion of resources. Because again, when I understand that you authorize large-scale agent reassignments from counterintelligence and cybercrime to not just immigration cases, but others, it has an impact on the other priorities like nation-state threats and ransomware investigations. Moving on to a different subject area. Safeguarding our elections is a core FBI responsibility. The public needs confidence that election security work is driven by facts and free from political influence. Mr. Director, do you agree with Attorney General Bondi's decision to disband the FBI Foreign Influence Task Force?
The disbanding of that task force did not in any way reallocate or take away resources from that critical mission set.
So then how are you mitigating the risk of foreign actors interfering in U.S. elections heading in?
As I've highlighted through our cyber programs, which have seen a 40, 50, 60% increase in arrests for cyber threat actors looking to not just harm our critical infrastructure systems, but also interfere in our elections. We've had multiple arrests this year of individuals who are interfering.
Yeah, he doesn't
in
know
that
how
process.
law
The
enforcement
Department
works
of Justice
because
is
he's
under
not a
Integrity
police
Task
officer.
Force
He's
seeking
not a
statewide voter lists and driver's license data.
he's not a
I
law
can't speak for the
officer.
Department of Justice.
He's the senator. He
Member of the Department of
just
Justice.
I can
Did
speak
the
for the
FBI play a role in those requests?
Whatever requests that we had pursuant to the department's direction were provided
So then you can speak
for the
to
FBI.
those actions.
For the FBI.
So you can speak to those actions.
For the FBI.
So what
damn.
role
He's
do you
telling
play
him
in
for the
those
FBI.
requests?
He wants him
Whatever
to say
requests
like
we
he's
get from
gonna
the
run
department, I
all
don't
the
have those details in
departments.
front of me. We provide whatever requests they have.
I have not many details in front of you on a lot of the questions coming from this side of the aisle. So I do hope that there are substantive,
This side of the
accurate,
aisle, why
responses
your side of the
to
aisle
your
is stupid.
questions in writing.
I don't know
In
why
my,
there's still people on that
time
side of
left,
the
Mr.
aisle.
Chairman, I just want to call out a couple of observations. The director before us has tried to explain, I won't say explain, tried to explain how he doesn't need another $500 million.
See, these
to do,
Democrats, they read
the
scripts.
job.
You see, they keep looking
And
down
specifically that
and
even
they're
if
reading off of a paper.
the FBI had an additional
They keep
$500
reading
million,
off of scripts.
it would take years. I think he referenced 14 years to
He's
fill
not
the
coming. This is not
vacancies,
coming
but
from his
in the
brain. It's
meantime,
coming from what he's
relying
reading.
on
You
partnership
see,
with local law
he
enforcement
can't even
to
like
fulfill the mission of
speak it out.
pure.
He has to look down the paper to make sure he's expressing
As we've
himself.
discussed in other hearings and in other
This
committees.
is bullshit,
by the way.
man. This is
Given
a
this
paper senator.
immigration mass deportation agenda of the administration, the FBI is not the only one leaning on local law enforcement to
Look, you
do
see,
the job.
he's looking down. He's like
ICE
to the job.
has
And
made
he's
it
reading
clear
what they're
that
saying on the
doing
paper.
The same other law enforcement agencies within DHS is doing the same. So much so that ICE's recruitment, because they're not only not advocating for cuts, they're actually requesting additional.
This guy is
dollars
really
for
handsy.
issues about
He reminds me of
policy.
someone.
But if
He reminds me of Gavin
ICE's,
Newsom.
plan to do the job is not just hiring up significantly. They don't seem to have that as a concern, but the FBI does. Both ICE and the FBI are citing
That's
partnership
Gavin
with
Newsom
local law
who talks.
enforcement, which, look, partnership and engagement is great. But having come from local law enforcement at the outset of my public service career, I also know that capacity and resources at the local level are strained, particularly in times like this. And when ICE is going on a hiring spree and you have local law enforcement agencies worried about their ability to recruit and retain local law enforcement officers and not
I know,
losing
right? He
them
says
to
Catch
the
is
federal
unprepared.
government,
He's
and
unprepared.
our reliance on those local law enforcement agencies is a perilous
I know,
strategy
right?
to take.
Look
and
how
it
many
could
times he looks
undermine
down. How many
local
times
law
he looks
enforcement's
down
ability to address
and reads off a
crime at the
paper.
local level, whether it's white collar crime, organized retail theft, violent
There he goes, look,
crime,
looking down,
et cetera, et cetera.
etc.,
My
etc.,
final minute,
and
I
looking
will
down
also
again.
suggest this.
No
Director
true
Patel
train of
has
thought.
referenced earlier in the hearing that
He's a puppet.
one of the most significant value addeds of partnering with local law enforcement.
Look down again. There
is
he
that
goes.
they
Look
have
down.
the best intelligent. They are the
Look
best
down.
intelligent.
Make sure he
source. Is that
expresses
correct?
himself
From
looking
the ground.
down.
Yet, when local law enforcement is put in a perilous position of
Make sure you look down to make sure you're saying the right
being
thing.
in a role with this mass deportation agenda, which is consistently overreached, has been found to violate the law and the Constitution, and has
What?
undermined public confidence in law enforcement, not just by immigrants, by the way, but especially immigrants. When immigrants are victims of crime and are afraid to come forward because they don't know what law enforcement is going to do with their information or not, when immigrants, legal or undocumented, are witnesses to crime and are afraid to come forward with that information because they don't know
Shouldn't
what's
have
gonna
been
happen
here.
with their information or not. That undermines the
They should not
credibility
be
of law
here.
enforcement
It does not
within the
matter.
and undermines the intelligence.
What does that matter?
Director Patel, that you say are
Then we're not supposed to
the
be
best
here.
source of intelligence when it comes to law enforcement. So it's shaky, it's worrisome, and in
Oh,
my
there goes the
opinion,
script. Wait, get back to
overall,
the script. Turn the
you
page.
are failing to live
Turn the
up
page.
to the role and
Okay.
responsibility that you have
Now he's going to
been
yield back.
confirmed to, and I associate with myself with everything Senator Booker said earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're back. That's all you got.
Okay,
Close
before
your
we go
book.
to Senator Blackburn,
You read your
without
script.
objection, I want to introduce into the record a recently declassified document thanks to Director Patel. The document is a Director Ray FBI analysis of Nellie Orr's false statements to the Congress. Orr never suffered consequences for advancing the phony Trump-Russia narrative and attempting to cover up her involvement in the hoax with false statements. Yet time and again, the American justice system has been weaponized against President Trump and his associates, such
Soros
as
is a.
Peter Navarro, with reckless
I'll tell you that money
abandon.
is so corrupted.
The DOJ's inaction on Nellie Orr's criminal referral, despite the
Yes,
obvious
we do need to
incriminating
limits.
evidence provided in the FBI's own analysis.
If the
undermines
president is on
Trump's
only
push to
4
rule of law
years
thanks
and
to
these fuckers get to be here longer, are you fucking kidding me? Trump should stay in presidency
Mr.
forever
Chairman, and
until the
Director
day he
Patel, thank
dies.
you ever so much for being with us today. And I
You
want
put
to
these
thank
clowns
you
on here
for
forever,
your
forget about
commitment
it.
to fight violent crime in Memphis. And when you first came to meet with me before your hearing here, I gave you the stats on Memphis, Tennessee, and their crime rates. And then you committed then and again at your confirmation to help us. You have been true to your word, and we are very, very grateful. Operation Viper has been such a success. The 500 arrests are important. These are gang members and gang leaders out of Memphis, Tennessee. There are over 100 gangs in Memphis. So the impact of these arrests, the impact of 100 indictments of these gang members. And now we have a U.S. Attorney's Office that will actually prosecute violent crimes and actually take up and prosecute
8
federal
years
gun
at most for
crimes.
president, but
This
50 to 60
is
years
helping
for
to
these
make
assholes.
Memphis safe again.
Bro,
And
it doesn't make
yesterday
any
at the White
sense.
House, to have
It should be
the
the other way
president
around.
announce the second phase of this with bringing in the Guard, and we've got ATF and DEA and the U.S. Marshals and Homeland Security, and the work that you and General Bondi and the president have done is so appreciated by the people of Memphis, Shelby County, West
Wow.
Tennessee, and I am ever so grateful for the work you've done. You know, one of the things as we talk about Memphis and what a vibrant and wonderful
Probably
historic
like every
city it
quarter
is,
mile is a
it's
gang.
important to realize
Just like
Memphis
Chicago.
is
Chicago's
one of the
horrible with gangs.
logistics hubs
But
in
Memphis is
our
really bad.
country.
Memphis
You
is really,
have
really bad.
I-40, which goes east coast to west coast. You have the Port of Memphis. You have FedEx. You have all 5 Class A
And they're going to try to
railroads
clean it up.
that are there, as well as so many companies that are important to Memphis. And I have found it so interesting that some of my colleagues want to complain about agents being taken out of the DC office and actually put to work in the
Mhm.
field because they've been needed in the field. And you can look at the stats from Operation Viper and see the difference that they have made. And we so appreciate that. I do want to drill down just a little bit on the issue of cargo theft, which ties into the logistics hub in Memphis. We've got a lot of companies that go through there. IMC is a big logistics company. People in Memphis know what it takes to keep America moving. But what a lot of people may not realize is that many of these criminal gangs have been focused on cargo theft. This is how they pay for their activities. So in addition to the carjackings and the home robberies and the smash and grabs and some of the human and sex trafficking, they've gotten into cargo theft, and cargo theft in Memphis has increased over 5,000%. 5,000%. That's what you saw with a Biden administration who wouldn't drill down on this. So having these agents out in the field, having an interagency approach is something that is going to help us with getting our hands around this cargo theft. So talk for just a minute about what your team has done there and the importance of having that interagency approach.
Absolutely, Senator. So Operation Viper
I
is
know.
under Operation Summer
It
Heat
should have
in
been run
multiple
by
cities
country.
and mid-major
Country
cities across the
wasn't. It was
country.
very
We have
safe.
surging resources.
The rap
based
came in
on
and
crime.
fucked it up.
And Memphis, as you know, Senator, had the highest per capita homicide in the rate in the country. And that
You
was
know, their
simply
music is
unacceptable.
very.
And so what we did was what we call phase 01 of
It's
operations
like
at the president's direction.
very
We
insulting
went
to
into
other
some of these
gangs,
cities
and
quietly
they keep
to collect
insulting
the
each other,
intelligence that was necessary
and then
to
they
start
end up killing
these
each other.
operations, to start seizing these firearms, which we've seized, I think, over 115 firearms off the streets, to start taking narcotics off the streets, and also to infiltrate the gang network, this criminal street gang
Yeah,
network
Biden administration,
that is
they
providing
should be
these
in
guns
jail,
and
man.
drugs to the public
They
in these
shouldn't be out and
communities,
about.
allowing for these shootings. And so what the FBI is good at, what the FBI is great at, is partnering with our local authorities in places like Memphis and Miami, in Chicago, and so many other cities across the country, to start the work, because you can't do the work on a dartboard basis. You need ground level intelligence. And that's what we do, working with our state and local law enforcement. And the results, I think they've said over 100 indictments federally.
Yeah, you
just
need
in this
agents on the ground.
3-4 month surge. And now we're going to go in there with more resources to finish it.
And we are grateful for that. And I think it's so important for my colleagues, what we have seen in Memphis. You mentioned something very important. Your agents go in and they go in quietly. There was no press conference. There was no fanfare. You went in there to work. And very importantly, you gathered the intel. Who are these gang leaders? Where are they? Figuring out who was doing what, and then setting up the process to apprehend these individuals. And it requires infiltrating those networks and having that data to work from, so that you are working in partnership. And as I have talked with elected leaders in Shelby County and Memphis, as we have talked with those in law enforcement, they have been so grateful to
She's so
have
appreciative.
this
She's so
support
nice.
and this
You
additional
can tell she's not a
information
Democrat.
that comes, because
You
local
can tell.
police are learning from
She's so
your
thankful.
agents when they are learning how to track these gangs and infiltrate
That's so
these
cool.
networks. We know that phase 2 of this operation is going to kick off. The Guard is going to be there to support the Memphis Police Department, to help them kind of catch up, because they still have a lot of people on their board. They know who they are, where they are, what they're doing. They want to apprehend them and bring them forward. So talk a little bit about how phase 2 is going to continue to work to support the law enforcement efforts in Memphis.
Well, it's just like what happened here in Washington, D.C. It takes a whole of government interagency approach, where we're working with the Attorney General, the DEA, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, Department of Homeland Security, because each one of those agencies has specialized capabilities. And when we surge together to work off of the ground level intelligence was collected, you see what happened in Washington, D.C. here. And that's the next phase of it, because you are able to utilize the National Guard to set up border perimeter operations. So when you go into an area, you have the secure workspace to get in there and stay in there. The key here, Senator, is sustained criminal investigations and sustained prosecutions that clear Memphis like we did Washington permanently, and leave behind a blueprint for what local law enforcement can do with our federal partners to sustain that. We don't want to go backwards, and that's critical, but we're in the next step. Sustaining it will be the last one.
Well, and we certainly appreciate that. I do want to touch on Operation Restore Justice. And Senator Britt mentioned some of this very briefly. And I know that you and AG Bondi have done a tremendous amount of work in protecting children. I appreciate that. And we
She's so
passed
happy.
my report
I would love
act
to be her
last
friend.
year,
She's such a
and
good, happy person.
President Biden signed it, and this does require
People
social
voted the right
media to
person in
report to
there.
NCMEC so that they
She
we
sounds so
can have
peaceful.
these perpetrators followed up with and apprehended. That's a good start. We're still trying to get the Kids Online Safety Act passed. That has been a bipartisan effort. We have looked with disdain at what has happened with Discord and Charlie Kirk's killer, alleged
Oh.
killer. Talk for a moment about what else Congress ought to do in order to give you all the toolbox you need to apprehend these predators and pedophiles.
Well, I think we need to go after the monetary backbone of this infrastructure,
Yep.
like we discussed earlier. I think we also need to
The Soros
make
money.
parents across the country aware of how invasive some of these social media sites are, and how much criminal enterprise is going on, and how easily these kids can be sucked into it. And also, the only way,
Easily.
in my opinion, to do that, as Senator Klobuchar and I believe Senator Graham had stated, was, we need to work on Section 230. It's just it's been too long since we've addressed it. Nobody's being held accountable. They're making money, and our youth is dying. And that's just unacceptable.
Well, we have that reform bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just at the outset, I just want to say what I think all of us believe, and that is that the political violence that is so afflicting our country, it doesn't matter whether it's from the right or the left. I mean, all of us have an obligation to fiercely advocate for our point of view. All of us have an obligation to respect people with whom we disagree. The folks we disagree with are our opponents, but they're not our enemies. And I hope all of us keep that in mind and do the best we can to set that example. I want to congratulate the FBI. I want to congratulate the Utah state and local law enforcement for the very good work that it did in apprehending the violent assailant of Charlie Kirk. And that is a terrible, terrible tragedy. Director Patel, at one point you made an announcement that the suspect was in custody. We got our man. It turned out that was not true. In fact, I think that was about 27 hours before the person now in custody was apprehended. Why did you make that statement?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you letting me address this. What the FBI does is not just locate and find suspects, but we also participate in eliminating subjects. And what we had at the time was a subject in custody in relation to this investigation. So in my commitment to work with the public to help identify subjects and suspects, I put that information out. And then when we interviewed him, I put out the results of that. And could I have been more careful in my verbiage and included a subject instead of subject? Sure, in the heat of the moment, but I was doing the best I could.
In all candor, I don't quite get that, because if we have our man, that would suggest to the public that everybody can rest and relax and not then continue to provide information to local law enforcement and to you.
Well,
so that was a mistake.
I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as something working with the public to identify that there was a subject
So if
in
you
custody.
put out a statement that says we've got our man, and in fact it turns out that you didn't have your man, that's not a mistake.
But that's not what I said.
Well, I'll go on. That's my understanding. A second thing that is really important in the FBI, but it's important in every agency, is that the folks who are doing good work get supported for the work they're doing. And a number of highly successful FBI
Yeah,
agents have
like the father turned him
fallen. I want
in
to just ask you a little bit about
alive.
you know who
You know what I mean? Because
Brian Driscoll
he was
is,
thinking about
right?
killing himself. he was gonna kill himself, and
Yes.
his father
Okay,
like
and my understanding
urged
is he
him
served
not
at the
to, and
FBI
had
for
a
over 18
pastor
years.
intervene
Agree?
also. That was
believe that's
also,
how
Special
I think he
agent
was a
in charge of
marshal
the
or
Newark
something.
office.
I know he was law
He was
enforcement.
commander of the FBI's hostage rescue team. That's a very prestigious and responsible position.
But what's
It
up,
is.
Terry? How you doing, man?
Section chief
Hope
of
you're
the
having a good
critical
day.
incident response.
I've been on here for 5 hours.
Section. You've got to be pretty good to get that high responsibility. You agree with that?
This
Yes, sir.
committee started at
So
9 a.m.
55 SWAT teams.
It's
and they're
already
like 8 employees,
12:51.
right? They go in
Almost 4 hours
to
here
dangerous situations,
dealing
right?
with it.
He got a Medal of Valor for his participation in a raid on ISIS terrorist Abu Sayyaf, who had kidnapped American citizens.
I feel you, man.
Kyla Mueller.
It's a
right?
good day to get
All
things
that.
done. That's
Is
for
that right?
sure.
I know.
You're in agreement, right?
I know Kayla Mueller's family. Yes, I know this.
Okay, and he got Kurt Meyer, somebody who had barricaded himself in a bar after he killed 4 people and wounded 2. And Driscoll was part of the team that went in there and took that guy out, right?
I don't have all the details, but I'll take your word for it, Senator.
And he got into trouble when when Emil Bove demanded a list of FBI agents who investigated January 6th and was apprehensive that what did happen ultimately would happen, and that is those folks would get fired. I mean, do you
Yeah, YouTube, like
agree with me that a boss who
it
stands up
kind of like you're
for
gonna have to like
his
recheck
subordinates
like
when
notifications.
they
So
did the
like you're
job
gonna
that was
probably have to
asked
put
of
it like
them as a
off and then back
stand-up
on.
person and somebody to be admired?
Because YouTube
Generally
does
speaking,
that.
yes,
I don't
sir.
know why.
Pardon me?
Generally speaking, yes,
They
sir.
don't give out.
But
Some people they
Driscoll
do,
got
but some
fired,
people a
right?
lot no.
Again, that matter is under litigation, and the matter you referenced occurred
If you need
before
to
I was
Okay, but
unsubscribe and
let's
subscribe
just keep it
again,
really narrow
you
here.
know, do it so
He's
that
fired,
way
right?
it may help
Yes, he was terminated.
And he
you
has
get
to
the
be,
notifications.
somebody communicates to him that he's terminated, correct?
That's my job.
That's your job. So you communicated to him that he was fired.
I did.
So,
I
I
do
have a hard
shows
time
every
with this
day.
because that record suggests to me that this
Wake and
person
bake
is
and
like
in the
worthy of
evening.
consideration for the
And
President's
then I have
Medal of Freedom,
Tyson
and he
on
got fired.
Thursdays at 7:30.
But there's also a record of other information that was available. And now that this matter is pending litigation, we will get that out in due course. But as
Okay,
you
so
you can
this
agree.
so-called, so you've got, quote, other information that you see as a valid basis to fire somebody who, from what I can tell, had an absolutely outstanding record and who crossed the threshold of getting in trouble because he was standing up for agents serving under him who did work that was assigned to them that happened to be related to the January 6th uprising.
Again, you're correlating based on your information, the reasons for his termination. And I'm telling
No,
you,
that's
there's-
right. Let me ask you another question. When you were here, you were rightly critical, not here, actually, I guess it was on Cash's Corner. You were rightly critical of the way that the previous FBI director used the FBI jet. And you said you wanted to ground Chris Wray's private jet travel that he pays for with taxpayer dollars to hop around the country. Let me ask you this. On the weekend of, according to flight tracker data, on the weekend of March 7th, an FBI plane flew round trip from DC to Las Vegas, and you attended a UFC fight with Mel Gibson. And I'll show you that. Is that you, and is that true?
Yeah, you want to know the difference? I live in Las Vegas. I'm allowed to go home. I didn't leave a congressional hearing early on an FBI jet to dodge questions.
All right. Then on April 5th, you attended a hockey
Damn.
game in New York City. You don't live there, right?
No, I don't.
By the way, everyday FBI agents who are
This
signed
is
in
why they
Washington
bringing
don't
up.
get to fly home on a private jet.
Well, this is a great point. Do you know why I have to use a private jet? Because Congress made it mandatory.
Okay. In April 5th,
Damn.
well, we didn't make
That's
it
so
mandatory
petty.
that you go to UFC.
This is the
games
petty
with Mel Gibson.
You're
Democrat.
telling me I can't go home?
I can't go home.
You got to use some judgment here.
So when I'm at
Beth,
home,
you
I
would-
can't do what I'm doing when I go home. Everybody else is allowed to go home,
Let me
just not
keep
me.
going. No, I'm glad you go home. I
Okay.
love to go home, but I don't go home on a private jet. On April 5th.
They're not
you att-
mandated to do so.
You attended a hockey
Yeah,
game
you're
in
not
New York City
mandated.
with Wayne Gretzky.
Hello,
and
he
on
is the
flight tracker
FBI
says that the
director.
FBI jet
He
took
has
to
full
and from
use
New
of the
York City
jet
where you
wherever
don't,
he wants
right?
to go.
That's correct.
And on April 12th, on the following weekend,
He went home to
attended a
Vegas and he
UFC
went to a UFC
a
fight.
fight in Miami, also on the FBI jet, right?
That's correct.
So what's the cost to the taxpayer for those
What
three
does it
flights?
fucking matter? He's mandated.
I pay the commercial equivalent per the regs and the law. And so just so you know, when you are comparing me
I
to
just asked
prior
what
directors.
I asked what the cost was, and you don't know.
Listen.
I take it.
Yeah, and what I've done with the use of the private jet is use Andrews Air Force Base versus
Okay.
Reagan National as what the other directors have done
Bottom line
to
here,
save the taxpayer
bottom
dollars.
line here, you flew home to Las Vegas. There's nobody else in the FBI who gets paid. They have to pay their own way if they want to go home, right? I mean, right?
He is the
Well, that's
director.
inaccurate. Depending on where you're stationed, the FBI covers the bill to get home.
So are you telling me that FBI agents who are assigned in Washington, but who may live in Charlotte, they get paid by the FBI?
Sometimes they do, yes.
Right. Another thing I want to say is
Yeah,
this.
they go
You know,
home.
Our local law enforcement has been stiffed. About $500
These
million
people don't know what the hell
in
the
top
FBI
grants
does.
have been
That's
taken out of the
crazy.
budget. Those really help
How's
us
the
in
senators
Burlington.
gonna
They
tell
help us in
the
Rutland.
FBI
They really are important.
like what they do?
And why in the world would we be cutting those cop grants when we need that local law enforcement in part to partner with you?
Well, I
Do
think
you
you're speaking.
support that?
I think you're speaking to the Department of Justice grants, which I don't adjudicate, but also Vermont, just like every other state, has received a plus up of FBI personnel.
Well, I'll tell you, that's not what we're seeing. The other thing, my understanding is that there's a requisition or an effort to get another plane for the FBI that would cost about $72 million. Is that right?
That's inaccurate. The FBI, because the jet, as you call it, is not my jet. We use it for operational needs. We use it for FTOX. We use it for HRT.
But that's the one you fly in,
And
right?
we have multiple fixed wing assets, and one of them is on a wildly expensive lease that I deemed a waste of money, and I'm looking for a replacement in which the government can procure assets permanently.
Well, but I would welcome you submitting to this committee the cost information about the jets that are under consideration. And according to our research, the specifications.
Yeah, Terry,
that
I'll just
are
write your
included
comment.
In this request.
Yeah, I'm on
would result
with,
in
on
an
Thursdays.
expenditure
I'm
of
on with
between
Tyson at
72 million
7:30.
and $80
So the show starts at
million.
7:30
That's
every
inaccurate, but
Thursday.
I'll happily get you the right
I
numbers.
welcome.
And that's
getting
with me and
specific
Tyson.
Information.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Tyson
Mr. Chairman, I
Deluxe.
yield back.
Rob, he's Democrats.
I can get
shit.
closer.
He makes himself look like a total
Comey
dumbass.
became
I agree.
FBI director 2013, and then something like when I became ranking member in the middle of a
Funny.
Congress,
His bank account. Oh my god.
or I was ranking member. Comey needed an excuse to come to Des Moines, Iowa, or someplace in Iowa for a family reunion. He wanted to meet with me in Waterloo, Iowa. I think nothing more than an excuse to say he did something official on that trip. Now, I can't accuse him of that because I don't know, but I can't recall that we discussed anything very serious that had to be.
It's like the Democrats
him in
are coming out with all
Waterloo or
petty
Cedar
shit.
Rapids at the airport before he
You
went
know,
to the
petty
reunion.
Democrats.
And then 2 or 3 years ago, Ray was sitting where you were, and we had 2 Republicans wanted to have second round of questioning, and it would have taken about 10 minutes, and he refused to because he got on this airplane that you're talking about going to the Adirondacks. So I find interesting that my Democratic colleagues seem to bring up
that comment didn't
your
come
use of
out
the
here,
Justice Department
Rob.
planes, yet my
I don't see it on
Democratic
YouTube,
colleagues didn't seem too
but I
interested
see it here
about my
on
oversight
StreamYard. But my
of Ray's
vision
use
really
of the
sucks.
plane. I didn't hear a peep. So my Democratic colleagues need to be considered.
Can I just add, Mr. Chairman, that When you compare the flight logs and the percentage of work travel to personal travel for the prior two FBI directors, over a third of their travel was personal on those same jets that I'm being accused of improperly utilizing. My mark is far less than that. Also, both of those directors use Reagan National Airport, which has landing fees
Yeah,
of
that
$5,000 to
comment
$10,000.
didn't come out on
Wanna drive
YouTube,
25
but I
minutes to
see it here on
Andrews. We
StreamYard.
take off and land in Andrews every single time because it's cheaper.
But
and
I
we do
can't
so
really
because
see it
saves
because
the
of my
taxpayer
glasses
dollars.
is
Those are
like
the things
not
we're
helping
doing
me right
to
now.
make sure we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And also, any new acquisition of an airline or a fixed wing asset for the FBI will specifically meet the needs of the demands of the foreign FTOC operations and hostage rescue operations and our critical infrastructure program.
Talk shit. Yeah, he shouldn't be even talking.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
You're very patient.
I am very patient. You're very patient.
These Democrats are
I'm new
crazy.
here to the Senate, and I watch what you have to go through as chairman, and we thank you.
Fucking crazy.
A lot of what we're talking about today, and you've been questioned about, was uncovered because of our chairman and his service.
Yeah, another
to this committee. And I
another
wanna
one that
thank
got
him
blocked
because
by
he's uncovered a lot, especially
YouTube.
during the
I don't
last
see it here.
administration, where many of our
Hold on, let
federal
me restart
agencies
this here. Maybe it's just my
far
phone.
off their
I don't know.
mission.
Because I'm not seeing the question,
And I
what you're
believe
asking.
we
you know.
wouldn't have as much information as we do if it wasn't
Yeah, I
for
don't
our
see it
esteemed
here.
chairman. So I wanted to publicly thank
Oh,
him.
shit.
And being the newest member of Judiciary,
I think you're being
I
censored,
am
Rob.
so grateful to be here because sometimes I'm wondering if some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't know what they're talking about, or if they're ill-intentioned and purposefully trying to gaslight not just
Okay, let me
American
see here real
public,
quick because
but
my
other
vision's
people
really
in law
bad at the moment.
enforcement and agencies that
But
you're working with. So
how many times do
as a former
Democrats
attorney general,
go
as a
on
former federal
vacations
prosecutor, as a
on the
former
taxpayers' dime
judge, as the
and
wife of a law
save
enforcement
this
officer, both
for
federal
official
and state
businesses?
over the course of
Yeah, and how about when they went to El Salvador for the Abrego guy, the Abrego Garcia? Remember that they went and to check on him? That was on the taxpayer
By the way,
dime.
it was when some of my colleagues
And they
would
went on a
breeze
private
in
jet.
just in time to rail on
How many
you
times
and
AOC
spout
flies
out
around the country in
misinformation,
a private jet? How about Bernie
narratives that
Sanders
have no grounding in
when he was
reality
flying
to
around with
criminal
AOC in a
justice,
private jet?
and then breezed
Okay.
right out as soon as they
Yeah,
were
let me
done.
go get
And
my
I
violin,
believe that it
Democrats.
does the
Let me
American
get my
public
violin.
more
I'll
good
play you a
when the
beautiful
oversight
fucking tune.
function of
It's called
Congress
Shut the Fuck
allows for
Up.
you to comment in a way that makes sense and is grounded in reality. So let's first talk about the reason why we are having to reassign, not just in the FBI, but in other agencies, criminal justice agencies, federal agents to accomplish different things, as has been done historically throughout our country. When we get into office, we have to examine
Yo, you being
and
shadow banned for
triage the
some
threats
reason,
facing this nation,
Rob.
threats facing Americans, and then allocate resources accordingly.
You're being
I said
shadow
you are
banned
to be
because I don't see your
judged
comments on
negatively because
YouTube.
you are trying to reallocate the resources of the FBI
You know
to
something? Hold on, Rob.
fix what
Me-
the Democratic
Like, what the fuck is
administration
going on
prior to
here?
this under Biden broke.
I'm not seeing your
So let's
comments
talk about
on YouTube.
the reassessment of federal agents
Yeah,
and why that
YouTube
has
hates
been
you.
necessary.
Yeah, but you know what?
Would you
Like, I'll take a
say
picture of
that
it,
the
Rob, and I can
majority
send
of
it to you.
assignments
Give me one sec.
has been made because we are facing unprecedented levels of violence, both because of the unvetted surge of anywhere from 11 million to 20 million people across our border in the last 4 years, and because of the woke, weak, insane policies that have been pushed into states and cities around this nation by the left.
Absolutely.
And take a look at this
And so I hear you
picture.
being grilled
It's a
because you
picture of it.
have rightfully
It doesn't come out on YouTube. You're being shadow banned on YouTube. You're talking very bluntly,
and I have heard
and
you
YouTube is shadow banning you
that you are in some way, and
because I'm not
going to use
seeing your
their
comments
words,
on
which I don't believe is
YouTube.
grounded in reality, that you are going to lean on local and state agents to do the job of the FBI.
Let me
Might
see
it
here.
be recharacterized more accurately?
See, I see where you put YouTube hates me. Yeah, that I saw.
State agent
But your comment up
agencies
there, I didn't
in
even
these
see.
areas, especially
So let me check out the picture.
where these policies that the Democrats support wholeheartedly, in fact, they frustrate our efforts to try and beef up our laws
Okay.
with good criminal justice policies at
You
every
put
turn.
Biden
And then
spent
come
over
in here
60% of his
and get on
presidency on
you
vacation
for, by the way,
on
you've
the
been here 7
taxpayers'
months, so
dime.
I know that in the
How
7 months,
come
you
they
didn't
never
break it. They
questioned
broke it
him
over the
like
last 4
this?
years. But it is a more
I
accurate to
know, and
say
YouTube
that you
blocked
are
that.
using the federal
Yo,
government
that's
and its agencies, or
crazy.
its agents and its resources to
And 2 of your
supplement
comments
and
they blocked.
amplify
They blocked
law
the
enforcement
how many
efforts
times do
in these
Democrats go
areas,
on
cities and
vacation
states
on
where
the
the Democrat
taxpayers' dime
policies
and claim
broke them.
it's for
We
official
are, it's
business?
been an integral part of my tenure to
You
use
see
the
how
local and
different
state
my vision
partnerships. I
and my
say it
reading it
everywhere I
is?
go. We cannot do the
My
work
TV's
without
about
partnering with state and local authorities in
15
every
feet
single
away,
state, in every single county in this
and
country.
I'm trying to read
And
off the
why we
screen, and
pushed
it's
out to
very
the
hard.
field is simple mathematics.
So I
While
took a picture
the
and
FBI had
now I
a
can read it
bloated
much better.
bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., nearly 1/3 of the FBI's workforce
It happens.
lived and worked in the National
I'm
Capital
sorry.
Region. 1/3 of the crime doesn't happen here. So I
Oh,
made the
shit,
simple
hold on.
decision to move them out,
I see
to move them out where the crime was
Terry
happening
wrote
in the field,
something.
to move out field agents, to move out
They
intel
hate me
analysts,
too
to move
because
out program
countless
managers. And by the
times
way,
I made
that's what they all
content
want to
on
do,
other
go out in the field and do the
channels
work.
and got
And no one's going to be punished for going out in
deleted.
the field and doing the work,
Wow.
and no one's going to be punished for
They
wanting to
got
stay at headquarters
deleted.
and help.
YouTube
But
can't
we needed a
handle the
reallocation
truth.
of assets,
No, they
and that's what we
can't.
did.
They can't handle the
From
truth,
your
especially when you're
experience
talking about
before and
Biden.
now in office,
Or you talking about the
have you
Democrats?
found
Oh my
that
God.
many of
You gotta
these
understand, they protect the Democrats.
nonprofits
YouTube is not a trustworthy
have
site.
done work to
That's why they
undermine
try to get a lot of people to
the
go to Rumble.
stability and
But I don't
security
like
of
Rumble.
cities?
Those matters are very much ongoing, and hopefully we can report the results soon.
And I don't mean just those that may have aided and abetted or supported criminal acts. Those absolutely should be investigated and pursued fullest extent of the law. And I hope that we follow the money trail, as some of my colleagues have suggested. I also want to get your opinion
You know,
about
Rob,
the
let me test something out.
nonprofits that are
If
working to
maybe
push,
if I can
get
make you a
elected, and then
monitor,
push criminal
maybe I'll let
justice
your
policies
comments
that have made our
like
cities and states
come
less
on
safe.
my channel
Specifically,
without being. Let's
they're
test
going to
this.
push
Let me make
out
you a
all
monitor,
of the things that they espouse, make the
and
city
then
stronger.
that way you could put the
No cash
comment
bail.
again and see if it comes out. Because I want to see if we could
Try not to
override.
charge
There's always a way,
crimes.
right? So let's try this way.
Don't call people offenders or felons or rapists or drug traffickers. I can go on and on and on.
Okay.
But the gist is, don't charge. When you do charge, charge as minimally as you can. Don't put people on parole or probation following
Let's try
incarceration.
it. Let's try it.
Diversion should be the rule.
Speak your heart out,
I mean, I
Rob,
could go
and
on
let's
on.
see if
We're
we
seeing this
all
play
can
out in
override
cities across
fucking
our
YouTube.
nation. I am one who believes it is always important to look at how we can do things better in our criminal justice system.
Listen, you're not gonna fucking silence
But what
Rob.
has happened is
Hell
some of these
no.
groups have hijacked that good intention by so many and used it as a way to subvert the stability.
And Terry too.
this
Don't
country.
fuck with Terry either.
And I firmly
Don't
believe
censor
when
Terry.
that money is traced, you're going to find it's not only going not just to policies, but it's also going to pushing and
Yeah, I
promoting
know.
criminal acts.
YouTube is owned
I
by
believe
Google.
that money and support doesn't just come from infrastructure within the U.S. because I believe
They censor a
undermining our
lot,
cities and this
especially
nation
now.
is something our foreign adversaries will get behind, and it will show that they are behind.
Yes, we override the system.
Is the FBI
Viva la
trying in this
resistance.
reallocation of resources to make up and help in
I
these
love it.
areas
Rob, we did it.
where local law enforcement is
Rob, you
trying
keeping
its
that.
best, but it's fighting an uphill battle against mayors
Let me put
and city
Terry.
council
I'm gonna
and
put you a
indeed
wrench too
governors
because you're
that
here.
promote and
So
support
I'm
and
giving you
pass
both the
laws and
wrench.
policies that follow these weak, insane policies?
You know, you guys are
We go
cool.
into
You
every
guys
community
are
where the crime rates are high, and
good
if you look
people.
across the board,
So
the crime rates are coming down across the
let
country
me throw that
because
over
the
there.
FBI is going in there and doing good police work, and we're not
Plus,
going to be
there's going to be a
dictated
lot of
to by
people in the
mayors or
future here,
governors.
so
We have
I need
federal law
some good
enforcement
monitors.
capabilities and responsibilities to our citizenry, and we're executing those on every single day, including rural communities and tribal lands.
And you are, correct me if I'm wrong,
Rob, it's
welcomed, supported, and
uncensored.
enthusiastically
Yes, I love it.
praised by the cops that are there because they want those communities
He's
safe.
not going to be
Well, I think the
censored.
police speak for themselves,
Fuck
and
you,
we'll
YouTube.
let them do that at their
We
own
we
leisure.
we
And
we
one of the other
you go around your
gaslightings that I
bullshit.
heard was that at a time when we're
Oh,
trying
you're welcome,
to
Terry.
help them because they're having vacancy rates and they can't retain police, and you're causing that.
Mm.
Is it in fact that police across this country, because they've been defunded, they're not supported, they have groups that are continuously combating when they're trying to make the communities safer? I know this because when I was the Attorney General, they all wanted to come to Florida, and I welcomed them with open arms. In fact, we are increasing our ranks in Florida, sometimes to the detriment of other cities and states because they can't keep them. They tried to make it sound like it was your fault that we had vacancies in these police ranks around the nation, when in fact, aren't you trying to help bolster their ranks
They'll
and help
probably
them
send you a
because they
check
have
in the mail.
mayors and prosecutors and city councils and governors that won't help them?
That's exactly what we did. We did it in DC. We're doing it in Memphis. We're going to Chicago, Miami, St. Louis, so many other cities across the country.
Nice.
And I'm just grateful that you are doing this, and I commend you for all the numbers that I'm seeing going after the violent crime, helping make sure we are getting the criminals that came here unvetted from other nations out of this country, that you are allocating resources to those efforts. It is all important to make this a stronger, safer nation, and we appreciate you being here today and making sure we're talking truth and not misinformation to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Before Senator Schiff, I want a UC to introduce into the record a declassified Clinton Annex. The Clinton Annex is a declassified appendix to the Justice Department Inspector General report about the Clinton email investigation. The annex shows that the FBI had evidence necessary to conduct, quote, thorough and complete investigation, end of quote. But the Comey FBI failed to review the evidence at the time. After nearly a decade in the shadows, this information is
I'm
now
gonna have to light up some
come
more
to light
candles. Give
thanks
me a
to
moment.
Dr. Patel.
I don't like it. It's
Director
too dark,
Patel.
you know.
Senator
I need
Schiff.
light.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let me
Mr.
set it
Patel,
up.
During your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. So let me ask you very specifically, did you ever take any action to terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee in whole or in part as retribution for being part of an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
No.
You also committed, you assured Senator Blumenthal, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. So you're testifying today that you played no role in the firing of even a single FBI agent for political retribution.
None for political retribution.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh,
I
no,
have
these are
not-
allegations against you.
And
So,
I'm
Mr. Patel, if FBI, senior FBI agents or employees said that you were firing them for political retribution reasons because of the cases they were assigned, you're saying they would be lying.
anyone that was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold the constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well,
I need to
by
turn-
meet the standards, are you talking about meet the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee will be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated for case assignments.
Candles.
Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Well, I'm asking about you, Mr. Patel. Did you, in whole or in part, terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump
He needs to go to
investigation
jail.
or because they worked on January 6th?
He needs to go
No
to
one at
jail.
the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does that mean they were terminated in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep
Okay,
putting words in
well,
my mouth,
then
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, let's strip away the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part
This is going to be a
because
long
of their
show.
work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by
No,
employees.
no, I'm
since
asking you a
I'm-
very specific
And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the
No,
truth
I
and it guts
want
your
an answer to my
narrative.
question. I don't want an answer to someone else's question. So let me just be precise and I ask for a yes or no answer. Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or
FBI
no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
That's the
answering my
FBI
question.
I
You're
don't
not
have to
answering my
answer your
question.
question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have
Oh,
a media
no, I'm not saying
narrative.
of a
Oh,
and I'm not
again.
giving it to you.
Unless it's true that you fired
Adam
people.
Schiffer.
People
in
have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at
because
the
they-
FBI who fail to uphold
You're
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires
Did
them
you
to
tell-
uphold.
White Democrats
tell
can't do this
anyone
all
at
the time.
FBI
White
that
Democrats always have to get all excited. And so, look,
all
he's reading off
FBI
a
employees
page.
who they
Look, he's
identified
reading
who
off a
had worked
paper.
on cases against President
He's
Trump
looking
would be
down.
removed from their jobs. Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that.
Oh, I
would
got to make
remove
a
people
shirt.
for
Hold
case
on.
assignments.
That you
I got
would
to get Tyson.
that people
I
that
help
were
Tyson
identified as
build
having
the
worked on
shirts.
cases
So I
against
want to get a
President Trump would
design.
be removed from their jobs. Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed
But
for
just
case
answer my question.
assignments.
Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People are
someone?
not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not
and
answering
I
my
would-
question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
did you tell someone at the FBI that FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no? Did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI.
He's reading off
that
of
they're
a
being
paper.
removed for
He's
basically
reading
their
off
case
notes.
assignments.
Okay,
What's
so
going
anyone who
on?
said that would
Look
be
at this.
lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint and the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask
litigation.
you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI
This is
that
driving
the
me
FBI
crazy.
tried to put the president in
This-
jail
this-
and he
this
hasn't
piece of
forgotten
shit.
it, and that your job
I'm
depended
telling you, like,
on the removal of agents who
right
worked
here.
on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone
He's
that?
not trustworthy.
Okay.
He's
Did you ever tell
under
anyone that you
investigation.
knew these summary firings
Adam
you were
Schiff,
undertaking were
he's under
illegal,
investigation.
likely illegal, and
He's
that you would
not.
be sued and later
He's
deposed?
he's
Did you
a
ever tell anyone that?
horrible
No
fucking
firings at
person.
the FBI or terminations were
horrible.
done for anything other than just
Horrible.
Did you ever tell anyone that, Mr.
Not good.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for
Crazy.
anything other than failing
Did you
to
ever tell
uphold
anyone
their
that,
oath of
Mr. Patel? You willing to
office
answer
or
the
their-
question?
The FBI.
I guess
I
you're
have
not willing to
answered
answer the
it.
question. So let me move on. Let me
Repeatedly.
move on to the Epstein files.
How many times
You said
Adam
you're the most
Schifter
transparent
has
FBI
looked
director in history, so I'm
down
going to put you to the
at a
test.
piece of paper or whatever's in front of him?
In 2024,
Like he's reading
you
off
were
of
asked
papers.
by Glenn
Look, look.
Beck
Look.
about Epstein's
Come on,
Black
man.
Book,
This is bullshit.
and you said,
It's bullshit. But you see how
he asked,
I
who
don't have
has
the
Jeffrey
candles
Epstein's
on?
Black Book? And you
So
said,
it looks
Black
like
Book
a little
FBI.
weird. So I'm gonna
And
turn
he
on
said,
the
but who?
candles, and you're gonna
That
see
is, I
how
mean,
the
there's,
desk
and you
lights
said,
up.
oh, that's
It's
under the
re-
direct
all this is
control
real.
of the director of the
Everything
FBI.
you see here
That's
is
what you
real. It's
said.
not.
Was that true,
It's
Mr.
not
Patel?
green
I'll
screen.
rely
This is
on you
actually a real
quoting it accurately.
dragon
I
No,
right
did
no,
that
here.
a
was
couple
it
years
true?
ago.
This is all real.
What you represented
This is
to
all my.
Mr. Beck and the
it's like my
president's supporters
altar
out there, or
on
were
my
you
desk.
lying? Were you?
No.
Was
So
it true that the
let
Black
me go
Book,
ahead and
Epstein's
turn on
Black Book, was
the
in the possession of the
candles here.
FBI?
Adam Schiff is a piece of
The
shit.
Black Book was in in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so
Okay, let me
now
bring
that
it back
you're the
to
FBI
the
director,
piece of
you have
shit.
possession of the black book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's black book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's question, because he asked you,
hey, Kayla.
and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said himself. There's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have again is limited. And Senator Kennedy said the answer is no one. And you said for the information we have.
Light it up.
So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your testimony, Mr.
I never said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question,
And I
Senator Kennedy's
said
question.
the information that 3 administrations have had access to
I'm
have
asking
made
you-
determinations that there are no investigative leads that were credible to prosecute and investigate any others. I'm
Well,
specifically
I'm asking
stating
you whether
we
it's
were
your
working on.
testimony today.
Well, you just read
that
it, and I said it
I'm-
10 minutes ago. so let
He
the
read
record
it.
Reflect my
I
testimony.
just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding because there are victims
Let's play a game.
you-
How
who
many
testified
times have you looked
otherwise,
down?
who have said otherwise.
Right.
And
This is
you're
how the
telling
game is
American
played.
people today that
How
the
many times
Epstein list
Adam
is a single name and it's
Schefter
Jeffrey Epstein.
looks
That's
down
what we're to
at a piece
believe?
of paper to read
That's
off?
not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, and
Well,
you
let
can
me-
say
let me
whatever
ask
you
Let
want.
me ask you this. When Todd Blanche went to interview Juzane Maxwell, she
Shit.
said,
All right.
but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet,
Yeah, lefties piss
who
me
you
off.
value
too.
as your coworkers, and would be with him if he was a creeper because they wanted sexual
That's the next-
favors.
next
A man wants
question.
sexual favors.
That's
He will
funny.
find out they
I don't
didn't have to
trust
come to
her.
Epstein for
Really
that.
pisses me off. Yeah, I
And the
fucking
next
hate this
question,
guy.
Todd
This guy's
Blanche,
really
former
weird,
criminal
you know?
defense lawyer, asked,
Weird
is
energy.
not who in the cabinet, who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask
Why
you,
is he stuck on Epstein?
who are those cabinet members?
How is this progressing the
Juzane
FBI if
Maxwell,
they're
Juzane
stuck on
Maxwell is
Epstein?
referring to that that were part
Yeah,
of this
I
cast
believe.
of
Look, he's
characters
reading. Look.
associated with Mr. Epstein. Who are they?
He
The
don't even
Deputy
have a
Attorney
thought.
General took the aggressive step
He's
that
not.
no one
This
else did
question is
and
not
interviewed
coming from
Ms.
his
Maxwell
brain.
for
No, I'm
two
asking
It's coming from a
days,
piece of
and we
paper.
released
Who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the cabinet
transcript.
members?
I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American
And-
public can
and
read
let
the
me ask
entirety
you
of that.
one last
The
question,
binder of doom.
because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members
Terry, that's funny.
associated with Mr. Epstein. But let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI
I watch
agent,
all your
among
videos. Oh,
others,
thank you.
she's
Pretty
transferred
cool.
to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions
Yeah.
made it in
No,
prisons.
don't
The Bureau
apologize.
of Prisons
It's real.
decided on their
I really
own,
it
without any
was some kind
consultation
of
with Blanche
either
or
green
anyone
screen
else,
or editing in.
that they were going to suddenly,
Yeah, it's
after this
cool as hell.
interview,
Knowing it's
completely
real
unrelated
stuff.
to
I
this
like it.
interview,
Yeah, it's real.
completely unrelated to anything
It's
she
all real.
said,
Trust me.
move her to a prison not suitable for a sex
Like,
offender. You want the American
everything's all
people
real
to
here.
believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements
Oh,
of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds?
What I am
The
doing is
most-
protecting
the
this
most-
country,
the
providing
most
historic
significant
reform,
witness-
and
the most
combating the
significant witness,
weaponization of intelligence
Epstein
by the
files
likes of you.
cover-up,
And we have
gets
They're gonna
countlessly
against each
proven
other.
you to
from
be a
your
liar in
administration,
Russiagate, in
and you
January
call that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This
United
stinks
States
to
Senate.
high
You are a
heaven.
disgrace to
Woo!
the
Stinks to high
Constitution
heaven.
and an utter
And
coward.
I'm not
Woo!
surprised.
I'm not
And I'm
surprised
not
that you continue
surprised
to lie
that the-
from
the-
your
that the-
perch and put on a show
view
so you can go
of you
raise money for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Woo!
You can take an
Woo!
internet troll,
Take
make-
it to
you
the
can take
bank
an
that the
internet-
FBI is
you
protecting
can
this
make an
country
internet troll,
and the state and
the FBI
citizens of the
director,
California.
will
We
always
are bringing
spend nothing more
historic
Adam
than an
Schiff's
internet
going to
troll.
jail.
order, but all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of this
transparent
situation.
FBI director in history.
Take control of this
33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Both of you be quiet
Woo.
before I go to Senator Tillis.
He's like, both of y'all be quiet.
Without objection, want to introduce into the record the Durham Annex. The Durham Annex is a declassified
That is
appendix to
fire.
John Durham's report about Crossfire Hurricane. The Durham Annex contains information exposing a reported Clinton campaign plan to falsely
This is so good.
tie President Trump to Russia. For years, I've fought to assemble and publicize all the facts heretofore unknown surrounding Durham's investigation, Crossfire Hurricane, and related matters. The Durham Annex was declassified large part because of Director Patel. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Patel, thank you for being here. I've actually admired the way you've tried to keep your composure over the course of this. Kind of reminds me of an old Far Side comic that said the floggings will continue until morale improves. The last one I just coach you on, don't take the bait, because they're going to use that discussion between you and Senator Schiff, as you've suggested before, to raise money. Just sit down in the quiet confidence that you're doing a good job. Real quick, in less than 30 seconds, give me your resume again on why you're qualified for this position.
Thank you, Senator. Served as a public defender and national security prosecutor. I tried over 60 criminal trials to verdict in state and federal court. I served as the lead investigator in the House Intelligence Committee and the counterterrorism expert there, unfolding the Russiagate investigation. I served as the head of counterterrorism for a presidential White
He is
House.
a scumbag,
I served
big
as the
time
deputy
scumbag,
director
Rob.
of national intelligence at the Office of Director of
You
National
all know the
Intelligence,
truth.
overseeing our 17 intelligence
The ones that are
agencies.
paying
I served as the
attention,
chief of staff
we
to
know the
Department of
truth.
Defense,
You know,
Secretary of Defense, overseeing a
but there's a
$2
lot of people that
billion,
don't pay attention.
financial equity flow, and also defending the homeland and providing for our no-fail mission.
We could drill down in details, because I've studied that record, and I think you should be very proud of it. I just did that for the benefit of the liberal media that just keep referring to you as a podcaster, I think. And I appreciate you giving me that resume. It's a good body of work. It's why I supported your nomination so strongly when you were before this committee. Really quickly, too, on the events of last week and the sad death and assassination of Mr. Kirk, I seem to recall that Mr. Zen, I think, was the first person of interest. He was reported to be saying, "I shot him, now shoot me," or something to that effect. Would that have more or less?
He always runs to a camera. He runs to a camera and a
all
microphone.
over the building. People are
That's-
afraid over there.
As soon as he sees it, he
Could
runs
it
for
be
it.
that because you were in possession of some of that
And
information,
then he
that
plays
maybe
the
you did
little
just
girl
characterize
that cries
as getting
wolf.
our man?
Plays like a little
Maybe
bit.
that's what led up to it, if those facts are
Like,
correct.
you know what? You're a
What led me
fraud.
to that is to the eliminate subjects, but also
You have
we were
no
in
say
a
in
period
this
was inside of
conversation.
24
You're the
hours where we didn't
fraudster.
know
You're
who
a
the shooter
crook.
was.
Well, that's why I
You
asked, because
belong
people are
in
forgetting
jail,
that this man was
not in the
reported
Senate.
to have been saying, "I shot him, now shoot me." They're also forgetting that he brought in an attorney and said that he'd fabricated the claim to draw attention away from the actual shooter. And he went on to get multiple charges for possessing child pornography and sexual abuse material on his phone.
It's crazy.
So I'm just saying that it just seems to me that in the moment, maybe you should have used different words, but I can't imagine that
See, you can tell the difference
amount of
between the
time that you
parties.
spent,
You know,
on that,
the Republicans are really
hearing.
chill.
I think it's because
They talk it
they're
out.
really
The
worried
Democrats,
that
they
they're
just
another
scream,
punchline to an
and then
old
they
joke.
talk over you, and they
Your
don't
work
stop
is working
talking
in
when you're trying to
practice, but it's
answer.
not working in their theory.
It sucks,
They
man.
haven't
The
heard
Democrats
you,
have lost
so it's working
themselves
in
so
practice,
bad.
not in theory. They haven't
I,
heard
I
you say
wouldn't want the
multiple
energy
times
in
that
the
you've
Senate
plussed up
anymore.
FBI
Like they should
resources in
abolish
every
like
state.
the Democratic Party.
They haven't heard you
Get
when
rid of
you've
it.
talked about year-over-year
You know,
comparisons
get rid
from
of the
results.
parties. Get rid of the
I
Republican
don't
Party. Get rid
care
of the
how many
Democratic Party. How
people
about
you
that?
have at HQ.
So that way
As
you
long
can't
as you
bitch and
keep
whine.
producing those
Oh, because
results, then they're
Republicans
good. They need
keep us
to be
on. There's
sustained.
all one republic.
Now, I am a little bit
Yes, know what you
concerned
stand, stupid.
about
One
the
nation under God,
deployment of
indivisible, with liberty
National
and justice for
Guard
all.
troops to dangerous
My
cities.
God.
You keep on mentioning something I'm going to go back to in terms of joint task forces. You also did a great job of explaining why you think you should save money and go out and fly out of an airport versus
Yeah,
an
they don't
easy
accept
trip across the
accountability
Potomac
either.
to national. I love all those responses.
No
and I agree with you
accountability.
from
That's
here.
why
But
Tyson
I
created a shirt that I
I'm
told him to
worried
make,
that
which make
if
accountability
we
great
move
again.
in too
You
quickly,
can
let's say
find that shirt over in
Memphis,
Tyson
and
De La Cruz
I
store.
should back up and say I was Speaker of the House in North Carolina.
It's one of my favorite
And
shirts.
I would consider it a personal failure on the part of state leadership if they have to call in federal resources to do their job beyond what they do every day. And that's promoting joint task forces. I've seen ATF, DEA, FBI. I've been in the briefing rooms at 3:00 in the morning about to go and do a 55 no-knock warrants on bad people. You all do that every day.
Yeah, it's already
And
those
thank
two
God that
parties,
you
the
are.
Patriots are the
It looks like we
Republicans,
should
and the
plus
people
it
who
up in a
hate
few
America,
cities.
the
I'd
Democrats.
rather use the money to deploy National
So there's
Guard
already a two-party
and just
system like
continue
that.
to leverage what you're already doing well.
I say
And I
abolish all the
compliment you because I've
parties
got to
and
believe it's a
just
lot of these joint task
one
forces that
nation
have
under God.
increased the
Everybody under
apprehension
one,
and
not
charging rates. So
under
thank you for
two.
that. But
It's under
do
one.
you agree that
We're
at
the
the end of the
United
day,
States
if
of
we're going to have a
America. We're not
sustained
divided.
impact on crime,
You
whether
know,
it's
they trying
Memphis
to
or any
divide
other
us,
city,
but it's not going to
that
work.
we've really got to enable, empower, and continue to support the men and women on the ground there every single day?
100%.
Thank you. I think that your cost benefit mind needs to go into, if I'm about to deploy this many National Guardsmen to a city, what does that cost? And what would that look like if we were plowing that cost of deployment into ongoing, I believe, joint task force, which are working very well. They're working well in North Carolina. So I'd like you to look at it. Now I'm going to move on. The Safer Communities Act. Can I get your commitment to get an update? Maybe we could even take a trip out to West Virginia to see how we're doing an extraordinary job of NICS background checks. People are getting them in record time, but we are taking a few guns away from people that probably shouldn't be able to buy that day. Would you agree with that characterization?
I would love to have you out and anyone else on this day is to West Virginia to see that
I'd like to
work.
bring some of my colleagues to see it's working. We had people on my side of the aisle saying it was going to be awful. It was going to result in mass confiscation of guns. Not true. They were wrong. This bill's making a difference. I also want to talk about the behavioral health and other
Open the
components
mental
of granting.
institutes.
I know in North Carolina things are going well. I want to make
Please.
sure that that flow is going out there because the
Reopen
tragic
the mental
events in
institutions.
North Carolina and Charlotte, the stabbing. I spoke with one of the family members yesterday. Are
all scripted.
I think that we have to recognize that we have magistrates that have a revolving door policy, no doubt about that, and they should be held accountable if they're releasing dangerous people.
You see, he's scripted too.
But I also think that some of the problem is that we simply don't have a place to send people, particularly with respect to
Well,
behavioral
Cash is
health.
brown
We
skin.
have got to continue
Schiff
to
is
every
the
law
dick.
enforcement officer I've ever spoken
This is not
with
Schiff.
says,
This is
"Look,
another guy.
I've got law enforcement officers seconded to an emergency room because I've got somebody with no
The last
place to
person
send
that
them.
was
I don't
on
have a
was
bed
Adam Schiff.
upstairs I can send them to. I don't have a behavioral health facility. We've got to provide more ways to detain people that are a risk to themselves and a risk for the community. And I really do believe Safer Communities Act is a good framework.
But he's not looking
for
as
doing
much
that.
down.
That's only a
He does
comment.
look down.
Section 702.
I think it's more
is
like
gonna come
talking
up in
points.
April of next
He's
year
not
for
reading
renewal.
off of a
Do you
script.
believe it
See,
should be
he looks
eliminated?
down, but it's like
Not reauthorized?
key points to
And
talk
also
about.
get your commitment maybe to come back
But he's
over
not
and
reading off
review
of
some of the
a paper like
controls,
Adam Schiff was
that
and
are
all the
in place and
Democrats
other things.
that
So
are reading
hopefully
off a
we won't
script.
have the drama leading up to April.
There's a big
we can actually
difference.
come here and get consensus on
This
why
is Tillis,
you've
right?
got the
Okay.
checks and balances
I
in
kind of
place, and why we
figured.
should do it. Just remove any chance that we're going to run into that cliff narrative next year. Can I get your commitment on doing that?
You have
Mr.
it, sir.
Patel? Thank you. I want to talk very briefly on, and the chairman's give me a gavel, but I promise not to go over more than 2 minutes. But that's why I chose.
Yeah,
to
I
be
think he looks
last, so we
down
can
for
have this
talking
discussion
points,
and actually get to
but he's
some
not
facts
reading
versus
off of a
agendas
script
and
like the
clickbait
Democrats are.
that we're almost
Like Adam
certainly
Schiff
see
was reading
going
off
forward.
of a script. Like he would
Tell
look
me a
down.
little bit about the rationale behind
Like
the change in stance
reading
of
word
recruiting.
for word
I
that's
also
on the piece of
understand there
paper.
may be a reduction
This
in
one,
the
he
academy
looks at
time.
talking
Just give me some
points,
thinking about where
and
you
then
are on
he
recruiting, retention, training, et cetera.
speaks from the
So
mind.
recruitment is through the roof. We've doubled up month over month. Our applicants to be 1811s are federal agents, intel analysts.
This is
So the
Adam. This
recruitment is
is
going wonderful. What we have
Cash.
to do is figure out a way to
This
get
is Cash
creative
Patel.
because the BFTC timeline is an 18 to 20 week program. And what we've done to address the openings we have for 1811 brick agents is we opened it up to the interagency and said, hey, do you at Secret Service or DEA or ATF want to come over? You guys went through FLETC. You guys were cops or military officers. You're law enforcement. So we created a shortened bridge program of 6 weeks at Quantico that if you want to come over and be an FBI agent, you can do so. There's transfers all the time. We just made it easier. And we're also recruiting police officers who might not have a college degree. But in my opinion, that does not disqualify them from serving our community. So we're welcoming them. It's a rigorous application process. It's just one item.
See how Cash
But we are
answers
changing
from his
the
brain,
timelines
not from a
based on
piece
the
of
needs of
paper.
the country, but not
You don't see
jeopardizing freedom.
Cash reading from a
Glad
piece
you,
of paper
you
when he's
mentioned that. I
answering.
heard someone almost a throwaway line that you were hiring people without a college degree. Most of them had
This started at
had basic law enforcement training,
9:01.
all the kinds of certifications. You're talking to somebody who
They
didn't
were like
achieve my
50
4-year degree
seconds
until I was
late.
37. I'd like to
I'm
think that
holding
I
it
brought
against
some
them. They were
things to
50
the
seconds
table, and I
late.
think that those people, the mere comment, I think is inappropriate for somebody considering this to think that they're a lesser person because they don't have a piece of paper. I wanted to get back to
I'm about to make
the
myself
last
some lunch.
thing that I will talk about. I'll follow up with some questions for the record. Thank you, incidentally, for consistently being responsive to any inquiries I've made to you. But on the Kirk shooting, I do believe that that Senator Schmidt's numbers are right. There seems to be a disproportionate number of voices on the left that are celebrating the assassination of a CEO or celebrating the assassination of someone in Mr. Kirk's case that
Yeah,
I
my show's
disagreed
been
with
going on
probably
for a
about
long
half
time
of
too.
his positions. But I felt like he was a good
I've been on here
voice
for
in
6 hours.
engaging young people, and that's a start.
Right
As long as
now,
we
I
can do it
just reached the
civilly.
6-hour mark.
But
And all this, I
and
started
then
at
I
8
also just went
a.m.
back
the
online
show.
because I've hammered on this
It was
committee
not, no,
multiple
it was
times. I just went online and I found
7:35
tidbits that
I
even
started.
today you could order a T-shirt that says ACAB
35.
If you don't like that shirt, you can go get an F the Cop shirt at the same website on a location on Pinterest. There is clearly a problem with some of the voices of the left, and I'm not necessarily saying any members of Congress
Yay for
that
coffee.
need to tamp it down.
I had
Having
my
said
coffee
that,
this morning.
within 24 hours of Mr. Kirk's shooting, we had the guy that does the podcast for the War Room and another guy who's
Oh, it's
denied
okay,
the
Rob.
Sandy Hook shootings say we're at war. Now, how on earth, and I do believe it's a smaller number, but it's a number that has an influence. How on earth are we de-escalating the situation? And with the tensions as
Nice.
high as they
I'm thinking
were
about
last
rolling another
week,
one.
with going out and saying we're at war. I'm not asking you to respond to this question. I'm just saying that there are people out here on our side of the aisle that still need to look in the mirror. Even if you agree that it's a lower number, bad is bad no matter how many numbers they are. And that kind of rhetoric and that kind of mobilization makes your job more difficult and puts us in a position where we're not being as productive as you want the FBI and state and local law enforcement to be.
Nice.
I'm finished. I just want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your concise answers. And I am thoroughly impressed with the fact that you have sat in that chair for over 4 hours without a break. So with that,
Yeah, I know.
we're on behalf of the chair, want to thank you for being here today.
Wow.
And also I assume, are we leaving the record open for any period of time for 1 week? The record will be open, left open for 1 week so that you may have questions for the record. Mr. Patel, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
today.
Mr. Chairman.
Meeting's adjourned.
Yay! We completed. Holy smokes. That was a marathon. Oh my goodness. That was such a long marathon. How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel? I feel exhausted. My goodness, that was just so crazy. It was like Adam Schiffner. I bet you right now he's outside. He's like, I need a camera. I need a microphone. He was talking really down at me. I feel offended. I feel bad. Free Palestine and you know, oh, I didn't do it. Like, what are you talking about, Adam? Like, this is not confessions. Like, just talk normal. I can't talk normal. Oh no. What happened to Adam? I tell you, not a good thing. I have so many questions, right? So many questions, especially when it comes to what happened to Charlie. And the fact that nobody is bringing it up is fine. It's just really disturbing me. The body language guy has good video of the scene of two individuals taking a camera down and taking the SD card, and they look very suspicious. And this is who I'm talking about. Let me bring it up here. Give me 1 sec. All right, here we go. These two clowns right here. This one that's holding the camera here, and this one back here. These two are in cahoots. Okay, this is Charlie's chair that he was sitting on when he got killed, and he's using it as a stepladder to remove this camera to get the SD card. Now, who are these agents? Because I'm calling them agents because they do not look like they're part of the crew. Especially, you see how this guy's on the phone and he's like it's just so weird that this guy comes over here, takes out the SD card. This guy comes back, gets the card, and then takes off. Like takes off walking like fast, and this one stays a little bit behind. But this one here, like, who is this guy and why did they take the SD card? Right? I'm gonna play it and I'm not gonna put the sound. I'm just gonna show the video. Like these two right here, like I want the FBI to answer that question. Who are those two? Why did they tamper with evidence? Have they been investigated? Look at them scouting, looking around. You're gonna see them. They're gonna be looking around, looking by the arm or something here, and they're talking about something. And then it seems like this guy on the right, he's kind of like nervous. And you'll see once the video plays. I'm not controlling the pausing. That's not me. That's Jesus that's doing this. That video camera is gonna show everything, man. That's so sad. But this one up here will show the bullet. I know this one will probably show the bullet too. Because this camera right here, I believe, will show like the entry and the reaction of Charlie and dying. This is the main, but this one here might have captured the bullet, right? You see, and he's rubbing his head. He's like nervous, or he's contemplating. He's thinking. This one here is looking around. Look how suspicious he's looking. Like, let me pause it. You see how suspicious this looks? And then look at him with the glasses. Like he's an agent. He looks like an agent from fucking the Matrix. This is like agents here. This one's like he's doing like one of these. He's contemplating. He's like, but let me play it. There's blood all over here on the floor. What are these two doing? Look. He's mouthing something. Look, and then he looks at the camera. He has the camera. Why would he point at the camera? If these people worked for like Charlie, I'm sure they would not be doing this. These two do not work for Charlie. Who are these two people? Let's hit play. And this is 5 minutes after Charlie got shot. 5 minutes after. And look at this. Looking around. He pans the camera because he don't want them to know that he's filming them. So he's just panning the camera around. He's panning the camera around. Right? And then he comes back. And then he's looking around. And then he comes back to them. You see how they're standing there? Look at the white shirt here. He's kind of like a lookout guy. And this is the other guy here. Look, he's looking at something on his hand. It's a phone. I think he puts a phone in his pocket. You see, he has the phone in his hand. Look, he transfers it to his right hand. He has a phone in his hand. He looks around. He looks suspicious. He grabs the chair Charlie was sitting on. He sets it up and he goes after the camera. He's dismounting the camera. This guy is a lookout guy here. If you can see, like, they're just looking around because I'm not doing that. So they're playing that. That's the video that they're taking. And then you come back, it's going to pan back around. The camera's gone. The camera's gone. The guy has the camera in his hand. Now, you would think, is he going to walk away with the camera? No. He's going to the table right here, and he's going to take apart and get the SD card. You see how he opened the camera? This guy opened the camera, and now he's working on taking out the SD card. Then he looks back. He's like, shit, I'm trying to get it. Like, he's like, hurry up. You know, so he's looking around, making sure nobody's looking at him, and he goes and proceeds to pop out the SD card. And once he has the SD card in his hands, he walks away. He puts it in a case, some kind of case. He puts it in his hand, and he walks off to the side. And then here is where it continues. The guy that with the white shirt that was standing back here, that was rushing the one that was taking out the chip, is standing right here. This guy right here. Now, you're going to see him walk back into behind this screen right here. He's going to walk back very quickly, probably extending his hand to get the chip from this individual. He puts it in his pocket really quick, and then he walks off while putting a hat on his head. Watch. There he goes. He goes back, and then he comes, puts it in his pocket, and now he has a hat. He's going to put the hat on, and he's walking away really quick. That is suspicious as fuck. Are you kidding me? They get the SD. They coming over here. He gets the card, and he walks off. Look, he puts a hat so they can't see him from above. They can't see his face because he's covering his face with the hat, and he's walking off. Excuse me, why Kash Patel is not answering questions about these two individuals that actually committed a crime, because this is a crime scene, because this happened 5 minutes after Charlie got shot. This is an active crime scene, and yet you have two individuals taking on a camera, one taking out the SD card, and the other one standing as guard, and the next thing you know, he's taking the card and handing it off to the white shirt guy, and the white shirt guy takes off. The FBI needs to answer questions about this. Why they're not answering questions about this? Like, this is what I mean. Like, the FBI needs to get more into this investigation. Like, there's so much evidence, And I believe Charlie was set up. This was a setup. Charlie was set up to die. You know, like prove me wrong. Like the banner says, prove me wrong. I can't believe they used Charlie's chair to remove the camera. And then look at this guy looking at his phone, texting someone. He's texting someone. Like, this is an organized group. This looks like an operation. And he's there just like texting, pretending he's just like, he's like doing something, texting. And he's rushing the guy. He's like, hurry it up. You know, like put his arm up and told him to hurry up. Like, I don't, you know, help me. That's, yeah, stealing evidence. I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. So if you've been texting, I'm sorry, I have to go back. I'll go back and I'll read the text. But as you can see, that the evidence, it's like, hold on, let me see if he shows it again. Yeah. So let's go back over here. Let's take a look one more time. And you're gonna see how quick this all right, he's gonna fast forward it. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna slow it down again, and we're gonna rewatch it. And you're gonna see it. We're gonna do it on slow-mo. Like, what are these guys doing? This is sketchy as fuck. This is sketchy as, I just feel like this is an organization that this is agents, man. There's something doesn't smell right with this, man. Look at the police officer back there. Do you see the police officer? He's not even looking at the tent. He's looking away. Like I just feel like there's something not right. There's something not right. But this camera, like, it caught everything. It caught the entry of the bullet. It caught Charlie dying. So this chip is very important. But let's go ahead and go back. Let's rewind it a little bit more. Okay, so let me see. Once he starts moving it, we're gonna go like a semi slow-mo. So semi slow-mo is gonna be at 0.75. So look at these two. Like, what are they talking about? What are they conversing about? What is going on here? And why was that camera taken down? And why was and nobody's paying attention on what these two are doing? Committing a crime right in front of them. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And if that camera is still rolling, that camera is capturing the crime. If the microphones are still live, and this camera is picking up the live feed and is still recording, they have clear vision of who these people are. They probably have clear vision of who these people are. But why are these two individuals inside the tent there? And why are they like conversing with each other? Right? And why he's rubbing his head, you know, after this guy says something to him. You know, they're like, got orders. And he's like trying to remind them, look, we got orders. We gotta get this chip and so forth. And you see how he turned around. He did like a whole 360. Like, he scanned out the whole place. He put his hands over his mouth. He's saying, look, you know, there's some people looking and stuff. So, like, let's try to play it off. But we got to get that. We got to get that chip from that camera. Like, you see, and this guy's holding his head. Why is he holding his head like that? Why is he holding his hair back like that? That's a long period of time for holding his hair. You know what I mean? And he's the one that walks off. So he's worried that, you know, he's getting the disc and he's going to be walking off with the disc, you know, with the SD chip. Look at this officer. He ain't doing shit. He's not even looking at the damn tent. You know, like these individuals should not even be touching anything there. And look at this guy with the red hat. He's not supposed to be in that area too. And this guy with the blue shirt. Why are they there? And then this guy leaning over here. You got a couple of people back here. Oh, look how this guy with the red hat is walking back, pacing back and forth. And the blue shirt too. It seems like this is an operation. You see? He's looking off in the distance. You see how they going back and forth again? With the red hat and the blue shirt. And then this guy grabs the chair, goes up, and grabs the camera. Grabs the camera. The cameraman who's recording pans off. Right? He sees, look at the guy with the red hat. He jumped over the railings because you got to jump over the railings to go over to this side. So he jumped over. And the guys, look, they got the camera. They took down the camera. That's DNA on that camera. This guy has his DNA on that camera. That equipment has DNA of this guy and touching everything. And he's looking for the SD card. And he's like trying to find it. You know, he's trying to get it from the he's like, damn, I can't find it. Like I'm trying to get it out. Like and then this guy's rushing him. You see how he has his arm up? How he had his arm up? Like, tell me, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down even more. Let's go super slow-mo. We're gonna go 0.25. And let's take a look again. We're going super slow-mo. Frame by frame. He looks back. Look at the arm. Look how it's up. Like, he doesn't even look American. Is this a terror cell? Like, look at his face. Look at the energy of his arm. His arm is up here. It looks visible because he raised it up really fast. So the camera, it moves so fast that, like, you know, when you're trying to rush somebody or do something, like you do like hurry the fuck up, like what are you fucking waiting for? Like, and when you go that fast, you see it's going really fast. So the camera is seeing it like it's pixelated, but he's moving it super fast. And you see real quick here. Let's bring it back. Actually, let's make it bigger. And let's go ahead and hit play. And you see him looking this way, looking at him. And he's like, hurry the fuck up. He looks like a terrorist, man. He doesn't even look American. He doesn't look American. They need to figure out who the fuck this guy is, and this one too. This is a national security risk right here with these two. I don't know why Candace Owens is not talking about this. I'm surprised nobody's talking about this. Jesus Enrique Rojas is the only one that has video of this. And I'm the second party that's showing it on my channel and showing evidence that evidence was tampered with. This guy with the glasses, this guy looks super pissed off for some reason. He's trying to rush him. He's trying to like fiddle with the camera to get the SD card. You're going to see the arm come down hard. You see how it comes down? He's like barking orders. He's looking around. See the guy with the glasses? You see how he looks around? He's making sure nobody's watching him. And he's fiddling with the camera to get, you see, he's trying to get the SD card out. And he's looking around. He sees it. He pops it out. And then he takes it. He takes it and then he puts it in a case. Like he has some kind of little case or something that he puts it in. And it's going to go frame by frame because I have it on slow motion. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Look, you see he's fiddling with it. He pops it out and there it is. He has it in his hand. He gets a piece of plastic or something that was on the table. he puts it in and he snaps it right there. You see how he snaps it? He snaps it, and then he walks off, and he walks suspiciously this way, right? So this is the guy that's handing off the SD card. You see how he walks to the back? So there he goes to the back, right? And this happens super fast. He puts in his left arm, his left hand, and he hands it off. Like right here, he's handing it off to the other individual that was standing back here. And then he hands it off. The guy that was back here, he's standing over here, and then you see him move to the right, and then quickly he grabs the chip, he puts it quick in his pocket, and he walks off and he puts on his hat. As you can see right now, watch. There he is. He's standing right here, and you're going to see him walk back behind here. This is where the handoff, right now, the handoff is happening. So he gets the chip. He has the chip in his hand. He puts it in his pocket. He put the chip in his pocket. Now he has his hat. Now he's going to put on a hat because the cameras can't really see you with your hat on. So there he goes. He's walking out and he puts the hat on. And why he's not walking with the guy that was there? Why that fast exchange, and why like this handoff happened and then he walks off? This is something, oh my God, this is something sinister going on. Why no one's talked about this in the fucking Senate committee? Why nobody brought this up? You know, this is you know, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Let me go and read this. I'm having pizza. What is it? Pizza bites for lunch. Yay! Pizza bites are pretty good. Yeah, hurry off to the cameras and start crying and bitching. Yeah, for real. I love your videos. I bet I don't miss crying like a bitch. He is. You know, in a little bit, we're going to do the paranormal. So I did say we're going to go through paranormal videos. So we're going to do a paranormal video. Because this is how we detox ourselves from the crazy politics. We detox ourselves with paranormal. With the paranormal. Yeah, I have zero sympathy for Adam Schiff. Fuck that motherfucker. Yeah, Charlie, I broke it on my show. On that day, on the 10th, I was live. I was about to end the show and I came back with breaking news and I felt he was dead. I knew he was dead. I felt the energy inside of me. Yeah, Rob, they're always gonna bash on cash no matter what. They're gonna use like that back and forth like exchange. They're gonna try to use it to their benefit and try to raise money off of it. It's disgusting. Yeah, but no one should have been touching it either. Like that's evidence. That is a crime scene. There should have been taped off 5 minutes after the shooting and still no police on site to secure the area to have a proper investigation. It's very suspicious to me. They both look really sketchy. Yeah, Terry, they both look fucking sketchy. I think they fucking planned it all. Yep, I believe on that, Kayla. Something if you watch when I broke the news of him of Charlie dying, I felt his energy and I kept repeating and just like feeling and repeating what I'm feeling inside and keep saying it was a setup. Like something kept telling me to say that. If yeah, you guys are new, you don't know me, but I am a psychic medium and I do a lot of psychic work and tarot readings and all that good stuff. And I've been doing it for years and years and years and years and years on YouTube. My channel doesn't get much viewage because I'm very suppressed by YouTube. This was an inside job, I feel. Yeah, Kayla, I feel the same way. Yeah, Terry, I feel the same way. Inside job for sure, without a doubt. An inside job. Yep. Paid for by Soros himself. Most likely, Rob. Most likely. Make sure there's no evidence. Yep. Stealing evidence. That's a crime. You know, that's crazy. Cash better be arresting those two guys for sure. Yep, Rob. I 100% agree on that. So Rob, yeah, let's hope so. Cash is getting opportunities to be a real hero or a real villain. It's up to him which way he goes. He better go after these two, you know, because that's damaging, like tampering with evidence. You know what the fuck? That's automatic. These two should be going to jail. Like they need to find these two. Where the fuck? Like I cannot be the only one that's just not like what the fuck, you know? I also think the cop is in on like 1 and 2. Yeah, I think the cops could be, they could be paid off. That money, follow the money, right? Like they say, follow the money. He looked scared. Yeah, the guy did look scared. Like he was going like this with his head and shit. Like he really looked like he knew it was a go and he was scared, but he had to do it. Yeah, he was scanning for sure. Yeah. Nobody's looking at the tent. Yep, nobody was looking at the tent. There were some people looking, but they weren't paying attention. Yep, everybody had their backs turned. Right? Even all the security had their backs turned. You know? Yeah. Let me see. I'm telling you there. Yeah, I saw the smug. An angry smug. Yep. And there's ways to clear that video to make it more clear and make it like more like 4K. You have to run it through a system and it could be as clear as how you see me right now. Like super clear. But it was really sketchy for sure. When I saw the video, as soon as I saw the way Charlie's head dropped down, I knew it was instant death. Yeah, me too. I felt it inside of me. Like it's a weird feeling that I felt that I knew he was dead. You love the paranormal videos? I love them too. We're gonna go watch it pretty soon. I already caught up to the chat. Charlie had no clue what happened. He was gone before he even heard the gunshot. Yep. It was so instant. He got hit. He went and he was done. All that blood coming out. He died instantly. So, I knew he was dead. It was just one of the worst days, like being on YouTube and reporting on it and feeling the energy. He's dead. And kept telling me like it was a setup. Anger, like really like strong anger got in me and was saying, he's dead. That was just, yeah. But we're gonna get into the paranormal now. So sit back, relax. I know the show has been a long show, but I'm not gonna finish the show without watching some paranormal videos. So let's go ahead and watch together.
When you're going somewhere that's known
It'll play on its
to be
own.
haunted and is being sold as a place that's known to be haunted, you could be walking in with skepticism.
In 1,000 feet, you will arrive at your destination.
It was March 19, 2019. Wow. I'm ready for this. Yeah, I love paranormal videos.
Something felt like it was around you. And that's enough to get you kind of in the senses where you're ready to start investigating the place.
Dude, I thought I just saw something go across. It could have been the light, but if it did, I got it on camera.
After reviewing the footage, if you look closely, you'll see that there was a shadow that came out of the door and went behind the wall. Here's a couple more playbacks. What do you think?
Yeah, it went from left to right. Right there, left to right.
I might have been just tripping because there's a lot of shadows in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
See, the thing is with these little fucking hallways and the pitch
You don't know
black.
where lights are bouncing off.
Yeah, you can't tell with the shadows.
Yeah, but you can tell shadows though.
You remember what happened last time? Yeah. Don't get a knock back, bro.
Make yourself known.
Now we heard that this room has tons of activity. And we were also told that you guys like to talk about football in here. I'm gonna put the EMF detector over here on this chair.
It's also found in a chair.
Okay, yeah, let's have a seat. Let's have a talk about the Browns and how good they are.
Well, we can talk about how Pittsburgh's going to get a 7th ring. You know, either or.
Yeah, whatever it is. I know I'm in your home right now. I know that I'm in your residence. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know you don't like the Browns, but I just want your company. I just want to see if you can come and
Who
join
likes
us
the
for a minute.
Browns?
And if you can, if you could sit
Wait,
right
that's
here or touch the EMF detector, it definitely will light it up and we'll know that you're here. You don't have to be afraid of us. We're not here to cause. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not here to harm you, and I'm very happy that you just did that for us.
So what was interesting about George's room is when Casey asked, "We're not here to harm you. Do you just want to come talk?" Because that's typically not our style. So once he said that, and then we got an EMF spike, and our phone wasn't like down on it, like nothing was around that would have messed with it. That wouldn't have messed with it prior when we had it on the seat or had it anywhere in the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're
That was
not here to
blinking.
harm you, and I'm very happy that you just did that for us. Wow. Got that? There they are. They're doing it. Hi. Hi, guys.
Steel curtain, baby.
So you do like the Steelers, and you don't want to be intimidated. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you move it up a little bit more? Can you put it up to the
got one of those
orange?
meters myself.
You moved it halfway, but if you get a little bit closer, I would really love to take a photograph of this beautiful setup you have with the football and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's awesome that you guys were Steelers fans. Oh, here we go. Definitely want to take a picture of this room.
Yeah.
So this room is home of, what was her name again?
Mary Virginia.
Mary Virginia.
It's early out.
And you know what, Mary? It's time to come out and play. That's Mary Virginia right there.
Can you make a move? Let us know which one's your favorite right now. Make it move the most so we can tell which one it is.
None of the others are moving. Which ones are your favorites, Mary?
I can bring you new ones.
Hey, Mary, I'm going to set this EMF detector over here with your toys. And maybe you'd like to communicate with us through that while you're coming over to move the necklace. You can turn your light on. Activity next to you. Yeah. Could have been me sitting on the bed. That thing was going off for sure.
Are you sitting next to me?
Wow. When that EMF went off next to me,
Wow.
right when we said, "Are you sitting next to me?" That's when it starts getting like, why? Like out of all the times this thing could malfunction, why now?
Sure.
Are you sitting next to me?
Wow.
Wow.
Ask her again.
Do you mind me sitting next to you?
Or are you sitting next to Steve right now?
Are you sitting next to me right now? Are you in this room? Are you in your bed?
it's a yes, I'd say.
All right, so you're in your bed. Do you want me in your bed? If you do, make these things move.
Did that mean no? Can you make it move if that meant no? If it's a yes, can you make it move if you want Steve in your bed? Okay. Maybe you're neutral. Maybe you don't really. You're neutral. You don't care if he's in your bed or not. I think that means it doesn't matter. You could be here or it doesn't matter.
What if I mess your toys up?
Oh, hell no. Now you stop all communication with us. Yeah, because you said you're going to fuck up her toys. She said, fuck yeah, I ain't
These
going
guys
to
are
cooperate.
Jimmy and Jules. Apparently, they were like the hustlers of the building. These are the ones that would try to sell everything to people. You got Polaroid pictures on the counter. You've got golf balls, dollar bills. And I think that this is where the photographer would be hanging out. The one that passed away and wanted to take people's pictures for $1. So I am going to take a picture of them, their little setup that they got. And then I'm going to leave the camera here with a dollar bill. That way, if the photographer would like to come out and play, he has a chance. Our trigger item that we brought today, we'll give him a shot. But let me take a picture first of these guys. See how that comes out. We'll leave this here. It's coming from over here.
It's the ball when I move.
Yeah, that's the ball that you put on there. Shh, wait, stay still, stay still. Right there. Oh, look at this, bro. Check this out. Looks like a face, right? Yeah, look at that shit.
Yeah, it does.
It's just that one spot. How's that happen?
That's pretty wild.
That is weird, right?
Yeah, that's
Can
kind
I move
of
the light
freaky.
from there real quick? That's on the outside. It's like
outside.
it's like outside looking in.
Yeah.
Dude, you fucking hear that? Fucking camera. That was the camera, right?
When the Polaroid went off, when we were down the
Camera went
hall,
off
I mean,
itself.
there is no mistaking the sound of a Polaroid.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that was the camera.
Camera went off by itself.
Did you hit record on the camera? Is this camera recording?
The main one?
Yeah. Dude, there's a picture right here. This fucking took a picture while we were in there, bro.
Where's the picture?
It takes a while to develop.
Yeah, but you have
Is
to
this
shake
camera
it.
recording? Hold on.
Shake it like a Polaroid
Bro, the camera's
picture.
recording.
Shake
We
it.
gotta check that footage, bro.
I knew it was a Polaroid. Casey
I
knew it was a
love
Polaroid.
Polaroids.
We just knew no
I
one was
grew
there
up
with
with
us.
Polaroid.
So how the hell did it go off?
Oh, the static camera was recording. Here's the uncut footage. Here we go. Look. You're going to see it for yourself. Yeah, look, I took a picture. What? That's wild. It took a picture by itself. And it flashed and everything. Oh, that's creepy.
Dude, there's a picture right here. This fucking took a picture while we were in there, bro.
Oh, man. I would like to see what it took.
Is this camera recording? Hold on.
Yeah, it is recording.
Bro, the camera's recording. We gotta check that footage, bro. Can't believe we got this on camera, dude. Good job, dude. I didn't know if you could record on the static.
You always keep shit recorded.
Wow.
You got lucky.
In Polaroid,
so
you have
this
to push it
camera
in.
does have a timer on it. Just to point that out there. This camera was on us the whole time. If the timer was on, it only goes for 8 seconds max. We were in there for 15, 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And if the timer's on, this light.
It'll be a light that comes on.
Blinking, right? Look, I'll do it right now. Look. See the light blinking?
That's the
So
timer.
if that light is not blinking in the video,
we have to review it.
we gotta look at it, yeah.
So after analyzing this photo that was taken all by itself, there appears to be a white mist clouding the lower right side of the image. And also, if you look in the doorway, it almost appears to be an elderly woman in a white gown gazing out.
Oh yeah, look, you can see the face.
Perhaps this is the spirit of Mary Virginia following us down the hallways after
Look
Steve
at that.
disturbed her toys.
Wow, you can see that face.
And strangely enough, none of the other photos from the evening had this white mist in it or any other faces in the background.
And it took it by itself.
I don't know if I believe in the whole 3 a.m. thing. All I do know is that around 3 a.m. we were wrapping up. It went from
It's a good
us
selfie.
looking for evidence to evidence coming to us.
It definitely was a selfie. An old school selfie with a Polaroid.
It wasn't that long away. It was like in that room. Oh shit. Yeah, like for real. Like I'm nervous now. I feel like that wasn't paranormal. That was like something. You know what I mean?
If it wasn't paranormal, it would be a raccoon or can you make something move? Don't be afraid of us. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean to touch something. Wait.
I didn't hear it at first. Casey heard it. He froze and was kind of giving me like the serious, hold on, dude.
Did you see that? Yeah. What the fuck was it? I don't know why you get it, man. Holy shit. Can you do it again?
If you're here with us, can you make that move again?
It's moving a little bit. Can you make it move like you just made it move a minute ago, please? Lift it on up.
Probably taking a shit. Because I am. I'm taking a shit. This is crazy. You probably need some toilet paper.
Dude, I said that it was risen, right?
Yeah, and then it sunk back down. It rose up and it went back down.
I mean, maybe air's coming through the pipes that's possibly causing that to happen.
It doesn't want to do it when the light's on. Did you see that?
Yeah, it went up again.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Maybe there's air in the pipes.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's moving
Yo!
up.
Holy shit, bro.
I mean, that could, I don't know.
What the shit? Can you put that light in there too?
Because there's no water. So the pipe is kind of like dry. Could it be some air?
It's
coming
really
out
easy
the
to
pipe?
look at this after the fact and be like, it could be this, could be that. But you weren't there. And when you're there and you're playing with that light and it was doing it on command, it's freaky. It froze us. And it's something that we can't recreate.
You don't like the light.
This is unreal.
Probably taking a shit.
What is that?
He's like, man, I'm trying to take a shit. You keep flashing the light on me. Like, what the fuck, man?
Good Lord.
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
Ew.
Well, there's nothing living in there, and it's clogged full of shit. So how is that moving?
No idea.
Maybe some gases is moving up
It's not
from the
moving due
pipes.
to air passing through here.
I'm actually very glad we didn't find something living in there. Because now, explain to me how that was happening.
Would I say Hillview is haunted? Yes. I don't know if it's the most haunted place we've ever been to, but as far as things happening that shouldn't happen, yeah, things happen there. I mean, and we were only there for 6-7 hours. I mean, people that are there all day, every day, when they say their stories, for the most part, I believe them.
After a long night of filming, Steve and I drove home and discussed all the things we had witnessed. George and Mary responding to the EMF detectors, the face from outside of the window looking in, a Polaroid camera going off on its own, the bag on the toilet moving although the pipes were completely clogged, and a photo, which we soon saw once we got home, which appeared to be an elderly woman's face looking out of a doorway. We would say that we got something. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments down below. Like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you get notified every new adventure we go on. And until next time, I will catch you guys later.
That's so freaking cool. Like, I'm just saying, like, the spirit world, paranormal world, the activity. I mean, the toilet. Okay, I give it benefit of the doubt, but I feel like there's could be debunking with the toilet. It could be air coming. It could be gases coming through that pipe, and it's making the plastic move up. And it seems like it's a spirit or something. Now, if there was water in it, and you had that plastic over it, and it did that up and down like that, then okay, I'll be like, oh shit, okay, this is something. But there was no water in that toilet, and it seemed like it hasn't been water in there in forever. And I think there's like gases or air that's coming through those pipes, and it's making it pop up like that. So I could say that's debunked. But let's go ahead and catch up on another. Let me see which one do I want to get. Let's go ahead and let's go with this one. Frick it. All right, let's set it up and let's watch together.
So this hotel has been explored by many ghost hunters. We like seeing if all this stuff is real, so we decided we're going to go ahead and take a visit.
Yeah, and the Polaroid camera. The Polaroid by itself. So, I don't think you're
The fucking knob is like coming off. We're in the Victorian suite, and this place is crazy looking.
Even when I spoke to a maintenance man that said he's been working there for 20 plus years, he knew all the stories and he had stories of death.
Wow. Oh no. Oh no.
the light. Creepy ass hotel.
Here's another one, another friend.
Why so many angels in the room?
Even the lights, like the bed frames.
Yeah. This is a weird room. Dude, this is old.
Is there anything on the back?
We can open it. That's got to be 100 years old.
Let me feel if it's real.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a photograph.
That's real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the beds outside, and it will cause that.
Oh no. No.
Yeah, Rob.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude.
Here.
Wait, let's put the light. Yeah. Oh, that's the whole family, bro. That's the real fucking.
Get a little less direct on there. There you go.
Yo. Oh my god, that's crazy.
That's
You got a negative?
sick. There's words.
Is it?
Yeah.
We got a whole thing here. Choose only Tracy, first girl standing on the left, Grandma
I can't.
sitting on the right. Maybe that's the activity that's been going on in here. Maybe it's some of them.
Let's look at them again.
So that's Tracy. Right? That's Grandma.
Is that Grandma?
That's Grandma. That's insane.
That's sick.
That's history right
Yeah.
there.
What a great find.
Yeah,
Within
no,
the first,
for
like, 5
reals.
minutes being here,
Absolutely.
you know? You think this has any meaning? No. These X's and dots? 2 X's and 8 dots is what's right there. I think it's 8. How many people are in that picture? Because that's 10. What are the 2 X's? You know, I don't know if it has any meaning.
Oh, those are the 8, and then the X's
Two
represent.
X's,
Yeah,
Maybe that's Grandma and Aunt Tracy, because those are the
Past.
only ones named. Yeah.
and that's activity people feel in here.
Could be. Let's check.
I hope we hear a girl's voice on the box, dude.
Yeah. Let's see how many we got. Okay, it's 11. There's dots here too.
Oh, I see that.
See those dots? Are you getting
Yeah.
that on camera? Yeah. There's dots there. That's weird.
How many?
8?
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
8.
It's just an old town, man.
Definitely. Oh, check this out. See this? History of Pioche.
Another crazy thing we discovered
We're in
was a
Nevada.
sheet with a history of the town. Violent deaths accounted for 72 graves in Boot Hill before a citizen of Pioche died of natural causes.
Wow. 72 graves from violence before natural.
Dude,
That's a lot of graves, bro.
now I'm thinking, where's Boot Hill?
You hear that?
Bro, come here.
Is that from in here?
Yeah, it's coming from this corner up here.
What is that noise? It's like, it sounds like a humming, right? It almost sounds like breathing.
What the?
Is it coming from in here?
No, it's out here stronger.
Yeah.
Let me check the other side of the wall.
If there's anybody here that would like to communicate, can you please? Did you get that?
Yes. When we went to the room that led to the bathroom, we had a EMF detector go off. So that's the reason we decided to actually set up the spirit box in that room.
If there's anybody here that would like to communicate, can you please? Did you get that?
Yes.
What's that?
It's always difficult when you're using the spirit box. Sometimes you hear things, but you don't hear every syllable. You don't hear every piece of the word.
Is that blood? Right there? It sounds like someone said that's not blood.
That's not blood.
Did you hear that? I'm gonna have to. I'll play it back to you in a minute. It sounds like someone said that's not blood. I don't know what that is. I don't want to touch it. I know that. Yeah. Well, the amount of murders that were here, I mean, someone could have easily gotten murdered in this room, no problem. You know what I mean? And then this is not. Yeah. It sounds more like man. It does. Yeah, I'm hearing more man voices coming through for sure.
Are you one of the men in the photo from next door? Is your body in Boot Hill Cemetery?
That's a good one. You hear that?
We're looking for it.
What the bro?
I've investigated a lot of places and I have seen movement before. I've never seen something as deliberate as the movement of that door. It just caught us both so off guard.
Anytime that we catch any kind of movement on camera, it's always a big deal.
There's no explanation as to how that door moved on its own. We had our team behind the scenes analyze the video,
I heard about
go
that
over it
place,
several
Kayla.
times, and they
It is.
actually
It
captured
was like
something that
it
I
used to be
missed
like
in
a
editing. Not only did they conclude that the door
it was
closing
a
was
hospital,
hostile,
or it was,
they found
yeah, it
an
was
image
a
of what
hospital
appears to be a
out there in
maid
Northport, yeah.
disappearing into thin air as we turn
They
the
had like
camera.
a
Take a look.
mental institute there too, I believe, and they closed
So
it
if we
down.
look to the left side of
And
Tanner's
it's
head as
very
we turn right
haunted.
here,
A lot of
a
spirits.
white figure appears just for a second and then disappears into thin air. Now, if we pause the frame, you can see what looks like almost the top shoulders of a maid's outfit and a face looking back over its shoulder.
I mean, that's hard to tell.
Watch how it disappears.
Let me see. Man, that's hard to tell. That's hard to tell.
Holy shit. Did you feel anything pass by you or no?
No,
I didn't either. So I think
but I was
whatever.
concentrating on the questions. you
Yeah,
know?
no, but I mean, like, whatever just moved that might still be here. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't feel anything go by me.
Nothing.
It could be.
Nothing, but that's a clean ass bathroom. For being an old place, bathroom looks pretty nice.
Bro, that's nothing. Yeah.
That's very
Pretty
clean.
much. Right behind the door.
Wild, bro. I don't know.
Right there on the fence if they want to talk to us or not.
Yeah. What I was saying was, like, the crazy is that spirit boxes, even when you're not getting something coming through, sometimes it just triggers activity.
Yeah.
Because they know you're trying to communicate, and it makes them come out a little. That's what I've noticed.
Sometimes it takes a little time for them to like ease into.
Yeah. We could try the thermal sweep. I got the heat sensor. Check it out. Yeah. Cool. So you can definitely see it picks up heat. All right, so we'll do the sweep, check the beds. I keep seeing like the corners, but it disappears. Yeah, nothing. This room. It's picking up a cold.
Yeah, it looks really cold.
You see that? It's like getting a cold area.
Okay.
That's just weird looking. It's like a black outline of a figure. You see that?
Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, as
Where
we
you
get
pointing at? Oh, just nowhere.
nowhere.
Yeah.
Like that's like literally like
Like there.
yeah. Like
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah. Let's check the beds when we get closer. Oh, there's a black spot there.
Oh wow.
On the bed?
Well, you know what
Oh,
that
no.
is? That's the window.
Okay.
Because it's cold outside.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's cold outside,
So what
right?
it's doing is it's detecting that everything here is warmer than out there, and that might be the other window.
And that's why everything's red too, because it does like a contrast of.
Probably the cold in the
I don't
window.
know what's cold down here. Let's get closer to that. So yeah, here's the window.
Right from the window.
Yep. That's window. But what was down here? What is that? Right there. That's what I want to know. What's
The
cold?
sea is
right here?
cold, probably.
Maybe that looks like an outline of the table right there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Around it.
But then it's cold here
On the wall? Yeah.
Why is that wall cold? There's a cutout right here.
Huh. It is a little.
Yeah, it's cold.
You know, it's warm in this room, so.
And
Yeah,
it's not
probably
cold here.
not
Maybe
well
this is like a piece
insulated.
of wall that was like put up cheap.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
not insulated well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hot spike in the bed. See that?
Yeah. 135. Huh.
Let's get close. I don't think that's accurate. I think I need to calibrate it.
Okay.
but it's definitely getting a hot spike right there. But that's legit. Can you shine your light on the door just to show them where we're at? You good? You good? Yeah. It's weird. Let me see if it feels different. Yeah, can't tell the difference there, but it's kind of weird. I don't see the outline of a figure. Do you? On the bed. Yeah, there's a small spot right there. Yeah. It's like almost pulsing too.
I'm not far from
Yeah, weird. Getting bigger. Then going away. Yeah.
For me, prediction is about what?
Yeah. Maybe it'll morph into something. I've had that happen. Okay. I've had times where like there's a spot on the couch and it starts morphing. Do you see how big that just got? Yeah. It's pulsing, right? You see it? Yeah, and getting warmer. It's weird. Let me see the light real quick. It's like gone. Here. Let's touch reverse. There you go. It's like disappearing the closer I get. It's definitely right there. Hey, you called dibs on this bed, right? Yeah. No, this is me. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we have one test left. All right. We got a Ouija board.
Oh.
All right. People are against it. People hate it. Yeah. But I look at it as just one more test. You know. Yeah. So we could set up the board. There's a little table in there. Look, we could try to set it up like right here. All right. And did you move that picture? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Thank God. I thought we put it back up there. But yeah, we can set up right here. Cool. And we'll just run it and see if anything happens. Yep. Sounds good. Here we go. We're gonna give the Ouija board a shot. We got the old photo next to us. There's been some things going down in here, so I promise you that I'm not moving it. You promise you're not gonna move it? Promise. We get any kind of movement, it's legit. Got it. All right, let's do it. So we're gonna put 2 fingers on the planchette, and we're gonna move it counterclockwise 3 times in circular motions. So we gotta kind of get it started up a little bit. And then we stop in the middle. If there are any spirits present with us right now, will you please move this planchette? Sometimes you get stuff, sometimes you don't. This time happened to be one of those times where we didn't get anything. We tried, we gave it about 15, 20 minutes. So we decided to wrap it up for the evening. It has been a crazy long day. We drove like 4 hours to get out of here, but I'm really happy that we did. We've gotten some pretty cool stuff so far on camera. I think the door thing is the craziest thing we got so far in here. We've watched that back about 20 times already. It's insane. And the fact that like this place is just hundreds of years old. I've never been to a place like this before. But it just feels weird. Like something in this room too feels weird. I got this angel like right above me. Like with this weird. I got an EMF detector down on the floor. I actually I put one over here because that chair in the corner feels weird to me. And this one actually, instead of beeping, it plays music.
Oh, there you go. Let's listen to some music. Wow.
That's not f***ing cool.
They love it. The spirits love it. Is it knocking?
Yo. Yo, come in, bro.
It's still playing.
That fucking thing's going nuts.
I thought for certain Tanner had heard the EMF detector going off and he was coming over to see what was going on.
Yo, you heard that?
I heard knocking. There's nobody there. He's sleeping.
I couldn't have expected in a million years that I would open up that door and he was dead asleep across the room. I heard a knock clear as day.
I heard a knock too. Like dun dun dun.
Yo.
3 knocks.
Yo, come in, bro.
3 knocks. Dun dun dun.
So one final question. Do I think this place is haunted?
Without a doubt.
The
I
Ouija
do.
board.
The amount of evidence that we captured on camera.
I always
there's
face
no
my fears.
explanation for
I
a
have
lot of
one.
these things that were going on in there. The
I don't
knock on
use
the
it, but I
door,
have one.
The EMF detector going off on its own. The door
If
swinging.
I ever needed
while
to
we were
use
doing the
it,
spirit box.
I would
I'm
use
just
it.
happy that we got it all on camera because, yeah, this was definitely one of those places.
Especially on investigations.
There's the hangers from Ghost Adventures.
Yeah.
You remember when Buddy was scared from the hangers? Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're coming, Zach.
That's crazy. All right, we're gonna watch another one, and it's gonna be the last one for the show because I need a break, and I've been on for 7 hours, so definitely need a break. But I will be back on tonight to continue on with the daily news and maybe some more paranormal videos to wrap off the night show. So let's go ahead and set this up and let's watch this together.
Hi, my name is Bob. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I'm 27, and I'm here to tell you about my experience that I had at the Moffitt Coal Company building. A few years back, some friends of mine and I were having some drinks, hanging out, and one of my friends told me that the property was haunted. So we decided to come back the following night, and we went out and bought 2 white candles that represent peace and 1 blue candle that represents the spirit side. And we decided to perform a seance. My friend Kevin was leading the seance, trying to invoke spirits, saying things like, if there's anyone here with us, can you please give us a sign? We did that for about a half an hour and didn't have any results. And as he leaned in to blow out the candles at the end of the seance, he blew out the 2 white candles, and then he leaned in to blow out the blue candle, and it shattered in his face. And we don't know why. And I didn't feel my feet move, but Kevin ended up under my foot, on the ground, laying down. And I asked him, I said, how did you get on the ground? He said, I don't know. Why is your foot on top of me? I said, I don't know. I didn't move. Honestly, I can say that that was the scariest situation trying to touch the other side that I've ever had. And I've never had an experience like that. My friends and I, we used to do this for fun, but after this experience, it was no longer fun. It was too scary, and I'm not willing to try to invoke the other side again.
Isn't it strange how you're going there with the peace on everything? It's like, and you still end up catching the wrong stuff.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like
when
it's
when you
risky
enter
stuff.
into that state and try to touch the other side, you never know what's going to come back and find you.
He had a hard time explaining it himself. So it's not like a thing where it's like,
Yeah, he didn't.
it
say,
just
like-
didn't make any sense.
He didn't say
you know what I mean?
like my friend teleported under me.
No,
he
just
said he blew the candle out, the glass broke, and then his friend was underneath his foot.
Bob's story to me was very believable because he has nothing to lose. I mean, he did this a long time ago. It was just a genuine, here's what happened.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he says I didn't lift my foot.
And I really do believe him because, like, this is a long time ago he did this stuff. So it's not like he's doing it to try to like build up his, you know, his paranormal group, whatever. Like he's done with this stuff.
Let me go grab me a snack.
Dude, is it built out of damn trees? What we got up here? Yo, look at that shit. That shit that looks like a rope or some shit. I mean, I'm not gonna make any call outs and be like, "Oh, that's the news," but it's kind of weird that there's like a bigger rope hanging there.
I already swept this whole room out here and got nothing. And as you can see, I'm green out here. Steve, let's go back to that room. I definitely felt the presence in there. Is this where you want us to hang out and communicate with you? In this room? Please don't leave. I know I left the room a minute ago, but we want to have conversations. We want to communicate with you. Can you give me a signal that this is the spot you want to be at with us? I see the green. Can you make it go to yellow? Good.
These things typically don't go off on their own. It needs to be near some source of electricity. And when it does start fluctuating, you know that there's an energy present making that light move.
We'll communicate with you here. I think we got our clear answer.
I think so.
Okay. We will be making contact with you right here.
Find a way to let you get whatever message you have to us or your family or whoever.
Are you in any kind of pain right now? I see yellow. Let's do this. Move it to yellow if you're in any kind of pain. Move it to green if not. If yes, yellow. Green, no. I saw green. I see green.
Green again.
Okay. So you're not in pain. That's good to know. Do you have any regrets? Are there any regrets of what happened to you or what you did to yourself? Would you like to contact us? Would you like to make communication with us? So we're actually in the spot right now that Bob told us about. He said, once you come into the main building, that doorway right here where we just got all that EMF activity is where he said they had their seance, and we're going to recreate it right here.
Personally, I've never done a seance before. I've never performed any kind of ritual to call spirits upon us. We wanted to imitate exactly what Bob had done with his team because we wanted to encounter or experience the same thing that they had experienced.
First, what he said to do is make sure that we have a circle of salt. I'm going to make a circle, and then we're going to light up these candles. All right, here we go, guys.
As you know, Ouija boards are not my favorite, so it goes hand in hand with seance. Probably not my favorite thing either.
Now that we have this circle laid out, our welcome to any dark spirits who are here with us, can you please show yourselves to us in some way, shape, or form? Whether it be blowing out the candles, whether it be moving that EMF detector, or even touching us. I am actually giving permission to touch if you're present with us.
If there are any spirits in the area and you see the light, we are open to communication. If you'd like to have a message to your family, to your friends, to us, we invite you inside of the circle.
All right, now there is one part that we didn't mention to the viewers. Bob said to us when he was explaining this whole thing, while they were in the circle, they were all joining hands. Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
I know, guys, just for shits and giggles sake. All right, ready?
All right.
One time. If there are any spirits here with us, we are giving you 100% permission to enter our realm right now and make communication with us. Please show yourselves in some way, shape, or form. I think we've given him permission. I think we've done everything he said. If nothing happens from this point on, and this doorway is where I feel the most activity.
Yeah.
So I'd say maybe we set up the spirit box right here.
Okay. Whatever you are, you're strong enough to push Bob along with some girls. Push us. Break these candles. Do something to us.
I'm hearing something. Yeah, I'm hearing something, but I can't make it out. Are you upset that we're here right now?
There's somebody here. We command you to say something through the speaker. That's not pretty good. Say bitch. Yes, I heard it say bitch. Yo, did you hear that? We ain't no bitch. If we're a bitch, do something to us. What is your name? Tell us your name. Make it clear. Is there anything you want to tell us? Can you give us a sign that you're here or do something and show us that you're here? You were able to break a glass. Do something to us, unless you're afraid of us. I mean, there was movement with Bob. Give us a sign. Show us you're here. What is that, dude?
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Now, at this moment in time, I did not hear it in person, but looking at the tape, it sounded like a voice said, "He's coming."
That sounded like a rock. Hold on. Leave that running. If it'll pick anything up.
We couldn't actually tell what it was over the spirit box, but there was definitely something that sounded like a branch snapping or a rock hitting a wall.
Definitely sounded like it was back in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the thermal while you're doing that.
All right, yeah, grab the thermal.
There's something in the corner. There's one.
Where?
Over in the back right corner.
Let me look. Let me look at yours.
Yeah, back that way.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's not. It's my flashlight. You still see it? Yeah.
There's something in the thermal, dude.
I'm looking at it with my flashlight, looking around the room. There's nothing there, and somehow that thermal was picking up an apparition.
It's hot.
Dude,
there's something hot on here.
Yeah, it's moving. Look, it's
shit?
moving. What the fuck, bro?
Dude, it's not fucking crazy, is it?
No, there's nobody there. There's nothing here. Nothing.
I try to find ways to rationalize it. You know, maybe it was a person that just happened to miss every single tree branch out there. I don't know, but something was on it that was hot.
Dude, that was something on here, for real.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I don't know what it was, but something was on this thermal camera. I've already swept the place more than one time. Nothing should be hot besides occasionally the walls.
Yeah.
And it was by the damn window. You know what I mean? Like, you can
Yeah,
see where, like,
yeah,
the
yeah.
heat in the window
Yeah.
cold, like
Yeah.
those white black or those
Yeah.
blue black spots.
Yep.
There was something hot in that spot. And then it was in a different spot. Yeah, that's crazy shit, dude.
You had the camera on. You had it recording, right?
I have the camera.
You were recording the thermal?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Plus, I feel like if it was someone on, if it was a person,
Yeah.
I would hear their damn feet at this point.
Steve and I were walking around the building trying to see if we could pick it up again, and I felt a burning on my side.
Just check me.
Pull
my jacket
down.
Is there something on me? Is there a spider or something biting me?
Dude, I'm getting light. Yes, you have scratches going from here to here.
It felt like something bit me.
You know, I wouldn't fuck around with this stuff with
I
you.
can't see it. Hold on.
It looks like 3 or 4 scratches. You weren't playing around, were you?
No, I didn't walk through any branches. I didn't walk by any bushes. Man.
Is it burning? What's it feel like?
Yeah, it's burning.
Mine wasn't hot, but that looks worse. Dude. It looks like it's a long scratch.
I didn't want to participate anymore. I mean, there's a fine line between paranormal investigations and we're actually in danger.
Think that thermal shit, was it right after the thermal thing?
It was during the thermal thing when it started burning.
No shit.
Dude, let's go.
Let's get pictures of it. Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
All right.
The reason we wrapped up, obviously, is when you get those scratches, your mood changes. When that happens, your mind's racing. You don't know what it means. So it's a good time to be like, hey, let's get out of here. Let's recoup. Let's figure out what happened. And let's get them again next time.
I didn't want to communicate anymore. I didn't want nothing. I wanted to pack up my cameras and go.
I didn't walk by any branches. I mean, I know there's a lot of trees out there, but I was standing right next to you the whole time.
Yeah.
You know, when you were recording the thermal, I was right next to you.
Well, that's what they call personal experience, and you learn to live with it. You know what I mean? Just like I did. I mean, it happens. You're gonna believe it or not. It doesn't matter. It happened.
On the ride home, I think I was just trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together I was going through everything that had happened throughout the course of the night in my mind. I gave permission to touch during the seance. I don't like being touched, man. I don't like that. And you know what? Now that I think back about it, it kind of like makes me a little nervous. When we were doing the seance, to even touch. If you want to touch, I give you permission. I gave permission.
It's like we're always like telling.
Dude, that gives me
do stuff.
goosebumps. No, that gives me
I know,
goosebumps right now. Like I have goosebumps all over my body, thinking that I actually said, "I give you permission to touch."
I think this is one of those times we should be like, disclaimer: don't do what we're doing because it's not for everybody.
It's not for everyone, and you don't know what you're letting in.
When I was scratched at Penhurst, as I was in the video, you're gonna believe it or you're not. I know what happened.
Definitely not for
I don't care if
everybody.
no one believes me or not. I know what happened. So in case said he got scratched, I know what happened.
Do I think that this place is haunted? And the answer would be yes, I do. This was enough for Bob to actually quit.
My friends and I, we used to do this for fun, but after this experience, it was no longer fun. It was too scary, and I'm not willing to try to invoke the other side again.
Me and Steve need to get out of there as quickly as possible, and we got evidence on camera that would definitely signify that this place is haunted.
Wow, it is haunted. You know, a lot of these places it'll scare you to a point where you just want to quit because of fear. You know, fear is a very powerful energy, and the other side, the entities, they really feed off of fear, and it just energizes them to a point where you have scratches, bites. People being pushed, people being punched, like it's like real shit. People, it'll grab your organs and it'll flip it and it'll twist your organs, and then you have to have like emergency surgery. Yeah, I have a story about that. It happened to me. True story. And I think I'll share that story tonight, where I was hospitalized for a year because something twisted my organs inside of my aunt's house, and her place was haunted. She had a bedroom where my cousin was sleeping at. I might as well just tell the story right now. My aunt, she had her room up in the front, and then you had the kitchen. There was like a 3-bedroom apartment, and she was on the first floor. And I always felt something dark in that apartment. Like in that apartment, I always felt something was watching me. Something always like really dark, especially in my cousin's room. And I told him, dude, do you ever experience things in here like paranormal? Because I'm feeling a lot of weird energy, especially in this room. He's like, yeah, man, there's something in here like all the time. It always bothers me, and it's like whispers at me and stuff. He was telling me a whole bunch of things about it. So one day I decide to fall asleep in his bedroom, and I fell asleep on his bed. And about, I would say, half an hour to an hour later, something got me inside of my stomach and twisted my small intestine, and I ended up having a bowel obstruction. I was rushed to the hospital, and I had to have emergency surgery to fix my intestines, and I ended up getting a lot of infections. I almost died, and ended up in the hospital for a year. And that all happened in 2013. Yep, it fucking sucked. Yeah, and I knew it was the spirit that did it to me. There was one in there. I knew it went in, and it really fucked me up. And ended up in the hospital, and a whole year fucking in the hospital. But then when I came out, it was like I felt better, had my own place, I got everything situated, and never again I ever went back to my aunt's place. Even my aunt died there, and I would not even go back. Maybe to do an investigation, it would be interesting, but I don't know who lives there now, and I don't really care. But that energy was really dark and very powerful inside my aunt's apartment. And that was in New Britain, Connecticut. Crazy. A lot of spirits, a lot of negative spirits here in Connecticut. Connecticut is one of the haunted states in America, I believe. Up here in the Northeast, oh, so much death has happened up here. But we'll talk about that tonight show. I'll be starting around 7:30-ish tonight. So be here, be square, and continue having a good day. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you're at. I'll catch you on the flip side. And like I said, I'll be back on around 7:30-ish. I say 7:30-ish because I got some stuff I got to take care of between now and then. And hopefully I can get it done. So with that said, continue having a good day and stay peaceful. Peace for now. Bye.